for tuning in. We've got the Good Time Gang here and focused, ready to go. We probably have some lingering stories from the vacation weeks during the holiday season. I know we recapped a number of them. There's still probably some that are lingering. I know in the kickoff hour we do have a few. And so we'll go through that. We've got a number of other things to go through as well. The stories. Hey, the stories. We have some updates too. Plus your phone calls. They'll be unscreened this hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG. And so that's there for you as well. But you can join in the conversation. Just know that when we answer, we'll be live. So we have all of that planned for you today. Don't forget, go to rickandbubba.com for all the information about the show. We get a lot of interaction from all of you through our website. You can click contact, email any of the staff members, or there's a ton of different ways you could go, especially through the store as well. Saw a lot of Christmas gifts from the Rick and Bubba store that some of you shared with us, and so we thank you as always for supporting the show as we start our 29th. Had our 29th anniversary yesterday, and so here we go, 2023 dead ahead. All right, over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all? Y'all good today? Sure. Everybody fired up?
Yeah.
Yeah. A little delayed, yes, but we're good.
Well, I'm trying.
We're good.
In Adler's world, in there, something's going on, and I don't know
right.
if we're on YouTube, so I'm just
Okay,
checking that real quick.
We're checking
to make sure that we are streaming live.
Oh man. Hey, the
how are y'all?
We're good. I'm
Okay,
good.
good.
I'm good. Yesterday was it's funny because whenever you put your Christmas decorations up, and I know, Helmsy, you have a story about this. I've got that down today. Plus, your dogs wanted to help you, it looks like.
Oh, my.
The house always looks bare after you do that.
Yeah,
because
you got to bring your other stuff back out.
Yeah, but and you're used to, like, everything being up and there not being one empty space of anything because it's now got trees or decorations of up or whatever. Well, Terry and I tackled the decorations. It's been a couple of days ago. It's right around New Year's. And so it's been a few days, but it's funny because the boys coming through the house, if you're, I would say maybe 15 to 25, you don't notice much.
No.
Yeah.
And so it took about 4 days for the boys to notice it. But yesterday, JC's about to have to report back, but he's still at the house for right now. And he man, where'd all the decorations go? And I'm like, buddy, that's been a little bit. But man, everything looks bare. Yeah, I know. But that's because we've had Christmas decorations up.
Yeah.
And Terry and putting everything back up will, my job is get everything out of the attic, lay it all back down, and I started helping and, hand me ornaments, and we're putting them up. She forgets that you have to pick them back up and get them up to the attic.
Yeah.
And when I went to pick up one of the Rubbermaids and, it felt like a cement block was in there.
Yeah.
I said, hey, honey, did you forget that we got to get it back up in the attic? She said, I kind of did. But I called reinforcements and the boys came and helped. But it's up. It's just funny that it took days, and I mean days, for the boys to even recognize that all that had been up.
Well, you'll be pulling it back out.
I know. And I tried to not, and Terry got frustrated at one time and just started throwing. I said, honey, remember now, think a year ahead on how you're going to feel when you start unpacking everything, and you're going to want it organized.
Yes.
If we don't
this
take
goes
our
into
time,
my story a little bit.
And I was like, and I got to get in the attic because the attic has thrown up. Okay, we were in a panic. We were throwing stuff everywhere. It's got to be reorganized. Yeah. And so we did that. And
that's fun.
And so there you go. But Helmsy, I've got a story here that I wrote down, and it says,
you writing stories now?
Helmsy, well, yesterday
He always writes. I tell him to write, like, hey, we'll talk about this tomorrow. Something that hits me. When we get here, we have these stories, and then we forget because it's so early.
Yeah.
And then about 3 hours later, I was like, wow, we should have talked about that on the kickoff hour this morning. So I'll say, hey, write it down.
It goes back to our sleep.
We got a little thing. Hey, Greg, don't get in our little
I thought
world.
he was making stories up.
We
No.
Snapchat each other, and we tell each other to write stuff down.
It goes back to our sleep deprivation conversation yesterday, where we forget things, and it's like days later, and we're like, oh, man, we hadn't done that, But he has a Christmas decoration story, as well as his dogs and his Christmas tree. So that's there for you. And so that's coming up next segment. But as we lean into this segment, Greg, we never really discussed your the huge tree. I know yesterday off air we kind of talked about what life was like not having to put that thing back up in the attic.
Yeah, I hated not seeing it.
Yeah.
But I didn't hate not having to put it up or take it down.
So
the taking down's easier than putting it up, but still. But I got to get it back up next year.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. What are you going to do? What are you going to do with it?
I'll come up with a different plan.
So it just stayed in the attic this year. It's just up there
did.
going, hey, so y'all didn't bring me out.
That's right. I was a little disappointed, but
well, you inherited a piano.
I did,
and so
it's
the
hard
piano
to move it because I was worried about the wheels coming off.
Sure,
because it's an old piano,
and it was sitting. It's sitting where the tree would go.
Yeah,
and so the piano won. Trying to move
but
it.
We're going to get a better plan.
Why don't you let it? Won't you just let it go away?
Look, as big a hassle as it is, and I've fallen through the ceiling with it a couple of times and stuff. It really looks really good when it's up. So it didn't feel right without it up. It didn't, but that's okay.
We have.
Of course, we added these 2 trees that's got that snow stuff on them.
Oh no! Did it get everywhere?
Yeah. Well, if you breathe it in, it looks good. But boy, you go put them up or take them down or decorate them, you get a face full. Why don't they make that stuff that it don't fly everywhere?
Do you talk about it out loud when you're packing it up?
Well, good night. Hurts your sinuses. They look good though.
Right. All right.
Oh my goodness. That basically we had, as the kids grow up through their life, they get ornaments every year from the time they're little to they're adults, whatever. So the trees got really full. So at least said, let's go 2 trees. One family has one family has the other.
Oh,
great idea.
Yeah.
Let's go with it. And what's the word for it? They don't call
frosted?
it something.
I don't know.
Word.
For some reason, I'm landing frosted.
I
like
it
frosted.
starts with an F, but it's not frosted.
It's not.
There's actually a word for it.
Okay.
But anyway.
I like frosted, Speedy.
But when you open the box, it just comes out like a cloud. And you're like, dang, I thought this stuff was more.
Yeah.
It is, but there's extra or something. But when you get to messing, it's like a big cloud comes off of it. And I'm
Were you LeBron James before before a basketball game? Chalk going everywhere.
And your sinus gets dry, but they look great. But man, Dylan, once you get them set where they're at, good. But boy, you had to put them up or take them down or even just decorate them. You'll get a snout full.
How's your attitude with it?
Not good.
Not good.
Doesn't sound good.
They're not, but they're easy. If it wasn't for the big puff in your face, they're not huge.
Yeah, and
they're easy to take apart and to put. They fit in the box pretty good. If I'm gonna give a positive, but negative is that that snow, man. Golly.
Where are y'all? I know nobody here on staff. None of us are big Christmas music like we're just diehard. Now there's some that we go, oh look here. Does it help? Do you ever put Christmas music on when you're doing stuff? Does it help the mood?
It does.
Yeah,
it does. Putting it up, taking it down. That's just depressing.
Is it
called? You're
just
mad taking it down.
Yeah.
Is it called flocked?
That's it. Flocked.
Okay.
Because Lisa kept saying
I like
flocked.
frosted better.
I do too.
Because Lisa kept saying flocked, and I was like, "What are we doing? What kind of tree? I don't even know what that means." And then she goes, "It looks like it's got snow on it." I said, "Well, why don't we just call it snow tree?"
Right. Were you frowning at her like you're doing me right now?
No, but I love the way they look, but I don't like the way they act.
You don't like them flocked.
When you need to mess with one. I don't know as it gets older, maybe it'll thin out a little.
Would you take Big Tree over
right out
flock?
of the box? No, I'll put a mask on and go flock. No doubt.
Rick and Bubba.
Attention! This is a special alert for all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an overpriced auto warranty or no warranty coverage at all. Due to the increase of new and used car prices, repair costs, and the price of gas, people are keeping their cars longer than ever, which is why CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on covered auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can save thousands for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. You could save thousands on future auto repairs. Our specialists are standing by for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-840-1546. Vehicle Protection Plan pricing is at an all-time low. Plus, drivers who purchase this coverage today will receive rental car options, free roadside assistance, and free towing. Call 800-840-1546 now for your free quick quote. That's 800-840-1546. What do you have to lose? Call 800-840-1546. Again, 800-840-1546.
Looking to save time and money in the new year? Get HelloFresh and take control of the clock and your budget with delicious recipes delivered right to the door.
Spend less time in the kitchen with new, fast, and fresh recipes packed with flavor and ready in 15 minutes. And at 25% cheaper than takeout, HelloFresh is the most delicious way to save.
Save up today for 22 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. The code BUBBA, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PAID for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code PAID. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PAID for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PAID.
All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Having trouble picking a New Year's resolution? CarShield has you covered. This year, we don't have to worry about how much it's going to cost to fix our cars when they break down. Prices on just about everything are still rising, but we've locked in our price and it will never go up. This year, choose coverage through CarShield, a resolution you can easily keep. With protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before, go to carshield.com/Bubba or call 800-465-6550 or go to rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, we're rolling back 22 minutes past the hour, kickoff hour live with a good time gang. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us right after top of the main hour for the main show. Right after top of the hour for the main show. And so we are excited to be back with you as we have cranked up in 2023, 29th anniversary. And, man, I tell you what, it has flown by, but we are looking forward to a great year.
That's
with
his
all
30th.
of you. Yeah, really. And so we've kind of been talking. I know a lot of it is weeks old for all of you that you experience, but as we get back together and we reflect back on the last couple of weeks, you know, we bring up Christmas trees and decorations, because it's the first time we've been together and on air to talk about some of our stories. And Helmsy says that his Christmas decorations that he put up, he got after it a little bit. But I'd like to start, if you don't mind.
We'll start wherever you want
with Blue and Coco, your two dogs, and their attempt to help Daddy.
So, Bluey?
Yeah. I don't remember what day. I think, okay, so when did I host the best of the last time? So right before.
It should be the 30th.
The Friday. Yeah,
the 30th.
Friday. So that Thursday, we had talked about the day before, I guess it was Wednesday, we had talked about Friday being one of the only days that we could actually put the decorations up. And so Amanda was like, but I don't get off till 6, so we're going to tackle that when I get off. Don't make any plans. I know you got things going on, and that's fine, but it's 6 o'clock. Let's go. Let's have some dinner, like ready, and then let's just spend the rest of the evening getting everything up. I said, okay. Well, the Wednesday, 2 days before that, that's kind of my mindset. And Maddie and I walk into the house, and we turn the corner, and I look up, and our tree, one of the we have a real tree and a fake tree, and they're not big, huge trees. They're like 7-8 footers, something like that.
Your typical tree you see in a house.
Yeah, the fake tree's in the front living room. The real tree is in the back living area where the kitchen and it's a big open area, whatever.
Snots didn't drink all the water out of it.
Well, we turned the corner and I look up and both dogs, I see the dogs first. This is the room they stay in. And they're both normally like wagging their tails and all and they're just laying there, and you could tell they kind of got a face like, uh-oh.
Yeah. Even they know.
Yeah, and I was like, why are they looking like that? And I looked to my left, and the tree has been tumbled over into the window.
Oh, wow.
and I'm like, wow, okay, so y'all have had fun.
Earthquake.
And the whole thing was tipped over into the window and then down into the ground. So there's ornaments everywhere.
Yeah. All we got is a mess.
Thankfully, it wasn't flocked.
If it had been flocked, you'd had a big pile of fake snow and a cloud floating around.
But it is real, so there's needles everywhere.
Oh, yeah. That's the thing about the real one. Towards the end of the run, they really start shedding.
Not only that, water's everywhere. Because you got to water this one.
Oh, yeah. Did it break any favorite ornaments?
Yes. Well, I don't know if they were favorite or not.
Great Granny gave you back in 1964 when you were born.
But there were several ornaments broken, and so
that's a bad one.
Gave it to you.
Yeah.
So
you kept it forever.
So I went. I just immediately
Can I say this?
Yeah.
Helmsy sent me a picture of this.
Yeah.
And I love it. You just sent me a picture of it, and you could tell what happened. And under that, you said, "Hey, the dogs, put it down, whatever."
Glad y'all sexted again. Go ahead.
It's called Snapchat, Greg.
Good night, alive. I don't know where to look, but he said it was a mess. He's describing it, but understand it was a falling tree with stuff everywhere.
Well,
okay?
and
I'm trying
also
to explain it because it's a mess.
And here's the thing too.
Like say water and everything.
It happened at an awful time. Like I didn't have time for that at that particular moment. Okay, and so I'm like, okay, what I do? And so Maddie and I start picking up the ornaments and laying them kind of on this desk that we have, just kind of stacking them up. Ooh. And then we kind of got all that out of the way. Well, then we just that night, Wednesday, we just took the tree out. Like we took all the lights off and all that.
Yeah.
Clean
that pretty
up.
much says we're taking
we're done
Christmas
with it.
Down.
So couldn't just leave all that going on. So Wednesday night is when we took care of that. And we normally wait till really the new year before we take this stuff down. So it was kind of a weird deal because we're a couple days out of Christmas, and they did. They wanted it down.
Daddy, we got it. We got you. Do you just roll it off the back, or do you take it up?
No, what I do, no. So y'all laugh.
He's got a cliff. A drop off. I was just wondering.
They will pick them up. But what I normally do is take it out the front door and go to the right down where that fire pit is. And I'll cut it up real good, and I'll use it when I'm trying to start fires and stuff in the fire pit.
Yeah, got it.
But it'll blaze.
Throw it in a lake somewhere.
And get your hands all sticky.
Good. Yeah, sap everywhere.
Of course.
Speaking of
Snapchat, Greg. It's called Snapchat.
Yes,
I got it
Snapchat.
wrong. Did I use
He
wrong
just sent
term?
me a picture, and it's almost like a location check.
Did I use
That's
the
what we
wrong
use
term?
it for. It's
I don't know what
locations
that is.
checks. It's just like, hey, look, this is what I got going on.
Speaking of trees,
Oh, here we go.
I kept seeing this commercial during the holidays. Have you seen it? There's some type of tree that you just flip it and it turns in. It's full. You take it up and put it down. It all stays together. It folds and flips over. It's like you take it out of the box and you do this. It flips up and all the limbs fall and it's a tree. That's what I need right there. You ain't seen that commercial?
No.
Oh yeah,
Really?
I want one of them.
So it comes out of the box, you flip it, and
Yeah, it's like, and you flip it and it all flies up and it becomes a tree. And then when you're done, you flip it and it folds back up.
You think it's that easy?
No, but I hope it ain't flocked. You ain't seen that?
No, I haven't.
I think that's what his dogs were trying to do.
Well, I wish you could have seen.
They
their
saw the
faces.
commercial.
Their
He's
faces.
trying to describe the mess, but
It
it was a
was
mess.
They
crazy.
saw that commercial and they thought that that's the way they were trying to help you out with the
How
tree.
about the messes at the house or work or whatever, where it's so bad you go, where do I start?
Oh yeah.
I
You
know.
know?
That was
Oh,
kind of
like,
I've
well,
been
what,
there.
what do I do?
And you
about
always
this?
reach over and pick up the dumbest thing. You're like, well, that did a lot of good.
Right,
I'm gonna
but it
start
starts
here
with
this.
just yeah.
Maddie was like, "What do I need to do first?" And I said, "Well, I'll tell you what you need to do first is go put some shoes on because
Yeah.
there's glass in these ornaments that are some of them are broken all over the place, so we
Yeah.
can't, you know."
But I would like to finish just a little bit on the other side of the break because what you did,
I
and
did
how-
something I've never done
yeah,
before.
Yeah. And
Had they messed with it during the holidays at all?
Blue has a little bit. Blue's messed with the other one, the fake one. He hadn't really messed with the real one.
Yeah. Well, he did this time.
Yeah, he did.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there, I've done that, they don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day. You do that, and the weight can fall off. But A, vegetables, not a huge fan. Or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? Legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA. Looking to save time and money in the new year? Get HelloFresh and take control of the clock and your budget with delicious recipes delivered right to the door. Spend less time in the kitchen with new fast and fresh recipes like falafel power bowls or Southwest pork and bean burritos, each packed with flavor and ready in just 15 minutes.
Over 35 weekly recipes and 70 seasonal and convenient items, there's always something new to try. And pre-portioned ingredients and step-by-step instructions make it easy to whoop up a tasty meal right at home. This year, skip that extra trip to the market, cut back on takeout, and get HelloFresh delivered instead.
At 25% cheaper than takeout, HelloFresh is the easiest and most delicious way to save. Start the year off right with a great deal on America's #1 meal kit. Sign up today for 22 free meals plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Have you tried an American-made Helix sleep mattress yet? Unlike a lot of other mattress companies, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility right here in the States. You order, they ship your mattress directly from their facility right to your front door for free. And if you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll come pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress, which we love, by the way, and the 12,000 five-star reviews, what they're saying about Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you and your partner with a perfect mattress just for you. Plus, you've got that 100-day risk-free trial. They also have plus-size mattresses and kids' mattresses ranked best mattress winner by Parents Magazine. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba. We'll get you $350 off all mattress orders. That's the best best offer yet. HelixSleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress. Hey, folks, our friends at TheraBreath have some good news. If you have bad breath, try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. Over 25 years ago, he created an oral solution for his very own daughter and her struggle with bad breath. Now, today, that expertise is available to your family with oral health solutions and a range of clinically proven products. The stuff works, and TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. TheraBreath has a gentle yet effective mild mint flavor that is, and listen to this, alcohol-free, free of gluten, and is certified kosher. Plus, no added dyes or colors. If you need one more reason to believe TheraBreath is effective and worth a try, they offer a money-back guarantee. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drugstores. Just look for that bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath. Confidence in every capful. Okay, folks, listen up. It's buy one, get one free time at MyPillow. The MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who've changed the quality of their sleep with the MyPillow pillows and sheets and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company. MyPillow delivers style and comfort with the good old American products from a great American company. And remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. They even have dog beds for your pets. So what are you waiting for? Go today to mypillow.com/Bubba for all of our special show savings and discounts. And don't miss the buy one, get one free specials. Once again, mypillow.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
All right, it's 25 minutes till top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us right after top of the hour break for the main show. We are the Good Time Gang. I'm Speedy, to my left, Greg, to my right, Helms, and we are looking back at some of our holiday stories as well. You know, some of it consists of putting up Christmas trees. Greg loves his new flocked Christmas trees.
I like them when they just sit there.
And that's with the white stuff all over them. Look for like
I'm going to have to get hazmat suit. Get the song going in the box.
But you didn't have to put the big tree up because of the piano.
I missed the big tree, but
and I think you need to
use it.
You need to use that to your advantage.
I know,
and let
but
this
it's
be the
tradition.
year the big tree just goes away and stays in the attic. I mean, you have so many stories for that from that tree. You know?
I do.
I mean, it's
got me a couple times.
Yeah. It's it's a big tree when you need multiple people to put lights on it. Because if not, you're up and down the ladder because you can't get your arms around it.
Now, when the pre-lit lights went out, that did add a degree of difficulty.
Very frustrating.
At least maybe partially worked, but not even that.
Right. So we're recapping, and Helms just discussed his two dogs, Coco and Blue, knocking over his real tree and just things going everywhere. And it was 2 days before you were scheduled to take down all the Christmas decorations, and Amanda wasn't home, right? Or was she?
No, but it's just Maddie and I were walking in the door. Brady and Caroline were gone, and then all of a sudden we walk in and have to deal with it.
I wish security camera or something would have caught it. Because I want to know if they were like just playing with each other and fell into it, or they looked at it and said, I'm taking that.
Such a great question.
Let's help Daddy.
Yeah.
I'd love to see footage.
Something like that. And so
I got a feeling they were playing.
Yeah.
You did.
You did. Good at it, buddy.
Got up against the tree.
That's exactly what happened.
I think.
Hey, New Year. He thinks he's got his loose cannon over there.
I stopped it. I didn't.
I'm predicting that Blue, the puppy, the youngest one, was messing with Coco, and Coco had enough and
charged him.
And
a lot of
charged
that going
him,
on lately.
and then Blue got knocked back into it, and it was like
a lot of that going on lately. They got in a good fight last night.
Yeah, that's going to happen. But so anyway, that stirred you up a little bit. Well, into cleaning or just getting things done.
So we got that tree out, and then we got all the ornaments laying on the desk, and the lights were kind of just piled up on the desk. And so I knew something had to be done with that. And my thought was, well, that's going to sit there for a day and a half until 6 o'clock on Friday arrives. So I hosted the best of, went over here to the big box store and bought some big bins. Because every year it seems like I get in the attic, and it was different this year because See, Braden and I came home one day and all the decorations were up.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't have to deal with I didn't even go Caroline went to the attic and got everything. And so I was sitting there going, okay, I don't even know what I'm going to have to deal with because I didn't put any of this up. Yeah. Outside, inside, nothing. We came home one day and it was like the elves have showed up.
Wow.
So went by and got a couple bins because I thought, well, I'm going to need
a couple of beers.
Bins.
Oh, okay.
And those large bins. By the way, those things, everything's getting so expensive. It doesn't matter what you buy. It's just like, goodness gracious. You can't leave somewhere without spending $50 or $60.
It's unreal. Last year, I did what you're doing this year. I remember we'd put stuff here, and Lisa's like, look, let's go get a bunch of bins. Let's organize this. Let's start labeling stuff.
Yeah.
Well, and so I love my wife, but she is not organized when it comes to things like this. We just toss them in bins and deal with it next year.
The labeling made a huge difference.
And that drives me nuts, okay? So I get home, and by then it's like 11:15, and I think, in the morning, and I think, I don't really, I have an open window with nothing to do. Now, it's about to rain here in the afternoon, so there's no way we're going to get the outside decorations down because it's going to be raining.
You were glad.
I was thinking, why don't I just go ahead and knock all this out? I'll just do it. I'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to thinking, what are you doing, Ham? It's like, this is going to be one of those things you start, and about an hour into it, you're going to be like, why on earth did you do this?
Yeah.
But
this is not a good idea.
But I was thinking, I don't want to do this at 6 o'clock tonight. Yeah. When she gets off work, I don't want to spend the next 2 hours.
No.
Something about doing it in the dark.
And so
plus she put it all up, right?
Yeah,
yeah. So
and
do her solid.
I never thought that way. I never thought. Let's not give me too much credit. I never once thought, gosh, I mean, I could do this and be.
You just thought you're off in it.
I was being
going.
Yeah, I had time. That was the thing. And these days,
did Maddie
that's
back
rare.
out of the room? Like, I'm out.
Maddie wanted to help, and I would ask her to do a little bit, but then I'd look back and she'd kind of do that, run the list of things she needed to do, feed the hog, and like on Christmas vacation.
Fake phone call. Hello, Dad. I'll be right back. Hello.
Oh, Addison's calling me. Okay,
something important.
So I went to I went to the attic and I pulled everything down and looked in all the bins, and I'm like, wow, so we didn't use a lot of this stuff. If we didn't use it, I'm tossing it.
Yeah.
Well, then I started getting disappointed because then I started seeing ornaments that I thought should have been up. A little frustrated. I saw 3 Rick and Bubba ornaments that didn't go on a tree. And I was like, what are we doing? And so, but then I was like, hey, Helms, you didn't participate, so you can't really talk about this.
Right.
So then I get
Sounds like y'all need to add another tree.
Well,
get all your
that's it.
I got everything down, and Maddie came in, got everything open, and I started asking Maddie questions because I wanted her to be able to go, we're never going to use that, so that I could defer to her and go, well, Maddie said we didn't use it.
Ooh.
So I got a bunch of garbage bags, went outside first, we put up like, I don't know, 500 lights maybe outside. It's not much. Maybe like 10 strands around that post and coming down and around the door.
Boy, Clark.
Took all those down.
Got into it. Yeah.
And put those in a bin. And to your point, Greg, what did I do? I got a Sharpie and I labeled it. Outside lights and bows. So those are red bows out there. Of course, I tore 2 of those up. Taking them out.
And they'll get faded, and I need to change mine out a little bit because they're
all
faded.
over that. That's what I was going to say. Yeah. They're faded anyway. We can do better than that. That's my new motto when I throw something out, and I'm like, we can do better than that, honey.
We had a bow
We're
upgrade.
better than that.
We had a bow upgrade this year. We'd been using the same red bows for years.
Yeah.
And finally, Lisa goes, look, we're getting new ones.
Right,
We're
right.
redoing it.
I always
of course,
say,
they had glitter on them, and they made a mess.
I always say, man, next year I'm going to change that bow out.
Yeah.
And then you get through it, and hey, next year I'm changing that bow out.
So then I got all the outside stuff back up in the attic labeled. So then we start what's on the inside. And so Maddie then wants to get involved. She wants to be a part of it. Right. And I said, okay, let's tackle these ornaments. So I opened all the bins. I said, I need all the ornaments that we didn't use. Let's take those and put that, because I want them all in one place. So we had like 4 or 5 bins of ornaments, and we had to be real careful. Some of them fragile and all that. So I broke a few, and I dropped one, and one rolled off the desk and shattered, and had to clean that up and whatever.
Sure.
But so got all that in there and organized, and then got all the lights off the other tree. And then got the lights from the tree that the dogs had knocked over, and we got that in a box, and I labeled it and set it over the side. Well, then I had a box of lights that we didn't use. And I'm like, does these even work? So I went this far with it because I didn't want to have to deal with it next year. I went and plugged every one of them in to see what worked and what didn't. Ones that didn't, tossed them. Ones that did, put them back in the box, labeled it. Lights we didn't use in 2023.
Oh, wow.
Put that over here.
22, but yeah, still.
Or 22.
Yeah, that's good.
And so I may have actually written 23
It
on there.
works.
Right.
But anyway, so
It's confusing, but yeah.
so then I got all the stockings and all the other little knickknacks that we put those in bins, labeled those. Knickknacks, stockings,
This
green,
is exactly what we did
greenery,
last year.
whatever. I don't even know what it's called, but I wrote greenery because it's like the stuff that goes around the fireplace. Put that in a box and labeled it. Got the tree box down, put it in, got it in, duct taped, done. Got it all upstairs, completely done. And I had 3 bins left.
Uh-oh. Empty?
You overbought
Empty.
bins.
One of them was broke, and
overbought.
one of them was broke and was gonna throw away anyway. I've got 3 left out of the bins that we had.
Oh.
That was the key on organization. So the two bins I had bought, I didn't even use. They're downstairs in the garage. But I put
them are spares.
This, and I want everybody to know this was not kind-hearted Helms doing something for his family. Okay. This was simply selfish me. I didn't want to deal with it at 6 o'clock, and I wanted it more organized. And while I was at it, I tackled a couple things in the attic and got that situated.
I think it's good time management. You're there, you're
That's
ready
exactly
to
what I
go.
was doing.
We did that last year, and you're not going to believe when next year you put them up how much easier it
Mm-hmm.
is. Because
That-
I usually, on putting them up day, because when I would take them down the year before, I'll worry about that later.
Yeah.
Well, I'd have to go all through the whole house.
Sure.
Because Lisa remembers everything. Well, where's that tree that's got this? You know, and so it's so much better. And when you label them like that.
Well, we'll have like a Rubbermaid has, plates and or, dining room, decorations and all that stuff. But what I've noticed is, because we did that years ago, we need to do it again because now I notice that like,
people aren't going by the label.
No, main tree decorations, open it up and it's like garland in there.
Exactly.
And you're like, what? Hold on now.
Garland's what I was looking
Let me
for.
ask y'all let's just call it Christmas lights are not very expensive for trees.
They're really not.
I end up just buying new ones every year.
I know.
Because I start out when I take them down being organized. I ain't going to wad them up. I'm going to fold them good. I'll even get a piece of cardboard and wrap them around, about the second tree. I'm just wadding them up and dropping them in there. And then next year when I take them out, A, they're wadded up. B, half of them don't work.
Right.
I bet I bought 10 boxes of lights this
And
year.
they send you the little extra spares. And I'm like,
do
I
that.
don't do that. And I probably should.
I had 2 brand new boxes this year that I opened up and only half worked. They were brand new.
And you didn't take them back?
No, they had $2.
And they know that.
Yeah.
Dang it, they got us.
But I do. I start out real organized with the tree lights. Then all of a sudden I'm just wadding them up.
Well,
I agree with that.
Then Amanda got home and she was like, "What on earth?"
And she was so happy.
She was.
She was so
She
happy.
was
Thank the dogs.
And I just said,
start by thanking them.
I said, "Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't want to deal with it tonight. Period." And I thought, you know what? I'm in kind of an organized. Y'all know how I get in those modes too.
Watch out.
Y'all don't like it when I get
No.
around here. But I thought, man,
those
we got
away stuff you need.
we gotta get organized.
Well, we have 2, and I'm calling them Rubbermaids, but it's just that style. We have 2 that we didn't use. Back to what you just said. And I brought that up to Terry when we were up in the attic, and it was hot now, so I'm sweating. And I said, well, what's up with that? Well, I know we didn't use them, but, we did at the other house, and now we're not here, and I don't want to throw them away because we might want to hand them down. I mean, what about the boys? And I'm like, oh, my gosh. I'm thinking in my mind, by the time they're grown and on their own, I mean, Tyler and Mabry and River, they've got stuff that they've inherited from us. But, I mean, JC and Reese, I mean, it's going to be so hard.
Well, I hear hand-me-down all the time, and I think, how many times has our parents gave us something and we don't actually put out?
Well, our parents listen, so we can't talk about it.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code PAID for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code PAID. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code PAID for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code PAID.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Kentucky Fried Chicken's pot pies are just $5? That's a comforting thought, especially after a holiday season when you had to panic wrap gifts at 2 a.m.
Come on.
Watch the same kids movie 11 times.
Again!
And we're lovingly told your cooking was
a tad dry, dear.
Yeah, a $5 pot pie from KFC with tender chicken, savory sauce, and a flaky crust. That's a very comforting thought. Order your pot pie on the KFC app for just $5. That's finger-licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Angie, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need. Indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign. And we handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except to tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Angie is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available, and that's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job to that purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and then hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs help you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers go to LinkedIn? Yeah, post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. Looking to save time and money in the new year? Get HelloFresh and take control of the clock and your budget with delicious recipes delivered right to the door. Spend less time in the kitchen with new fast and fresh recipes like falafel power bowls or Southwest pork and bean burritos, each packed with flavor and ready in just 15 minutes.
Over 35 weekly recipes and 70 seasonal and convenient items, there's always something new to try. And pre-portioned ingredients and step-by-step instructions make it easy to whoop up a tasty meal right at home. This year, skip that extra trip to the market, cut back on takeout, and get HelloFresh delivered instead.
At 25% cheaper than takeout, HelloFresh is the easiest and most delicious way to save. Start the year off right with a great deal on America's #1 meal kit. Sign up today for 22 free meals plus free shipping with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. Rick Bubba here. Adler joins us shortly. The main show starts right after top of the hour. The Good Time Gang. I'm Speedy. To my left, Greg. To my right, Helms. We are here and ready to go for another day as we are into 2023. This portion of the show is brought to you by HelloFresh.com/Bubba. You know, now that the holidays are over, right, and a lot of you have spent a lot of time in the kitchen, you're like, oh, the last thing I want to do is worry about dinner right now. Let HelloFresh.com/Bubba take control of the clock and your budget with delicious recipes delivered right to your door. Spend less time in the kitchen now with new fast, fresh recipes. And they've got over 35 weekly recipes and 70 seasonal and convenient items that they release. This year, skip the extra trip to the market, cut back on takeouts, and get HelloFresh delivered instead at 25% cheaper than takeout, too. This is an easy and most delicious way to save. So start the year off right with great deals on America's #1 meal kit. Sign up today for 22 free meals plus free shipping with code BUBBA. My gracious, that's a good deal. That's 22 free meals plus free shipping with code BUBBA. You can find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors as well. That's 22 free meals plus free shipping. That is a great, great deal to start the year off. All right, so, man, we're just flying through, having a great time, reminiscing, looking back at the holiday season. You know, yesterday I meant to tell y'all one thing when I was discussing with y'all the trip up to Huntsville with my parents.
Yeah.
Taking them back and then us getting stuck in all that snow and ice. And this was, for those of you in North Alabama, that's where it hit, maybe southern Tennessee, the Tennessee Valley area. It was the day after Christmas, and so you all know. As a matter of fact, I got emails from people that were stuck in it too. One person showed their map trail of what it did, what they had to do to get home. It was
That's
just it was
miserable when
insane.
that happens.
And I brought up really 24 hours from right now that I hit that ice on 565 right there at the Rocket Space and Rocket Center and UAH, and it was just a pile of cars everywhere. And it is a helpless feeling when that happens because there was no warning. I mean, we were going slow. Everybody was. There was a couple of good ones, and I don't understand these people. Okay? All you can see are your tire tracks. It's obvious that there's wrecks and there's things going on. Yeah. It's ice. It's snow still coming down. And people fly by going 50, 60 miles an hour in some little bitty sedan, has no four-wheel traction at all. What are they doing?
And
I
then
don't
later
get it.
You look at them piled up,
Yeah.
stuck in snow.
And I
on the side of
did.
the road.
That's exactly right.
You go there, they are.
And when we came up on this big pile and highway patrol officers out putting their life at risk, trying to make sure everybody's okay. You got cars banged up. Well, when you're trying to stop so you don't hit them, and because you don't hold the brake down, you pump. So I'm pumping and I'm sliding and I'm going and I get under control. Well, then you start looking in the rearview mirror of who's going to come into me.
Yeah.
I have stopped.
Scary.
Guys, there was this Dodge truck, and I would love to have interviewed the guy. And if he's listening now, buddy, call us. He came through so fast and was sliding, was not dry. He was sliding, and I saw him in the rearview mirror. I was like, Terry. Because now I'm concerned. I'm looking ahead, looking behind, looking ahead, looking behind, looking at like
head on the swivel.
He avoided everybody, and I have no idea. Praise God, he did.
Doesn't either.
Hey, he got to sliding and got off into the grass and got it together. Missed two cars by inches and got it together, got it straight, and got it back up in the right lane. And I'm like, I'd like to check his britches right now because he was flying through there. And you just didn't see it because it's the way
when he got out the other end of it, he was like,
golly. But, man, the sliding part.
You have no control.
At first, I was like, oh, I got this. And then I was like, no, I'm in 4 high, and I'm still sliding. But, man, it was a mess. But, anyway, I forgot to tell you all that. It's like he was coming. You see those headlights, right?
Oh, yeah,
and you're like, oh, my God. And we all have seen the Instagram or, whatever popular pages of crashes in the snow, and there's tons. Oh yeah, or in subdivisions where somebody is sliding and hitting every car parked on the street. That's what it was like. It was crazy. So we've gone through a number of different things here today, just kind of looking back a little bit. There's some stories that we have that we need to get to that we'll just save for the main show. But there's one that I just want to read, Greg, the headline, and just see what he says.
All right.
Would we all agree that domestic violence is a very serious situation?
But who's for domestic violence?
Thank you. But I want to say that now. So, I can't believe y'all making light of.
Right.
We're not. Yeah. But here's the headline, and that's what I want to say. Climate change increases domestic violence. Risks for women. Washington Post claims.
Wait a minute. You talking about the temperature?
Washington Post used suffering of abused women in Asia and Africa to argue that more frequent and intense extreme weather events have led to escalating threats against women and girls. Heat waves, floods, climate-included disasters increase sexual harassment, mental and physical abuse.
How's that?
Reduce.
So all the people who are doing these things, if they hadn't been subjected to bad weather, they wouldn't have done them. Is that what you're trying to? Let's make a resolution this year that we can't. If you bring stuff like this to the table, if the people who are claiming it's not you, you got to have at least some proof that how this ties together. You can't just say stuff.
Right.
That's what we do now. We just say stuff.
Right.
We don't back it up. We have no facts. We can't even go, now think about this. No, we just say that makes no sense.
Yeah.
None.
The article used McGovern and other scientists to contend that domestic violence was closely linked to climate change, and the problem was global in scale. For these and many other women around the world, the threat of violence could become more common as climate change makes extreme weather events more intense and frequent.
And that makes people abuse other people. Is that what you're telling me?
They're saying they're trying to link climate change and domestic violence together. So this is the face I was looking for right here.
So these people who are pulling these acts off, who are being violent, if the weather had just been normal and not warmed over the past few years, they would have never bothered any. They'd have been a perfect husband. Is that what you're telling me?
Yep.
All right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
– 25 years ago. Is it today? 25 years ago today or over the weekend? It was yesterday. 25 years ago yesterday, the blizzard of 1993.
Now, Rick, we've referred and talked about the blizzard of 93 as we've reminisced several times here on the show about how it affected us in the broadcasting industry.
It even made me late for a furniture removal.
I know. You were end up in the back parking lot.
Right.
But, Rick, unbelievable storm as we think back about it. It was – now, get this. It was as strong as a Category 3 hurricane wind-wise with cold temperatures and rain that turned to snow. At the height of the storm, it stretched from Central America to Eastern Canada.
It was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. I've never in my life experienced anything like that as far as winter weather.
It's horrible.
I mean, it was a game changer. It was another level.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Huntsville Times had reported that lightning flashed and thunder roared across the snow-draped landscape in an eerie display of nature's power. Many residents watched the storm in darkened, cold houses as power lines were down from falling limbs.
I mean, the power lines were just destroyed.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you were working.
And you couldn't get to them because you were stuck in the middle of the highway.
Yeah,
in the snow, you couldn't get to nothing. For 3 days, we just were stuck.
Look at that.
We got stuck and pulled each other out.
It was. I mean, guys,
just kept on coming.
It was. I mean, you couldn't believe it. I mean, you really.
And you couldn't see where ditches or anything were. Because we'd be walking through a field, all of a sudden somebody disappear. Yeah, I mean, you couldn't see where all the holes were.
Prior to that, we had a few snowfalls in our part of the country. But when we got up that morning and you could not get doors open because they were drifts up against it, and I mean I'd never seen anything like that in my life.
No, because this affected Southern folks, and we don't know how to deal with any kind of snow.
No, not to mention a foot and a half.
But these were blizzard conditions, full blown blizzard.
That is some good footage you got there, Adler. I forgot about all that.
Well, what was scary about it too was
you got it.
I'm just telling you, I didn't want him to be blamed for it. I just grabbed some footage from back then when they were doing some live broadcasting.
No, but what I'm saying is that thunder and lightning in the middle of it was made it even more scary.
Jerry has a different look.
Hey,
that was 25 years ago.
Jerry Tracy has changed quite a bit there. But I mean, we all thought it was going to be fun and games, and then
and then it hit us. Hey, we can't survive out here. We don't have any way to.
Can I tell you things that are funny about this snow too? And look how thick it was. You know how because you just weren't accustomed to it.
No.
I remember vividly that we had a concert planned at like the Civic Center where we were from with Mr. Lucky, by the way, and I remember thinking, this ain't going. They were like, "Do you want to cancel it?" And I was like, it ain't gonna be nothing to it like that. And how far off it was from what I thought it would be. I mean, it turned into a full, like I say, you couldn't get the door open.
Well, I'd never heard thunder snow either. That's a weird sound.
Nobody. Yeah. They told us. They knew we would have some trouble. It was on I think a Friday, and they told us to come in that next day at about 6. And then I was working in Ashland, which from where I lived was about a 40-minute ride, and I couldn't even get out my driveway the next day. I called and they said, well, we can't come get you. So me and another guy from here waited till the next day and got in a 4-wheel drive. And what normally took about 40 minutes took about 4 hours for us to get there. But, yeah, it was nice.
David said he got married. You got married during the blizzard of 93?
What the?
David.
Yeah.
Married?
Yeah, married. Friday night. It was on a Friday night, the 12th, so it was actually today. And our wedding started at 7. We got there, like at 4, and they were doing a video thing, and the video guy said, so are you nervous because it's snowing? I went, it's snowing? Because I had no clue what was going on with the weather. Mm-hmm. And when we got ready to leave, there were 6 inches of snow on the ground, and we had a fairly large wedding plan. We had planned for 300. And we had like 30 in the reception, so we had food for 300, nowhere to.
Wow.
Good, but you know what?
I bet you had some hungry people that were snowed in the next few days that ate it.
I bet the snowed in people like that food you had left. Because yeah, go ahead.
So my mother-in-law said, y'all come back to our house. We got wood-burning stove. Y'all can have the basement. I said, oh, no, we are not going back.
Honeymoon.
To my mother-in-law's house. On our honeymoon.
No, you're not. So where did y'all stay? Is that the hotel?
No, we went back to our house. We had already bought a house 6 months before we got married.
Okay.
And which everybody told me was crazy.
Right.
I said, we've been engaged for 4 years. I don't see it going south in 6 months.
Right. But so did y'all get? Yeah. Did y'all lose power and everything?
I wasn't there either.
Do what? Yeah. Y'all lost everything.
We did.
Yeah.
Saturday morning we woke up. We had no power. We had no food because we were supposed to be gone for a week and on our honeymoon. So at I forget what time it was, but when it got down below 50 degrees in our house, my wife said, I think we need to go to my mom's house. I said, yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah,
so
you changed that whole team.
We walked part of the way to her house, and her uncle was in town who lived in Utah and had, chains and everything for his car. Drove and met us and got us back to their.
Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us as a brand new hour begins, and we look forward to chatting with you. It has been tradition most of the 29 years we've been together. In 2001, America was attacked on 9/11, and the Monday that followed that, or the next show that followed that, we began to open with the national anthem. And it was on this hour, and we continue that today. 8 minutes past. Here comes Rick and Bubba. Thank you for being with us. Your phone calls are part of it. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We have various members of Team Rick and Bubba that'll rotate on the phones today. We'll break down stories. Still got some from vacation that we didn't get to yesterday involving different members of the old Rick and Bubba show. We'll unpack some of that today, a lot of it out of Adler world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy have already given you a kickoff hour. So that's behind us. And we get ready to go forward, but in order to do that, we got to get everybody on the field. I be Rick, and over there sits the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Not the version I thought it was.
Ain't no porch on that.
There's supposed to be a build-up of that one. It don't matter. Bubba, how are you?
Rick, I'm doing very well. I hope you are doing well.
I am doing well. We've got more to unpack as we settle ourselves in for another week. You know, speaking of that, I actually last night, and I had not checked on it in a while, and you know I've been out of the loop like we all did. We kind of went on let's separate ourselves from all things, and I didn't realize that season 3 of The Chosen, that there's like 4 episodes now available.
Yeah, I know they released an episode or 2 at the movies, didn't they, over the holidays?
Yeah, I didn't fully follow what that was, but I know that took place. But like you say, at that time, that's when we're limping to the sabbatical at the end of the year, and it's almost like when I got confused by it, I couldn't put the effort into figuring it out.
Right.
But I do, I think that was now we're doing season 3, and I got to watch 2 of the episodes last night. Sherry claims I slept through one, but I did fully see what the other one. Trying to get accustomed to the back to the old schedule. Yeah. But it was there was some really good stuff because I've been cautiously optimistic with this, and I know they've had some things that were controversial and some people didn't like this and this. Where having Jesus say this wasn't right, and what are y'all doing over there with the Mormons and shooting all that, or y'all starting to cave into that a little bit? And but all I can do is as I hope people will with us, is to give you the benefit of the doubt and actually look at the product. And like I said, all I saw was 2 episodes, and I thought for me it was quite a worshipful experience.
Yeah, what I've seen so far, I've really liked. Right. I enjoyed it. There was 1 or 2 scenes I might have gone, well, maybe could have handled that a little different. But I think overall, excellent.
And there's no doubt, and they tell you that they're filling in with things that have a better picture. It's based off of Scripture, and there's things that Scripture doesn't tell us, conversations that we were not privy to. And what they're doing is saying, based on what we have here, we don't think it's a stretch to say that this would be okay to put in there.
Right. And everybody that does that has to do that because you can't make a script totally based off Scripture without filling in the gaps a little bit. It doesn't say Jesus took 3 steps to the left and raised his right hand. So you have to kind of work through that. I did see, and I thought it was a great scene in the pool at Shalom. Am I saying that right?
That's good.
And that is being open to the public. It was found and has been excavated. Yeah. and that's happening this week, I think, in Jerusalem. So that's going to be really cool.
Yeah, this one.
That's where Jesus healed the blind man.
Yeah, the whole.
Or was it? He was
crippled. Yeah,
crippled guy.
Yeah, crippled guy, and really amazing the way they shot that, and the way it was set up, and the way he reacted to being healed, and it was really something. So this one starts out with the Sermon on the Mount, and they do highlights on the first episode, and then now that sermon is over, and now we're moving into that phase. And I thought really one of the more moving things last night was episode 2, actually. And that is when he sits down, the 12, and he says, I'm about to start sending you out 2 by 2. And he's giving them basically what's next is there's a lot of difficulty coming. And so it was, and one of the topics that I think that we shy away from, but is so important, and obviously what we've all been through, and we've all been through stuff, you've seen us have to take that head on, but there was a great conversation between Jesus last night and the other James, not John's brother, but the other one. They call him Little James. There's Big James and Little James, and of course he's struggling with his inadequacy, and of course Jesus has already made it clear to the 12 that there were a lot of other qualified people I could have gone and got.
Yeah.
There's a reason I've picked y'all, basically so my Father will be glorified, not y'all. But when he sees what is accomplished. But anyway, it was a great conversation. Now, we have nothing in Scripture that says that the other James had some sort of physical ailment. But in this depiction, because this is supposed to represent all who do you understand? It's symbolic of every, just like we don't, Matthew, there's no account that Matthew's autistic. But they have Matthew as being someone who is in the autism spectrum, trying to cover all the people in all the situations and all of that. And
great with numbers, not as good socially.
Right. But anyway, so with James, he has a physical ailment with inability to move and all this. And he asked, and I won't tell you what it is, but he basically asked Jesus, because Jesus just told them he's going to give them the ability to cast out demons and heal. And, of course, it's funny because one of them keeps coming back going, hey, go back this. So we're going to be able to heal people? And Jesus said, yeah, I'm going to allow this. My Father's going to give you all this power for a time. And because I can't cover all this ground in my limited 100% man, 100% God. And so he, as you would think, he stops him and he basically has a conversation going, well, you haven't healed me. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to be able to heal people, but you won't heal me? And it was a great conversation. Yeah, wow. And Jesus tells him why. Wow. And then Jesus says, so you know that I can. He goes, well, yeah, I've seen what I've seen. He said, but I won't. And he goes, no. And he goes, well, let me tell you why.
And we deal with that every day.
Yep,
today.
we do. So I thought that was, and I was nervous wreck on how it was going to be handled, but it was handled beautifully. 15 minutes past, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
House until we left on Monday morning going to our honeymoon.
Wow. Yeah, I remember I was picked up by a Humvee from the National Guard. I worked my way off the little hill I lived on down to a main highway, and they picked me up and took me to a hotel where you would just walk in and give $10, you could eat whatever they had.
Yeah. Well, we just wasn't prepared. I mean, we'd never seen anything like that in our lifetime, or anybody's, I think, at that point. They called it a 100-year storm. So it was – we were all electric. We'd been married just a few years, and we lived in lovely Cedar Springs, Alabama. But like I say, you lose power in the middle of the night. By the next morning, it's getting pretty chilly.
Yeah.
And so we bugged out. I had a four-wheel drive to try to get to my mom's house, who had gas heat. And we like to not made it. I mean, it was just all we could take to get there.
I was at Jacksonville State University, and I thought I was the man. I walked to the campus radio station, WLJS, to be on the air. And I remember walking through it, and I remember Huddle House was the only thing open in Jacksonville, Alabama. And everybody was that's the only place you could go and eat. Mm-hmm. Everybody was just walking everywhere.
Did you go live and let everybody know what was going on?
I did. I thought I was a man.
Pumping out that.
They wanted me to go live, and I'd just taken the job. I'd just taken the job in Gadsden, and Bubba and I were just starting to kind of piddle with what would become the Rick and Bubba show, and I just called in from my hotel room, and I would be on the air from there.
Yeah.
Well, we were without power at the transmitter site. And we had to get a bunch of people on 4-wheel drive just to carry diesel fuel up there and dump it in the tank. Remember?
Yeah.
I mean, they were carrying buckets and everything else.
It was wild.
Yeah.
25 years ago yesterday. Blizzard in 93, and it was a dilly. It was a dilly.
1993.
866 We Be Big. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up. How old were you?
15.
Oh, wow.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Time I look around, I feel good.
Oh, boy. Bubba, once again, people drinking causing trouble. People drinking. My direction. And I guess I'll win and ruin the family tradition. A family tradition. The city of Miami Beach. Now think about how
You were just there, right?
Yeah. Think about how rowdy you have to be if you've got a nightclub at Miami Beach and they shut you down.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
They've shut down this nightclub after video has surfaced showing a woman in a bikini riding what appears to be a spooked horse
Yeah.
Spooked horse.
into the nightclub into a crowd of people.
Yeah, this is bad.
And animal rights people are furious, saying that the animal did not want to be in the nightclub. It's obvious it didn't want to be there. It is spooked. It's going crazy. We're looking at the video on RBTV.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Well, we got quite a shot there.
Well, I'll tell you what, the horse is not happy with that.
Is this Miami Beach or Stormy Daniels?
Attendees at the event recorded the commotion, posted it on social media. One video showed a man trying to pull the seemingly resistant horse into the club as a man and woman, they said there's a man up there too, right atop the animal. A second video shows the woman on the horse amid a tightly packed crowd of people. The horse throws the woman off before slowly walking through the crowd as people cheer.
Yeah, this is them coming in.
Yes.
Yeah, nightclubs and horses I don't see going together.
No, this is look.
Or
here,
voting
Here
booths.
they go.
No.
Look. Is that a midge?
Oh my
It
goodness!
is.
Oh, my
Oh
God.
my
Wow.
goodness!
Oh, all right, so on the
Rick,
horse,
you uncontrollably,
a little person
Rick, you
and a woman in a phone.
uncontrollably- you uncontrollably said that, buddy.
Oh, that's right. That word's out now.
Yeah,
but I
it
thought
is.
Boaz.
Except in Gunnersville with wrestling.
I thought Boaz still had it on the marquee.
Good night.
So there's a little person in a captain's hat.
Yeah, and he looks like
looks
he
a
is
little
toe up.
intoxicated. Yes,
Yeah,
you ain't kidding,
Well,
buddy.
you know their ratio. I mean,
I know they don't have the body weight.
they don't.
Yeah,
You give them a beer and a half, and you got issues.
Right.
So
I think
21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Updating you, installment 1, the archive from installment 1 of our study of the Revelation yesterday. We walked through, and like I said, when you're talking about the Revelation, it will be a slow process. The first installment, 8 verses. so we'll walk through it. But we did get started, and those of you that have been asking about that archive is available to you, audio or video, the video on our YouTube channel, audio on our podcast channel. All right, so as we come back, we're going through the stories of the day, and I don't, again, you and I said yesterday on the show, Bubba, so you're going to see the evidence of that today to some degree. We chose a sabbatical from many things, and one of those, news. I know there's something going on with the fact that Pelosi's not the speaker anymore, and McCarthy, and hey, stalemate, but I haven't followed this at all.
Well, let me give you the nutshell on it. Kevin McCarthy is the leader of the Republicans in the House, and now that the Republicans are the majority party, Normally, he would be elected Speaker of the House. It would usually be a just almost an automatic thing, elected on the first ballot. Well, we've been through 7 ballots so far, and he's still not Speaker of the House.
Yeah.
You have to have 218 votes. He's got about 200. There's a group of about 20 hardline conservative Republicans that are blocking his nomination because they think he is too liberal or moderate, I would say, and they think that he is too apt to cave when the cards are on the table. And they don't feel like, in some respects, he supported President Trump like he needed to. So they're blocking him. They are immovable on this. Even when President Trump came out yesterday and said, guys, we had a big victory getting the House back. Don't make a mess of this. Put Kevin in as Speaker and move on. And I'm paraphrasing. They still voted to block him. So they will pick back up today at noon. I'm sure they'll have another vote or two. But as long as there is not a Speaker, nothing is getting done. They can't even swear in people in the House. So everything is at a complete standstill. Now, some people are going, good, lock down the House for as long as you can.
Yeah, it's hard for me to get upset about they can't do anything to me. I'm kind of a fan of government gridlock because that means they haven't come up with any other idiotic things that will ruin my life.
Yeah, I wish they'd just dismiss them for good.
Right, yeah.
But here is the problem, and here is the bigger problem. We know now that most of these elections are decided by about 1% of the electorate that is in the middle, that are moderate in their views. They vote sometimes Democrat, sometimes Republican. You have the people that are going to vote either way on both sides. But there's a small group in the middle, about 1%, that end up deciding these elections. And as you saw in this past midterm election, most of these elections, or a lot of them, went down. I mean, it took weeks to figure out who the winner was because it was so close. So the concern is that by this shenanigan going on, is that 1% of the people going to say, look, we tried to put the Republicans in, and they just can't get their act together, so I'm going back to the Democrats. That is the concern. That's what Trump was talking about, and there probably is some truth to that. But how do you convince these 20 hardline conservatives to come back and elect McCarthy as Speaker? So it will continue today.
So who would they rather have as Speaker?
Well, they had rather have anybody but him as Speaker. And they've put Ryan up from Ohio. There's talk now that Steve Scalise may be a compromise. You remember the congressman from Louisiana that was shot at the softball practice. Yeah. He's a strong conservative. So I don't know. It even was so bad, Rick, and this is another thing I think infuriated them. Kevin McCarthy thought his move to Speaker was so automatic, he already moved into the Speaker's office. And I think that infuriated them too. And they said, as we hear on ESPN sometimes, hold on just a minute.
Right, yeah, right. Yeah, like I say, I haven't been following it. I don't really know much about Kevin McCarthy. Are these legitimate concerns?
Yeah.
If I just went into life, and again, sometimes I may agree with somebody, but they have no chance of winning.
Right.
But I guess if I was sitting around and I took my principles and put them on the table, would Kevin McCarthy concern me too? Because I'm conservative. I'm not a moderate.
Right.
And I'm when it comes to certain things, I'm probably, like we've said before, I probably make Hannity look like a moderate. But
Jim, I love Jim Jordan from I said Ryan a minute ago. Mm-hmm. That was the former speaker, Jim Jordan.
Yep.
And I love Steve Scalise. I think they're both very strong conservatives. I personally really don't have a problem with Kevin McCarthy. I think he would.
What about Paul McCartney?
Now, Paul McCartney, you know, I liked him better than some of the other members.
Yeah, I did too.
Although George Harrison has grown on me the last few years.
Which is shocking, by the way.
But you know, I think, you know, it really is this healthy debate, or is this process going to turn off that 1% of people in the middle? That's really the question.
Well, I don't know again enough to make a statement on where I would stand on this, other than I do understand that there has been a split in the Republican Party. That as long as that split remains, no matter how committed each side of the split is to their principles, which I respect, unless I think your principles are immoral, but you have to just in a common sense point say, if that party stays divided, they can't defeat the left.
Yes, you're correct.
I mean, you can say that, right?
Right.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty straightforward.
And listen, I have to ask this question: where's Gary Palmer in all this?
I have no idea.
I'm for Gary Palmer, Speaker of the House.
Yeah, right. Somebody said he gave his opinion on it, but I couldn't hear it. So you walked me right into that, but
if we wasn't such good friends with Gary, that wouldn't be funny.
No, Gary is an incredible constitutional mind.
Yes,
but you know
he represents us well.
But he's a little dry, little bland, and he says that about himself.
Right.
Yeah.
You have no filter anymore.
No, he says that. Gary says
just
that.
because he says it, Rick, doesn't mean you have to.
Yeah.
His nickname.
I just agree with Gary.
Right.
About himself.
I thought the break might help a little bit.
I think it's going the other way.
Yeah.
It's going the other way.
If y'all think y'all probably are 180 on what the break did to me.
Yeah. No, I'm just.
It didn't soften me in the least. More devoted to the things I love than ever.
Oh, no, I'm not questioning that. I'm just talking about what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I'm a big. Look, truth is truth.
All right.
Yeah. And Gary says that. Now, if he didn't say
does.
that,
He does,
and if he
Rick.
was sensitive about it, I wouldn't say it.
Well, he calls me. I'll let him know.
Yeah. Well, you probably would hear him on the phone. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You got the bucking so much it pushed her panties up her crack.
That picture.
Greg, you can't say that, buddy.
Greg, you can't say that.
They're awful.
Well, did y'all see the picture?
Yeah.
Greg,
So the animal rights people. Well, she just got. Look, it's bucking now.
Y'all, come
It's
on.
bucking now.
Calm down,
Hey,
sassy.
Let me tell you what. And the crowd is going crazy.
Yeah.
So the horse got rid of all passengers. It looked like the little person got off on his own, but she gets thrown off the
You
horse.
better be glad that thing didn't start kicking.
Who thinks that's right?
But guys, look how crowded it is in there. And they've been
That little guy fit up on the neck. He was just on the neck.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
Like an ornament.
Greg, this just surprise you. Out front, there's a horse. Okay, probably one of these horses you can pull that pulls a carriage. You know what I mean? That takes people around to see Miami Beach. And somebody's out there in the grade. They've knocked back a few. Hey, bring on, get on that horse. You know, we're going in the club. We're going in.
Look, if I'm in the club, I take my drink. I've had too much to drink. I swear I think I see a horse with a midget and a naked lady.
Do you even tell anybody? Or do you just keep it to yourself?
I swear I think I see that.
Look, you lean over to your buddy, and you're looking down at whatever you've ordered. You go, hey, man, I'm going to ask you this, and don't make a scene. Am I the only one that sees a white horse with a midget and a woman on it? You know what I mean?
Jaeger's rough.
You know? Because I'm going to the bartender and complaining. I don't know what in the world.
He needs to cut me off now.
Somebody has slipped me the dreaded Mickey.
Yes. Greg, I think he's had a bad pink Newcastle.
I mean, a double.
Make that a double castle. Sure. But anyway,
so their license has been revoked.
Yeah, well, you lose your license over a horse coming in.
And charged with, what all was it they were charged with? Cruelty to animals.
Yeah,
and
Oh, the horse is fine. You got to go out on the town one night.
Greg, listen to that. Listen.
Hazard to public safety and possible animal cruelty.
Well, here's what the animal rights people are putting out.
And abuse of a little person.
You're disgusting for allowing this to happen. This is animal abuse. This is cruel. I'll make sure you're torn a new one for this. Share, and let's make sure no other animal endures this abuse again in Miami.
Well, it's not the worst thing can happen to a horse.
No, it's not, but well
It's a lot
said.
worse.
no.
Well said.
It is.
I got one word for you, Elmer's glue.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Greg, you know this is typical. This
That owns me, by the way. Every time you do it,
What?
one word he throws two. I love it. Too.
One word. Elmer's glue
Every
products.
time.
That's been going on for a long
One word. Dog food.
That's a little fun we like to have with numbers.
With numbers. There we go. So anyway,
Rick, we know what happened.
Yeah.
Look, hey, you think back in the day we wouldn't have talked the horse into coming in the bar?
Greg, come on, we'd have brought a llama in.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I'd have had a hold of that rope just a yanking.
Well, that horse really didn't
Come
want
on
to be
in
there.
there. It ain't the horse's fault. He tried his best not to go in.
He did. It's not on the horse.
Peer pressure.
And in all fairness, it's a very well behaved horse. It left the bar after it got everybody off.
Yeah.
Once
Yeah.
it tossed the little person and the woman off, it went right.
I got to go back to the
It
little
probably
person.
stood next to the carriage it was once attached.
It looked like a weird dream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
If it had been a unicorn, it'd have been perfect.
Yeah.
It was.
Look at them put the little person up on it. Did you see it?
Guys, look, this doesn't surprise me in the least.
So,
Not in this
You
world.
know, Rick, I got a horse. I turned around. Hey, there's a little person. Let's get him on there.
Ricky's up on the neck.
I would have gladly helped. You know what I mean? Greg, I'd just
Yes, you would have helped, Rick.
right up you go.
Here you go. Right here, step right here.
Right. No need for a boost. I can get you up there.
I like the captain's hat.
Oh, the captain's hat makes
And he
it.
has no
And
pants
he's
on.
barefooted.
I was about to say, he doesn't have pants on either.
Well, it looks like a diaper.
He's in something
have a
very
diaper?
short.
Let's
What
look.
is
And
he?
is that a bib he's got?
Look, y'all, does it not look like a diaper?
He's got. I don't know what he has on, but
Good night.
it's not
What
good.
is that? Look
There's
how
a captain.
drunk.
There's a captain's hat, and everything else is kind of.
Rick, we have a dump button. Could we hear the audio?
Rick,
Wow.
I would.
Hold on. Let's see. Hear
Hey,
this.
guys, that's a diaper.
It's a horse.
There you go.
Y'all playing with
Look,
Daniel.
that's what I want to see right there. Look.
Look.
Okay, got a little dog, a little horse.
Look, little man's not sure.
No.
Well, no, Greg. Somebody's put him on a horse.
And at that point, nobody's put that hat on him.
Gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thanks for being with us. LinkedIn.com/Bubba, back with us for 2023. Glad to have them in the mix again. Small business owners, maybe you're the hiring manager. You know that success this year is going to depend on the team members that you surround yourself with. Boy, when you make a hire, it's a big deal. You really can't mess this thing up. And LinkedIn Jobs helps you hire qualified candidates more efficiently by matching open roles that you have with the people who have the skills and the values and the experiences to help you achieve your goals. They get you quickly. They pull in those qualified candidates with their systems to the job that you have available, and they have these targeting tools that what we talk to you about fishing. You got to fish where the fish are. And so what they do is they help you fish in the right water to get the right fish. 875 million member profiles to put the post in front of, and then they'll use their tools to get that in front of the most qualified candidates that match what you're looking for. Then when you interview, you're interviewing the most qualified people. You don't waste time. You get it done efficiently. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You got a job post from us for free. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com under sponsors and see them right there. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. All right, so one of the other things that we have out there today, Matt Gaetz.
Yep.
And AOC, what's going on here?
Well, Matt Gaetz and AOC, Rick, politically could not be more, more different in their views.
Right.
180 degrees out of phase. And they were caught on camera talking to each other. And people have had a little fun by doing unfair edits with what their conversation was actually happening in that conversation.
Okay, all right. so how, this is people pretending to be their voices? Is that correct? Okay.
I think you'll hear some of that.
All right.
I've heard that the floor asked for shrubs to be put in the common areas.
Yeah,
no,
right.
We will not let this slide because, when you
obviously
do that,
we'd put in some rocks too.
Oh, interesting. All rocks are my friends. I didn't know. I've heard that the floor asked for shrubs to be put in the common areas.
Yeah,
No,
right.
we will not let this slide. Because, like, when you
Obviously,
do that...
we'd, put in some rocks, too.
Oh, interesting. All rocks are my friends. I didn't know.
You know, it would be interesting to get one of these lip reading experts to actually
Well,
tell you what
we
they
have
said.
we have that. We have someone that actually is trying to figure out what they're saying, and Adler has that for it.
Can you lip read this? Can you lip read this? Here's my best guess. It just seems like she's going over to figure out a story so then she can go share that story with someone else in a way, but whatever. So she says, so after they heard that, then they told you guys something. So after they heard that, then they told you guys something. I don't know what that is. It looks like who you just nominated, but I think we're just searching for words there that we think might fit. And then this next one, it can be so many different things. It can be, I didn't know who it was yesterday, or it could be, I didn't know we were doing that today. Something like that. But I switched. That looks like, but I switched. Something. He says something. Oh, interesting. Oh, well, I'll push through that. I'll let you know.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
That is pretty good.
That is pretty
So,
good. Because
Rick,
because the Republicans can't figure out the speaker deal, a lot of the Democrats are going to the Republicans, going, let's just put somebody in there that's kind of a neutral person. They're trying to push somebody through
Right.
to
Well, they're
for
wanting to
their
make
agenda.
a deal.
Of course
to
they
try
are.
to water down.
And that's why
the
you see some of them
Republicans.
talking and coming together.
Now, the Democrats, Rick, have nominated and keep suggesting that they make the speaker their guy.
Sure,
Now, they don't
of
have the
course.
votes to do it either.
well, yeah.
But it's funny. They asked the person who's actually running the process, and I don't remember the term they use for them, if they'll just accept them as speaker. And they do it every day, and then they all kind of laugh,
Sure. It's like Michigan fans being told by Ohio State fans, now we'd like to put one of our guys in.
You're right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
We'll take one of those
Sure.
if you're all right with it.
Right.
So. But anyway, it's look, democracy is never a pretty thing. We've learned that in the past, so it'll work itself out.
Yeah,
but it's funny to watch.
Right. And nothing will change in the lives of all of us. The government's too far. It's all grown to the point, and where we sit in all this is just a mess. The simple things that we need the government to do to unleash our liberty and the economy and our ability to maximize our potential, that I'm afraid that ship has sailed.
And my daughter Caitlin is now working on Capitol Hill again, so she's right in the middle of all this. She says it's something to behold.
Are we going to?
I think she will be on the floor today, so we might have to flip over to C-SPAN, see if we see her sitting in the gallery.
About that, is it true that because they don't have a speaker right now, the rules have changed a little bit as far as what press, what cameras? You're seeing cell phones on the floor and things like that. So that's maybe why we're getting some of these angles, like we had that video of Gaetz and AOC talking right now. Have y'all heard about that?
Well, I know this. We don't have anybody captaining the ship, so whatever the default is in play. And I'm sure they have a procedure for that, but I don't know what it is.
Gotcha.
I know they took down the metal detectors to get in, but I think that was a gesture of – because that's what he wanted, because Pelosi had put them up, but I don't know.
Well, it seems to me, now this is just me. Metal detectors going into the Capitol is a good thing and should
Well, to the
always be
chamber,
there.
yeah.
It would have picked up on some of those flagpoles.
Yeah, it's not a political thing, but you never know when you have some nut job trying to come in and do something. But I do know they're opening the Capitol back up to the public for tours and everything too. So that'll be good.
Are we going to talk about Christmas break, your daughter, and you calling that?
Yeah, that's probably a pretty good lead into that.
Yeah,
and
so on the break, so many things went on. You try to organize how you're going to see all the family, and so the day that Sherry and I were going to see her family, Sherry, we were driving. It was a beautiful day, and it was cold, but it was beautiful. and we were riding, and all of a sudden I get a text from Bubba that was, I'll let you speak for yourself on what you were.
Well, my daughter has, she is now working with Congressman Jerry Carl from Mobile, Alabama 1. And she was working over the holidays with the office phone from D.C., but doing it remotely. And so she was answering calls. And, you know, some of the calls I was overhearing her answer were a little comical. And people were calling in about the you know, the big bill, the budget bill, the omnibus bill. And so I simply text Rick and said, you know, Caitlin's managing the phone. Maybe Dickie and Admire would want to call in. And
love it.
So I'm sitting there. She's at the table, and I'm watching her and listening to her take some of these calls. And she gets a call from Dickie and Admire.
Yeah, I was riding, and Sherry and I was not driving, so that worked out. Sherry was actually driving. Sometimes Sherry just declares she wants to drive, and that's fine with me. And so I was over there, and she goes, "What are you doing?" And I said, "I'm having to find a phone number." And she said, "For who? Who are you calling?" I said, "Well, apparently Bubba's, texting me. Caitlin's answering calls for the congressman she's working for, and I got to find his number so I can call in and be Dickie and Admire." And she said, "What?" And she goes, "Do you think is that what should you do that? Is she working right now?" And I said, "Yeah, but Bubba can see it. So he'll be able to. I don't have I got a tight window here. I mean, I got to."
I'm sitting here watching.
Right, and so I called up. I was surprised that she went by K. I was not surprised. I wasn't ready for that.
Right.
And so she answers the congressman, whatever. And I said, "Hey, who's speaking?" And she said, "This is Kay." "Well, what's he gonna do about this cold weather?"
Oh no!
Okay. And she.
It was one of those days. It was like 7. You know.
Yeah. "I don't think the congressman's doing much. It's too cold here in Alabama. What's he gonna do about it?" And she was like, and I forget what she said, but she was basically trying to get rid of me.
She was being polite.
Yeah, she was being polite. "Okay, well, I'll pass it. Hey, let me ask you this: does he pull in for the tide?" and she was like, "Huh?" I said, "Can I get a road tide from you?" And she was like, "No." I said, "Let me have a road tide." And she goes, "Road tide."
That's funny.
She was just trying to get me off the phone.
I got in so much
And then
trouble.
I started getting texts from Bubba. I'm in a lot of trouble. But
Yeah. I was getting chewed out.
Oh, that's good.
She goes, "You know, this is official." Right. I said, "Yeah, I know." I said, "I've been listening to some of these calls." I said, "That wasn't any stranger than somebody."
I don't understand why he's not doing something about this cold.
It's cold. It's killing my green
She
field.
says they get a transcript of every call. And I had already called once myself, you know. She says, "You're going to get me fired. You're going to get me fired." I said, "Well, I can't help what the public is
That's
calling,
right. The
wanting to
call's
share."
coming in.
I'll tell you what's funny. When it was over, Sherry was over there laughing, and she did say this because this was something Sherry and I were doing at home, and we brought it to the show.
Yeah.
This Dickie and Admire thing. She goes, "I got to tell you, that still kills me." I want to say what you just did. You probably shouldn't have done, but I'll tell you what, that's funny. And I said, "Yeah, well, Bubba gave me the green light. If I got the green light, I'm not gonna mess with anybody's kid unless I get the green light."
Well, it was a green light, and then I got in trouble. But it was funny to me.
"I don't understand. Did you do anything about this deep Arctic blast?" We'll be back.
Are busted.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There it is. The Jacksons.
Shake your body down to the ground. Let's dance. Let's shout.
So that's just one of those. It was funny because my wife and I last night. It's when you have your kids, they get up and they become adults and they live in their own world. You start coming up with places that would keep one of the parties or both parties from having to drive a large distance. So we live about 2 hours and 40 minutes, something like that, from our son over in Atlanta. So traffic, can always push up to 3. But so where I'm from, Oxford, Alabama, they used to say the county Bubba's from too, close to Birmingham, no, near Birmingham, near Atlanta, near Perfect.
Or close to Birmingham, close to Atlanta, close to your heart, or something.
No,
It was something like that.
It was near Atlanta, near Birmingham, near Perfect. Wasn't that it? I think. But anyway, it's almost. It's not. It's a little closer to Birmingham than Atlanta, but it's almost halfway.
Yeah, just a click.
Yeah, a click. Yeah. So we set up to meet him for his birthday. Was last Thursday. He was too busy. We didn't get a chance to see him over the weekend. So he's like, "Look, let's meet halfway." And so we were driving over there to meet him and. Met him and had fun and hung out last night. Well, when Sherry and I are out there driving, we'll get the groove out.
Yeah.
And so we all of a sudden, and Sherry loves the Jacksons. I mean, you get her stirred up.
Does she like it loud?
Who don't? Oh yeah, she likes it loud.
See, Betty doesn't like loud music, so that immediately we have a problem there.
Sherry,
because I like it loud.
Sherry likes to rock with me a little bit, and
I gotta feel it. I don't want to just hear it. I want to feel it.
So we do a lot of praise and worship, which we both pretty much like the same. But then when we get into kind of secular music, she's over here a little bit more on the R&B funky side.
Yeah,
and I'm a little bit over here on the rock side.
Yeah, I'd be more with Sherry.
But we can land on Michael Jackson's catalog.
Yeah,
and the Jackson's 5 and Michael, and we can just. And I'm gonna tell you, we were shaking our body down to the ground coming back from
a little off the wall stuff
from the Big O. And the only one that Sherry really likes and I know this is gonna be controversial, and I don't mean to. And I played it for her because I always DJ. She drove on the way back, and I sat over and DJ'd, and so, but because my DJing skills are just superior. That's it. I'm able to keep us in a flow. Sherry, pecks around a little too much, and our flow will stop if she's DJing. You know what I mean?
You got to know the beats per minute,
right?
Yeah.
And so I played for her, and look, I realize that a lot of you Michael Jackson people are going to be very upset with me about this. I don't really like Rock With You.
Well,
I want to rock with you.
It's all right, but
it's not funky enough for me. It's a little too smooth, a little too.
It's a groove, Rick. It's what I call a groove.
Sherry loves Rock With You, loves it, but I don't.
It's okay.
It's just not one of my.
It can transition you to something else.
I mean, it's no, don't stop till you get enough.
No, well, no, Rick, it's not even close.
It don't want to start. It don't want to be starting something.
And what I call the lost hit, Blood on the Dance Floor.
Right. Yeah. Can I tell you one?
It should have been a hit, but he had some other PR problems going on at the time. It never made it big.
I'm going to tell you one that top to bottom is not a great song, but when it first kicks into that first riff is Black and White. When that first riff hits, that's strong. You'll hear that today on the show. You write that down.
I'll push Smooth Criminal right up there pretty high, too.
Yes, the groove of that is really good. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to drop a lot of Michael today because we sang it coming back from last month.
Look, you look here. No complaints here?
No. I just didn't. It's whatever mood I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm not going to wear it out, but we
can rotate that one back, though, sometime.
Maybe.
That'd be fun.
Maybe. We'll see.
He's got a catalog.
Let me tell you what you can count on top of this hour with the voice guy on top of it's Jam.
Yeah. We've talked about that video. It's funny you brought that up.
You love when we just go inside the mind things I've been thinking about. I tell you, look, sitting in the car, I ain't going to be on there tomorrow.
I can see myself walking now.
I can see that with a little voiceover.
It's a great song. It's a great song, but the video, when you see how bad Michael Jackson was at shooting basketball, and you see what a terrible dancer Michael Jordan was. Boy, is that not eye-opening to people have their own thing that they're good at, and obviously not practicing the others.
Well, let's face it. Even The Office, the TV show The Office, took on the same thing we did. We thought Don Juan would be good at basketball. He wasn't.
I picked him first, Rick.
Let me tell you something. When Stanley got picked immediately for the basketball game, and he said, "What are y'all picking me for?" Well, Stanley, I think and Stanley's terrible. And all of a sudden, Kevin, the white fat guy's draining three.
Yeah.
When Kevin's draining three.
Oh, that is a funny show, isn't it?
Oh, look, fat guy Kevin. It is 9 minutes now to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba, we're back. Updating you on a few things. I literally get a ticket update at midnight and noon every 12 hours. And so before the show started today, I saw the midnight update from themanchurch.com, the conference coming up in February. We are down to less than 50 tickets. So less than 50 before it is sold out. So if you're putting this off, don't do that. You need to make the move and get it done if you want to be there with us coming up at the end of February in our hometown, Oxford, Alabama. Men are coming from all over the country. Some that are already doing the men's discipleship strategy as kind of a convention gathering. Others just wanting to come and find out more and attend a great conference, whatever the case may be. Less than 50 tickets remain, FYI. All right, so do we get into this? I'm so tired and sick of this. I can't even muster much energy for it, but here we go. In the latest attempt to terrify us with COVID, XBB 1.5, is that we're saying?
Rick, what happened to? I thought we were going by the Greek alphabet. What happened to that?
Somebody got
we broke away
offended
with
and-
Omicron, whatever
it was.
and then we started subvariants of that.
Right.
I mean, it's hard to be scared of XBB.1.5. I mean, what in the world? This is the newest variant, Rick. They're saying it's making up 70% of the cases in the northeast United States right now.
Did you hear who's bothered by this name? Elon Musk.
Yeah, he should be.
He said this is what he was going to name his other kid.
Right, right. He should be very upset.
That's good, Rick.
I'm so proud you even knew that. So the thing is, and this is how they always start, the new variant, more transmissible than any previous variant.
Oh, if you think
how can it be more transmissible? The last one we had, if you got within 3 miles of somebody with it, you got it.
Yeah.
I mean, how can it be?
They claim.
I mean, how can it be? Every one of them, they say this about.
I know.
I mean, when they start with that, I almost go, I
think I
buying
got this over the holidays, by the way.
Probably.
This variant. Serious, because my parents got it.
Yeah, I remember that.
And they were, and I don't know if this was the variant or not, but they were, based off what I've read on this variant, and it's not real tough on you. It's like a head cold.
It's actually less serious, but more transmissible.
But the headline which makes sense because I was around my mom, and a day later had
Did you
a head
get within
cold.
3 miles of her?
Yeah, and had a head cold for a couple days after this, after being around her, and she was diagnosed with COVID.
Well, thank you for saying this because to what Speedy is saying, we're all saying, they're just trying to terrify you with all these headlines. This is the process of any virus. It's going to be around forever. And this is just another virus that comes around that you can get sick. And somebody may call in and say, I have the flu. Okay, man, we'll come back when you feel better. Now you may call in and say, hey, I got COVID. Okay, well, come back when you feel better. And then I love when they always try to scare you about hospital beds. Oh, my. And then all of a sudden, now watch when they do that. Every time they do that, all of a sudden it just fades out of the headlines.
Yeah.
You know, because what happens is, hospital beds fill up all the time when we get to times of year where a lot more people get sick because there's people that are elderly, there's people that have immune deficiencies, and sometimes people have to have more care than others. But that's why those number of beds are in hospitals because they are expecting that many people to be sick.
Rick, that is an excellent point.
Yeah.
Now, keep in mind.
But they always scare you with it. But notice then it fades away. Right. Now, I'm not talking about back when it first got here. That was different. I'm talking about once we've gotten now where we're living with it. These hospitals.
We have
they're
some
overwhelmed.
natural immunity.
And
to
then if you ask them, well, how many of those people actually have COVID that are in these beds? And then also before you know it, it's a montage of all kinds of sicknesses. Well,
Rick, keep in mind if hospitals are only 50% full, they go out of business. They're designed to run at 80 to 90%. Okay,
people get
and
sick.
that's the norm. They should be 80 to 90%.
People get sick. I talked to, I guess it was this variant. Who knows? One of my sons had COVID not too long ago again, and he had this stomach virus. You know, the Grinch that tried to steal Christmas. And I said, which one of those would you rather have again? He said, give me COVID all day long.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He said that stomach virus. He said that was far worse than COVID. He said when I had COVID, I was tired.
Yeah.
And I felt like I had a cold. Yeah. And I stayed home till I felt better. Yeah. And just about everybody, our Sunday school class,
I didn't stay home. I worked through it.
Hey, every week it was in our Sunday school class. You know what we have? Hey, these people can't come. Hey, I got COVID. Hey, I got the flu. Hey, I got a virus. And then you know what? And then you know what else? They come back when they feel better.
Yeah.
So what if there's another variant that's contagious? So what?
Yeah.
You know, it's funny. It's funny you said that because it's like nothing else really is at the level of COVID, if you think about it. Terry's mom, they couldn't come over for Christmas because she was sick for almost like a week.
Yeah.
And I mean, it had her down.
Sure.
She went and got tested for everything, came back she had bronchitis when nobody cared.
No.
Okay. You got bronchitis.
Oh, bronchitis, even though you felt worse than the person who has the latest COVID.
It's like nobody cares if you have something else.
No, you can't get anybody's attention. Really, I'll be honest with you, we've kind of lost our hype for flu.
Yeah.
We're not all that fired up about it anymore. Oh, well, that's boring.
Oh, you just got the flu?
The
Okay.
people that I know that have had the flu versus the people who are having this latest variant of COVID, the flu people are more sick.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, and we still got these ridiculous, Bubba just pointed it out on TV up there. We still got tennis players that can't get in our country and play
ridiculous.
because we've extended that.
Very quietly.
Yes.
That was done yesterday.
Ridiculous.
Yeah,
we have a story
extended
on
till
Novak.
April,
Yeah.
I think. And so now there's like 2 huge tennis tournaments, Miami Open and Indian Wells, and there's players, Novak's one of them, that can't even play because. Meanwhile, he'll be in Australia playing in the Australian Open. They're actually, after all that debacle with him last year, they're actually going to allow him in the country to do that. But here in the U.S., we still have these ridiculous rules that are carrying on at least till April.
But now keep in mind,
I don't get it.
in mind, if he would just go to Mexico,
I know
he could walk in and be bussed by the governor, probably pretty close to a tennis tournament somewhere.
Yeah, no
Just
doubt
go
about
pick
it.
him up and get him there.
Right up to the U.S. Open.
But can I just
right there in New
He'd
York.
at least make it to D.C.
Yeah.
Can I just concentrate and look? I could be gone tomorrow over something. I get it. Okay, there's some things I can control and there's some things I can't. With everything that's going on in this fallen creation, all the different ways you can get sick. If your plan is I want to live somehow where I'll never get sick, that's a dumb plan. What the plan needs to be is you need to be healthy. You need to be, your immune system needs to be strong, and you need to concentrate on being healthy.
Yep.
That is the number one thing you need to be doing.
And no matter what you do, if the Lord tarries, we're all going to die. Your immune system will eventually play out. Right. Something will get you. Yeah. But you try to have a quality of life as good as you can, as long as you can.
Right.
And that's all you can do.
Right. But when all this started 2 years ago, I began to focus on, I'm going to work on my immune system. I'm going to work on my health. And, you know, I say I could call in and be sick tomorrow because I can't help things I get exposed to. But the last 2 years, I haven't been sick, and I hope that I can continue. And if I get sick, you get through it. That you can concentrate on, and that would be a smart move. Trying to live your life hoping nothing ever gets you sick, that
good luck.
That ain't gonna work.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let me grab the boss.
Can I get her a lozenge, please? Lozenge, please.
Up, you creep.
Okay, so Hillary, you know, we back during the election, we knew that Hillary, there were certain rumors about health issues, some of them involving balance. We remember the metal falling out of her pantsuit.
Nobody has ever addressed that and said what that was. Rick, here's the acceptable answer. Hillary had a knee brace on, a boat fell out of it.
Yep.
I'd take that.
Yep. You know what? At one point, I thought
what
she
is
was
she
gonna,
the Tin Man?
I thought she was going to start dancing, saying, "I'm a real girl. I'm a real girl." You know, like the marionette joint broke off. Yeah.
Rick, we replay that every time we're around the swimming pool.
God, I'm a real boy.
I'm a real boy.
All right, so Hillary now they're saying, what's up with Hillary and stairs? She can't seem to get downstairs without falling.
She can't. She's had a history of it.
So they say she has slipped again, and they make the word again, make sure this is happening. She went to India Monday. Now, why would you do this to the people of India? Haven't they been through enough? She's promoting her book there that explains her 2016 presidential loss. I could write a book on how Hillary lost You were a terrible candidate.
Oh no, Rick. No,
Yeah,
no.
right.
She's blaming everybody.
Of course.
Her.
You got more baggage than a Delta flight attendant trying to load a 747. You know what I'm saying?
Bubba, she has some really deep thoughts about her losing the election, like blaming voters who didn't like black people getting rights.
What?
Oh yeah, she goes off the deep
Time out.
end.
Where were all
rights? Who doesn't have rights?
What? Where were these voters? I tell you why I don't like Hillary Clinton. She wants to give black folks rights. Where
I didn't realize that
did anybody ever say what?
I'll be honest with you.
Denied rights at this moment.
I sit around a lot of tables at a lot of
My God.
local eating establishments with people who are voting for Donald Trump. Not one time did I hear that was one of the reasons. Not one time.
I did not either.
No.
So she has slipped on a set of stairs yet again.
Not once, but twice.
Yeah, and
now she's got someone helping her get down the steps, and then when she slips one time, then someone else comes to her aid on the other side, and then she slips again. Almost does the splits.
Now, is it just still shots, or do we have video?
No, there's video.
Here we
She's
go.
coming
All right,
down.
watch her right here.
And she's about to slip here.
Oh, wow.
There she
There's-
goes.
But she already had one guy escorting her.
Right, that's
It
what I
must be
said, yeah.
slick steps there or something.
Well, no, they're doing just fine.
No,
It appears everybody else is making
goes
it.
again.
Yeah.
What is she
Even
doing?
the people
Did
behind
she blow
her
out?
walking.
Did she lose a shoe? She just took her shoes off.
She did.
She kicked the one off that was still on.
Yeah. I wonder who these people are that are helping her down the steps. Who are these people?
I don't know. It looks like
Secret
maybe
Service.
looks like somebody with her in,
There you
her,
go.
in her group.
And then, all right.
Guys, she's 70 years old.
Is
Maybe
she?
Maybe she just can't.
She's 70?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well,
I tell you what.
Why don't let me ask you this: of all the options you can check for your life, is just going away and retiring being one of them?
Bubba, I got to get my book out there. It tells about why I lost because I'm so prideful just to think that I just people didn't want to vote for me. Bubba,
maybe people are just sick of you and your family all the time.
Yeah, could be that.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see, Bubba, the guy in the yellow shirt is pulling your style when you wear the Wilford Brimley, where you have the shirt tail underneath the vest?
Well, you know,
Look,
Rick, I'm a trendsetter.
Look, see,
Don't ever doubt it.
He's got your look, the shirt tail under the vest.
See, the fact that he's taller than he is wide helps,
Yeah,
but
right.
it's a good look.
And it's a stylish shirt, it looks like.
It is. There you go.
You know, there's really not a style that works for bowling ball. You know, I mean, it's just really not anything there.
What if I opened a men's store called Bowling Ball? And I was like, we're very specialized.
Right.
But in here, you look
Bowling ball and bowling pin.
you look fantastic and everything in here.
I got to say though, one of her worst falls that was captured in 2011.
Oh, it's a bad one.
Had to be her going into it looked like maybe Air Force One or something. I can't explain it. It was some type of plane, and she falls going into the plane. It looks like maybe the last step got her, but here she is going up.
All right. So this is her once again. She does seem to have some vertigo problems. You can tell by the way she's walking.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and when you have a balance issue, just
y'all aren't ready for this.
So does she fall bad right here?
Oh, yeah.
Just one little step up. She didn't see.
So that she just tripped there.
Yeah,
I feel
there's a step up.
I feel like
You gotta
I'm
get
watching
over it.
America's Funniest Home Videos.
How has this video been kept from me?
I think if you had a camera, you look around the corner, you see Bill with his foot out.
Greg, how has that been kept from me for 7 years?
You know, I don't think I've ever seen that one.
I haven't either.
How could I miss that?
I could play that one with Castro back to back.
I'm telling you.
The Castro was one of my
All right, here we
favorites,
go.
buddy. I mean, he went on in, didn't he? It's like he was doing a Pete Rose.
Yeah.
Rick, have you seen in the story the list of Hillary Clinton's trips and falls in public? It starts in, 2011. We just showed that one.
Okay. Six minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 29 years and still here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here with us as we move forward. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being with us as we start year number 30.
So looking back over the vacation, we covered.
That's 3 decades.
I know, it's unbelievable. I like what you said yesterday, which is true. Is I have done the show longer than I've been alive, as far as half of it.
Yeah. For me at 58, you know, I've been here more than I have not.
Yeah,
and
so,
that's a weird feeling,
Yeah,
really.
yeah.
You kind of have to sit down and. It's kind of like you see the Northern Lights, you know. It kind of weirds you out.
There's
a little
now more life of being on Rick and Bubba than there was life not being on Rick and Bubba.
Right.
God, that's crazy. By 2 years, it's ahead.
Gosh.
So anyway, looking at some of the
I need a
stuff.
snack.
We talked a little bit yesterday, and we were kind of doing the 30,000-foot look at vacation, and today now we're gonna get and zero in on some of the individuals. We kind of told you in general some of the stuff that we were doing. And we definitely got some good stories out of that. I had to kind of deal with some of that at home yesterday.
I bet you did.
But anyway, the
Mr. Unfiltered.
Back to, by the way, when Sherry walked into the kitchen and said this phrase, what is hashtag save camp house? I said,
you know what? That's better than another question.
I was going to say.
Afraid she was going to ask.
It could have been hashtag menopause.
Yeah. I was a little confused by y'all's reaction to that yesterday. I didn't know that was some dark secret you're not supposed to share. I thought that was just part of life.
I just didn't think we were supposed to openly talk about it.
Right.
That was the thing.
Should we not announce? Should we not have told everybody that Adler's wife was pregnant? I mean, what? I mean,
Well,
this is
Rick, that's a little different.
That's very.
How do you get pregnant?
That's a little different.
How do you get pregnant?
That's very different.
You're so dangerous right now.
I mean, reckless. Borderline reckless.
Yeah, right. No brakes.
Borderline reckless.
My brakes are out. My brakes are out. My brakes are out.
I feel like you're on black ice.
Yeah.
Can't stop.
Pull the emergency brake. Something.
2 years, big for us. All right, so really need to be sitting in the place of having the upper hand on that one.
Sure.
But anyway, so we had the staff hunt, and all that went on, and so we didn't talk about when Adler got there because Adler was only going to be able to come down and hunt because he's in that time of life where going off to hunt is not as easy as it is for some of us that are empty nesters. But so he came down trying to work his schedule, and for some reason he always wants to bow hunt. I don't know why.
Yes,
absolutely. But anyway, and
it's the Native American in him.
I do. Yes.
Out in the yard?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Which means
in the neighborhood?
Neighbors love it.
Which means is the reason why I never became a bow hunter. What it means, and it happened, is that he'll see a deer he really wants to take, and it'll be too far away, or he can't get the shot on it. But anyway, let's start at the first part. So, and this is tough, especially when he knows that he's going to be around Greg. But so he shows up, and did you intend to try to wear those shoes, honey?
Yeah, y'all. So I'm stupid, and I didn't get all of my stuff together that morning. So I'm trying to sneak out of the house super early, and I mean, I'm looking for my boots, but I'm also running late.
Right.
And so I was like, you know what? I've got these trail shoes, legitimate trail shoes.
Trail shoes, by the way.
They're trail shoes, not just tennis shoes. Y'all kept calling them tennis shoes. And I'm like, all right, I'll wear these.
Look.
But the closer and closer I got to the farm, I was like, this is going to be a problem. And that feeling just got worse and worse and worse. And then I walk in the door, and it's not 2 seconds, and y'all start saying stuff about my shoes.
Yeah.
And that was the end of that.
Well, you have your shoes that you travel to the location in.
And those are perfect.
And then you change over. And we thought that's what you had
we
done.
thought you were going to change
but
over.
you were standing firm on, no, this is what I'm hunting.
Well, he said he had 2 pairs of socks
I
on.
did.
So
Adler, I would.
And I get it, and I almost.
You should have called them climbing shoes.
Yes, they were the same. That's the same thing.
Those are New Balance tennis shoes.
I
hate to break it to you.
Yeah.
And if you're going in a shooting house, I'll almost let it slide.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you're bow hunting. You got to get out in action. You're going to wear
you got
those.
white socks on, so when you sit down, they see
you
white
got Granddaddy's New Balances on.
They were gray. They were gray. Okay.
Hey,
The ground was
that
a
ain't
little moist.
granddaddy shoes.
And y'all jumped on me like, I mean, piranhas in the water. Like, oh, these shoes, you're not wearing those shoes, are you?
We were afraid you were going to be miserable.
Well, and
Well, let me tell you what, Adler, you got the perfect chance to get back at Greg today.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Look, we get to the point where we're old enough. You just give up. You wear comfortable shoes.
Yeah,
you know.
sure.
But anyway, so what? To add insult to injury, as we always love here on this show and with this group. So it's also the cold front is moving in. It's not like Adler's going out into a more. It got a lot worse. But that first Saturday we were off is when the cold front
brutal.
it was coming in.
It's cold.
It's not like he was going to be sitting out on that morning hunt like in a warm morning. And so I finally say I'm sure here one of the many reasons Camp House must be saved.
Safe Camp House.
I said
Safe Camp House.
I said I believe I have boots of old. Now what hurt him was when he realized what I was trying to say as delicately as I could, and I'm committed to being delicate with people.
Yes, you are.
I said there's boots in here that nobody uses anymore.
Right.
And unfortunately, what that meant is, would you like to wear some of the boys' boots they had when they were kids?
Well, you didn't have to. You didn't have to say that.
Yeah, right.
You didn't have to mention that to everybody.
Right. And you could see you putting that together. Why would there be boots available? Well, because the boys have outgrown them, And
I thought it was when you had like some football players come as like to hunt, and so you bought them for some pro football players, and that's what I was using.
Right. So I went back there and found some tiny boots, and
hey, 9.5. All right.
They had Woody from Toy Story on them.
And you had 2 pair of socks on, so they kind of fit.
Yeah, I was. I had 2 pairs, so I was prepared.
And let me tell you what happened, Bubba. When he put them on, you think he was going to tell me they were too big? No way, no how.
I caught him stuffing toilet paper.
They weren't too big. They fit perfect with my 2 socks on.
Right. But weren't you glad you had them on, though?
I will say that my feet got a little more cold, I think, than if I had worn my shoes.
Okay.
That's not possible.
Guys, I Googled the model of the shoe, and if you look on New Balance's website, there's a guy like he's stepping on a log. Okay, and if y'all thought
stepping on a log,
if y'all thought those were the wrong shoes, you're wrong. I almost sent that picture to the whole group like 8 hours later because it was still bothering me.
Not very insulated, but they can't step on a log.
But you were looking for that.
But then you also did though see a deer on that hunt.
Yes,
or
yes,
you made it up.
Or you made it up.
I did. Y'all, the amount of nature I saw, I felt bad because y'all did not see as much as I did.
On our morning hunt was well, of course I was worried. I was
those
worried.
shoes smelly though. The reason the deer didn't get closer.
Could be.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, but
so I did draw.
But I was worried about Camp House breakfast, so I didn't stay out there too long on the morning.
Let me be Crocodile Hunter here for 1 second, or not Crocodile Hunter because he didn't hunt. He didn't actually hunt. But let me tell the story. All right, so I'm sitting in the blind, and Rick drops me off. I'm out in the middle of nowhere. It's dark in the woods. You're like, wow. So I'm just sitting in the woods and it's dark. So there's that feeling. I forget about that feeling.
Dark. It's real dark.
I mean, real dark.
It's extremely dark.
It's real. You can't see anything.
And you're in a ladder stand.
Yes, I'm in it. I'm in the deep woods, and so I'm sitting there. Sun comes up. My feet are a little bit cold because the boots are too big. And then finally I started getting some action. I hear some stuff. First of all, it's a couple squirrels, and then I'm like, I hear something. I know something's around me, and so I expose my ears because my scarf was not, it was covering my ears. I exposed my, and right then in
Please
that
don't
moment,
say scarf, but go ahead.
or whatever, gator.
You say head cover.
Gator.
My head covering.
Yes,
Head dressing.
Yeah.
Hunting cap.
My noggin.
And so and right then and there, he kind of snuck up on me. There was a shootable buck, a shooter.
Yeah.
And he is on my right, probably 30 yards, pretty close to me.
On his right again.
Wait, on the right?
I'm looking straight out from the stand, and he's on my right.
Okay.
And he starts circling behind me, behind the tree. He doesn't see me yet, so I'm trying to get a view of him behind the tree, get my bow ready, whatever. And then he comes back over my left. He crosses the creek at some point, and he's on the other side of the creek over my left shoulder, and he's walking through some pretty thick stuff, but he's about to hit a gap in the trees where I could take the shot, He's 2 steps from the gap, and I draw my bow. This is the first time I've ever drawn my bow on a live animal. I've done it a million times on targets, but never on a live animal. So this is a big thing.
Not even Franklin?
Not even Franklin.
All right.
Occasionally Franklin.
Right.
Y'all, I don't know if he winded me, if he saw just a little bit of movement for me drawing back, or if he heard my heart beating out of my chest.
Yeah, I bet it was.
Because he looked at me through those sticks, and I'm just pulling, and he's just staring. And I'm like, please, man, just take 2 more steps. That's all I need. And he stayed behind those twigs and branches or whatever, walked straight up the hill. Just slowly. I never spooked him. He just slowly made his way up the hill, got to the top, and I think it was like 10 or 12 times, goes.
So he did smell you.
Blow it.
Yeah.
We got a weirdo in the woods. There's
Right. He's
there's
announcing
something
it.
With
weird.
New Balances on.
He's got New Balances on.
Pair of tennis shoes.
And he's,
Alert!
I smell something weird
Danger,
over there.
Will Robinson.
So that was the last
Little
deer I
man
saw.
in tree.
Why is this
Alert.
guy wearing tiny boots? and a scarf.
We got Woody in the woods.
You're my favorite deputy. Yeah, they can't see Hunter's orange, but they can see yellow from Woody's cartoon on the side.
So that deer was just basically saying to the entire neighborhood, hey, there's something going on. That was the last deer I saw all day, but it was awesome. It was a really exciting time.
Yeah, that is cool. All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
She was while inside her Washington home in 2013. You remember that?
Is that
she
the
said she
concussion?
fell. Yeah.
That's when she had
yeah.
to testify about Benghazi.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
then mysteriously got better when it was election season.
Right. While visiting a rehabilitation center in 2016, while climbing off the steps of her home she fell. Looks like on the campaign trail in 2016 she fell. 9/11
she
Memorial.
fell at the 9/11 deal.
Yeah, in 2016 she fell.
Do we have the video of the one with the metal falling out? Can I see that one again? Is that
that one?
She didn't fall there. It's just metal fell out. We can get that for you here, Bubba.
But you know that's
that
one
is
of my
where she
favorites.
collapsed, leaving the
Yes, we
9/11
do.
memorial.
Yeah, that's a dandy.
I mean, when you hear the metal jingling on the ground, what is that?
I mean, it's not every day that metal falls out your drawer.
Rick, I can't think of anybody I've ever seen fall that metal came out of their pants. Listen.
Look, she's got my old van. I love that van.
Listen.
I heard it.
Did you hear it?
Yeah.
It's like somebody throwing change in the park.
Yo, that's when she had that. Yeah, she passed out bad.
Yo, they were holding her. Look, they already doubled right there.
slowed it
Went
down.
down. Went down again.
There's the metal. See it hit right there behind her foot?
Yep. Still no. I mean, Rick, what do you have in your pants that's metal that falls out? I mean, knee brace? Back brace?
Look, she's already starting to waver right there. See how she's standing? I'll tell you, the way she walks, it's like she has balance trouble all the time.
Yeah, she's definitely got some issues there.
They're right there, big time. Who wobbling? A lot of wobble. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Glad to be here and thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba family.
All right, I have an idea, and we talked about it a little bit in the break. Everybody, just picture this, if you will. So we just heard in the last hour, and we can't believe it, that there was a circus fight over the body of Charles Manson. There's a circus fight over the estate of Charles Manson, which includes songs he wrote and his image and all this, I guess, to do. Like Greg said, there's been some T-shirts and stuff that I can't believe people buy, but are out there. And then John McEnroe sold a Charles Manson-inspired painting for $10.4 million, inspired, and with hopes that others will be able to see it and study it. Now, I don't know what we're studying. I've seen it. It's hard to study it. So anyway, this got us talking. And Greg brought up, that he saw some kind of documentary on Metallica where one of the members of Metallica sold a bunch of paintings that he just had.
But he had invested in.
Yeah, he invested.
It's
same
that
thing.
weird art that that looks like scribble, but people love it.
And then I told Greg.
He made millions.
And I said, even though the paintings on their own somebody declared are worth money, the fact that if you're a Metallica person, you'd like to buy one from one of the Metallica guys.
Yeah,
if
you're into that.
And then we got celebrities and presidents who have painted and then people like their paintings. And then it hit me, and we were talking, that Bubba was an aspiring painter when he was a boy, and he has
like 10, Rick.
He has these paintings of birds.
I have one.
And
didn't you do a dog or something?
I did a pen and ink of a dog, and then there's one of a horse, I think.
But what I was thinking is, if we could get a gallery, and I know some galleries here.
Thank you, Rick.
And if we could find your paintings, and set those up for viewing.
I think I've put them online before, pictures of them when I found them at my mom's.
But I want, but that's not the same. I'll picture somebody saying tonight, guess what they're auctioning? Bubba's birds.
The Bubba Bussy collection.
Yeah,
Greg, and some.
You know, I
but
need
of course,
to-
the walking dog is Bubba's bird.
Bubba's birds.
Yeah. Somebody says, "Well, I got Bubba's horse." Yeah, but look what I got.
Yeah,
I got
but
his
Rick,
birds.
there's
Very
one,
rare.
and you know, I don't know where it got off to, but you know, I had one of Tommy Keith flying through the solar system, dunking a basketball. Don't ever forget
You
that.
drew
one.
that?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a favorite. You know,
Well, why did you give up on your sketching and your painting?
I got busy doing other things, I guess.
I mean, because you still got it, right?
I
mean,
don't-
You draw
I
pretty.
don't-
You draw a pretty daggum good Mickey Mouse.
No, it's Snoopy.
Snoopy. That's I knew it was some cartoon.
Rick, you remember when we
your
went,
Snoopy's not bad.
Well, Rick, unfortunately, for them to be of any value, I've got to aspire to a higher level here on Earth, and then have a tragic death in a plane crash,
Right.
and then you might have
or
something.
cut an ear off or something.
Yeah, something weird.
Rick, do you remember when we were first through third grade? We went to private school, and they had the art contest every year, and they give the ribbons.
Yes.
And
Yeah, because it was a time of despair for me.
Listen.
So we're back, 22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and you can reach us right now. The real Greg Burgess goes to the phones. All 10 lines are available. Our first phone troll of the show today. The buzzer will help us work through that. That means, first of all, we open all 10 lines, so getting in is easy. And then if you move right now, and then if you're in the line because of the buzzer, we move through those quickly, and the phone troll is different than just a regular phone segment, meaning we stay away from any meaningless shout-outs, shameless plugs, none of that. This is strictly, I have a comment, I have a question, and I'm bringing information to the table. Things you need to know. Coming up this week, I'll be in Athens, Alabama, Friendship Church, Sunday night. Getting the details. Looks like it's going to be a great gathering for the men there as they go through the men's discipleship strategy from themanchurch.com. This will be their next gathering. They're already in the curriculum, and look forward to spending some time with Athens, Alabama. I love Athens. You've been to Athens in a while?
Oh, many times.
I love that downtown area. Really nice there. So looking forward to being in Athens, Alabama coming up this Sunday evening. All those details are at themanchurch.com under events or rickandbubba.com, and you can be with us. And I think if you're already at the church, I'll see you there. If you'd like to come over and kick the tires, we'd love to have you also, and thankful to be trusted with doing that. All right, so Samantha is out of Sweet Home, Alabama. She'll get us started on the phone troll. If you're calling right now and it's ringing, just hang in there because Greg is working his way to getting to you. So Samantha and Sweet Home, Alabama, here we go. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling.
Phone troll.
Samantha's not on hold. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your name? Where are you calling from? 30 seconds. Go ahead. I will get to Samantha in a minute. Hello?
Hey, it's John, man. How you doing, Rick?
Hey, John. John, we're great, man. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I was just going to say I love the show, man, and congratulations on the Big Six. And, you know, y'all I know this was talking yesterday, but you were talking about scoring points. I actually had one scored in Pope and Young, and they have to be an inch to be considered a scoreable point.
Yeah, I've seen people, you got the old codgers. If you can hang a ring on it.
Yeah,
And,
Boone and Crockett versus Calhoun County's two different measuring systems. Yeah,
Yeah. I think by the time some of my friends I grew up with were done with that deer, it'd be a 10-point.
Like it right here. Look.
How about this? It was a mature deer with a good, thick rack, and it was definitely a shooter. Terry in Alabama. Terry, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you? Especially where we hunt. Hey, Terry.
Alabama should make them playoffs.
I'm sorry, Terry. Say that again.
Alabama should have made them playoffs.
Well, no, not really. Alabama could have made the playoff if they just beat Tennessee and LSU. That's all.
I think if they'd have just lost one of those two,
Yeah,
they'd
right.
probably
You're right.
win.
Yeah. The reason Alabama's not in the playoff is because Alabama didn't win.
They couldn't get it done, Terry.
They didn't do what they need to do in the regular season. Are they one of the best teams in the country? Yes. Do I think they're one of the best four? Yes. Would they be a handful to everybody who had to play them in the playoff? Yes. But they didn't get it done, and a true Alabama fan knows that, and so did the players on the team. Just simply win, like Bubba said, I think even one of those games, and you're in. Don't lose two. You can't do that.
And here's the good news.
In the 12-team playoff, you might get away with that.
Yeah, when you go to the 12-team playoff, I think you'll be a perennial contender, so don't worry about it.
Landon,
you'll be in there.
Landon in Sweet Home, Alabama. Landon, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hi, Rick and Bubba. I've been listening to you for 3 years now, and I really love y'all's podcast, and it's the only one I've ever listened to, and yeah.
And yeah, you know what? Maybe that'll be the name of our CD this year. And yeah. Thank you, Landon.
Love you guys.
All right.
Love you guys. Have a good day.
Love you too, Landon. Thank you. But how about Landon? That's a kid too. You know what they said? I listen to y'all's podcast.
That's right.
Yeah. You know, I saw a
Make a
T-shirt.
note of that.
Yeah. Saw a T-shirt over the break, a little one that had one of our T-shirts on.
How cool is that?
Growing up on Rick and Bubba, that one that.
Oh yeah.
The little
Raised on Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, raised on Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
And I thought that was pretty cool. What a great T-shirt.
George in Georgia. This is George. George, go ahead.
Hey guys.
Hey buddy.
Hey guys. Morning.
Thank you.
Good morning, guys.
Hey George, go ahead, buddy.
Second.
Hey, I was traveling this weekend and went to a Buc-ee's, and it's packed and jammed, and the restrooms were backed up. And I walked in the restroom, the men's restroom. The lady walked right in front of me, and the man had an attendant there. I said, "Ma'am, this is a men's restroom." She said, "I'm a man." And I mean, it just I kind of froze. She froze, and she just says, "I'm a man."
Good call, George.
In a moment, you would have found out if that's true or not.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It goes back to Greg's question in the break.
And at least it's some of the cleanest bathrooms you'll ever find.
Yeah.
If that person could walk over to the urinal and get it done, maybe we listen. Billy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Billy! Go ahead.
Yes. How you doing?
Doing fine, Billy. Hope you're okay.
You're on the air. Go, Billy.
Oh, well, this is Miles Willie, not Billy.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
buddy.
Go ahead.
Fired up.
My dad used to work for y'all back in 2003. His name was Mark Willie, and I just wanted to call and just say hey.
Okay.
Okay. Thanks for calling.
Tell Dad we said hey.
Not off to a good start today.
Yeah.
Should I just keep going?
Yeah,
of course.
absolutely.
Yeah.
All right.
We remember him.
Perseverance is a gift.
Mm-hmm.
Chris in Alabama. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, this is Chris and Cressy. Is that who you're talking about?
I don't know, Chris. I'm doing the best I can, buddy. I got all so many names and states, and if you hear me in the phone, talk. All right, go ahead.
Hey, Chris. Hey, so one of my favorite moments of college football, and I watched probably 20 hours of it, but the Tulane USC game when they kicked the field goal, and the look on Lincoln Riley's face was just classic. I just loved it, man.
Yeah, when I left that game, I thought, well, USC's got this under control. I'm moving on to something else, and I'd only watched maybe 2 or 3 minutes of it. I was surprised but impressed that Tulane came back and got that done.
Yeah, Tulane's come a long way in a short amount of time.
They have. And every year they've gotten a little better and gotten a little better and
now they're Rose Bowl champions.
Yeah,
over
a 2-win
USC.
season
Would you ever? Could you even imagine that?
No, I could not.
No, if somebody had showed up and said bet the farm on Tulane to win the Rose Bowl and beat USC, I'd have gone. I can't do that.
In modern time, you're like you said, it's believable. Now back in the day, no way. But modern time, I would have went Rose Bowl. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
When they're the team that would have been in the playoff too, from the outside the Power Five,
absolutely,
and they wouldn't have played USC, but that we've seen now what they can do.
Oh yeah, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You talk about somebody that else is on the other end of the spectrum on being able to draw and paint. I have no skill. I mean, none. No. I mean, I can't even muster it.
I wanted to win it so bad, or at least get something. And one year I drew these ducks. I thought I had
the mallards.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Didn't even place, but the guy that won it clearly traced his. No way he freehand drew it.
I thought your mallards were.
I thought
bad.
my mallards were pretty outstanding.
Well,
I thought I had a shot, Rick, but the mallards didn't even get honorable
Wait a
mention.
minute. Hold on a minute. We got something going here. We find Greg's mallards. we got Bubba's birds, Bubba's horse, Bubba's dog. Maybe throwing a Snoopy here.
I think I got 2 pretty good drawings of Archie Griffin running the football too.
Really?
Yeah.
And
I got a few.
So all right, we'll call those your sports points.
I got all kind of dinosaur drawings that look looks like a fifth grader drew them
so
because they did.
You're right.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody else? Hams, you got any drawings or paintings?
Nah.
Speedy?
I can draw a weird face, but that's about it.
Speedy traced his hand
Now,
and
Rick-
that turkey we did at Thanksgiving every year. Remember that?
Adler?
Now I've also got,
got a blue
pictures,
ribbon
Rick.
for that.
I was a little creative with the old camera there too. So
We put our photography.
I walked
I
in
could
there-
bring that to the table,
He
but
can draw the best on the staff. I've seen it.
What about you, Adler? You got
I
any
hadn't drawn
paintings?
anything but Snoopy for y'all.
oh yeah,
That's
hey,
right, you
forgot
can.
about that art.
Remember,
Right.
he spray painted his own car. Remember, it
That's
looked like a
right.
Dalmatian.
Accidentally.
Yeah. The wind was blowing that day,
That
wasn't
was
it, buddy?
good. That was God. We could put together.
You
pretty
remember his
good
T-shirt run, right?
Yeah.
I don't
But
know.
he hadn't learned to spray paint downwind of his car.
No.
Guys, he would carry cans of spray paint with him everywhere he went, and he'd
Remember
pull
that?
off just in the rare places and paint.
Yeah.
Don't
Don't
forget that.
forget some of the subjects on his
I know.
shirts were a
I
little
know.
bizarre.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we put some of those in there.
Yeah.
We do a shadow box 075. You know what I mean? I'm just thinking some things we can put up. You know what I mean?
I don't know if I can find them.
I put my tulip picture up.
You know,
We can do a pretty good gallery, guys. Rick and Bubba gallery.
Rick, I was crushed when the Mallards didn't win a prize.
Greg, I'll be honest with you. As your big brother, I thought this is the one baby brother's getting a ribbon on.
He at least get third. You know that white ribbon.
Yeah, because those were pretty good.
Did you have
mallards.
honorable mention?
Didn't know. I didn't get crap.
Something happened on that because your mallards were better.
I thought
than,
they were outstanding.
You thought that was the year, didn't you?
Oh, Rick, I didn't think I would take blue, but I figured
Yeah.
white at least.
Oh, I didn't have.
And then
any
I
of-
dropped my standard to maybe honorable mention. Didn't you?
My drawing and abilities were so bad. Every time that would come around, nowadays the parents would say it was cruel because I couldn't be like the rest of the kids. Now in those days, if you couldn't draw, they do an art contest and just tell you to feel bad about it. You know what I mean? You just have to suck it up.
Yeah.
Hey, but I can't draw. Well, too bad. These people can, and so we're going to have a contest for the ones that can draw.
Yeah,
but it makes me feel bad. Well, get over it, Joe.
Yeah.
You know, see if you can't work through it. Eat another graham cracker.
What was that
Draw a
ad
stick man.
used to have in all the comic books where they wanted you to
Draw Cubby.
Yeah, you would draw a picture and send it to them, and they would decide if you had art talent, and they might give you a scholarship to do something. Every comic book
You
had
had
that in
Cubby.
it.
You had to draw Cubby. He was a little bear cub.
I'm not trying to say mine was bad because you were supposed to draw Cubby, send it in. Of course, I thought I'd try. They sent back to me how to fill out something to go to welding school.
You think I didn't try to draw Cubby?
Oh, sure.
I can't draw anything.
I can't.
I'm so bad.
I wanted to be able
I got zero.
I'm way out of practice.
Whatever is you're supposed to have to do that, I don't have it.
Draw Snoopy real quick. Hurry.
Bubba, there it is. There's the horse. That's a good horse.
What? Yeah, I had that online one time, didn't it?
Bubba-
Yeah, that was. I was
Bubba,
probably
that's
about
re-
8 or
Bubba.
9 when I drew that.
Bubba, that's
Yeah.
really good.
You were 8 years old.
Oh, you'd have took
Probably
the
so,
prize.
8 or 9.
You'd have took the prize
10
at the
maybe.
thing we were in.
You could have kicked Greg's mallards right out.
My mallards can't stand up to that.
No.
Yeah, that's a really good horse. What'd you draw that with? A pencil?
Pen and ink.
Yeah, that's
You
really
dip
good.
the ink in. It's like the fancy writing pen,
Right.
like they wrote the
Oh,
Constitution
yeah.
with.
Right.
Yeah, with the little point on it.
Did you
Yeah.
freehand that or trace it? Was that?
No, it's freehand.
Yeah, I mean, why didn't you give up on that?
Just did other things,
Right. Golly,
Still a horse.
Hit puberty.
Hey.
That's before you start breakdancing.
There's a lot of truth to that.
That's before the rhythm got hold of it.
Before the rhythm hit.
Greg asked for painter pants and armbands. So much truth in that. But anyway,
So innocent.
but what? That's right.
all about horses
You'll
here.
learn how to draw if that's all you know. You know what I mean? But that's right.
Adler, you got my dog. You got the beagles.
That's
I think that horse was a gift from my dad. I think he said, "Draw me a picture of a horse," and I drew it for him.
Well, you didn't just kind of draw one. You drew a really good one.
But I like drawing beagles better.
Rick, I'm
I
sure
relate to
glad Dad
Beagle.
didn't want us to draw him a horse, or he'd have been very disappointed.
Yes, he would. Yes, he
Okay,
would.
boys, never mind. Go buy me something.
Hey, you've taken that gift and you've hid it under a bush. It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, mypillow.com/Bubba, back for another year. Loving it. And right now, boy, there's some great savings. Have you thought about, Mike Lindell and the gang, they're just getting where they're getting involved in everything. Have you seen the new hoodie that they have? I know hoodies are all the craze now. We have hoodies at rickandbubba.com, too. People wear hoodies year-round now. But anyway, so they've got a great hoodie. Really, it's designed for colder weather, and you can have all-day comfort by wearing the MyPillow hoodie. It's made of soft cotton, French terry, which Greg, is very much a connoisseur of. Relaxed comfort includes the front kangaroo pocket plus the accent trim on the kangaroo pocket and sleeve cuff for added style. And it's for men or women. It doesn't matter. It works both. They've got small, medium, large, extra large, even double X, yes. So they come in a range of colors. Right now you save 65% at MyPillow.com/Bubba. That's MyPillow.com/Bubba to save 65% on the brand new MyPillow hoodie. Bubba, go ahead and correct the miscue.
Well, we were discussing Tulane and Southern Cal, and I said that was the Rose Bowl. It was actually the Cotton Bowl. So just to misspeak there.
Yeah, when you said Rose Bowl, this is how much confidence I lack when it comes to college football and sports now. I thought, I'm not sure that's right, but I thought, well, I don't know. So I didn't correct you.
Well, usually when you think USC, you think Rose Bowl, and I didn't see the game.
Yeah.
So
well, like I said,
it was a Cotton Bowl.
I'm so uninformed.
We want to be correct factually 100%.
On sports now, I don't have any confidence to correct it. I know what you meant.
Yep.
And
we knew it was a big bowl.
Yeah.
It really didn't have anything to do with the point.
Really,
but we want to be factually correct.
Well, I will say saying Tulane won the Rose Bowl would feel weirder than Tulane won the Cotton Bowl. But either one is
both of them pretty weird sounding.
But the bowls don't mean anything, so who cares? So there you go.
A couple of years they'll get better.
If it's not the playoff, I really couldn't care less. All right, so let's get into this. This is incredibly local. But I remember the first time I saw it, and I can't believe it's still a story. That's why you shot me today, Bubba, is I was making my point about why do people on social media ask span questions outside of weather. I don't understand that. Why they're asking him about traffic like he's the traffic person. And I made the comment, why are people asking Span, what's that burning over there?
Right.
And I said, I don't think Span knows the answer to the question, what's that burning over there? And at the time we found out it was a landfill in a community right outside of Birmingham. And that had to be a month ago when I
Rick,
said that.
I think it's longer than that.
Longer.
It's in Moody.
Yeah.
And again, it's a local story, but it's sometimes when I see things, I have to ask questions. And this thing has been going. It seems to me it's been 2 months.
Well, I think it's actually been longer. I think they had an issue prior to this, and this is something new that actually has happened again.
We've had the story. It was out of control, then it got under control, but it's still smoking, and now they're having to cancel athletic events. They're putting up air monitors around all that's going on. And I'm like, good night, because we've had a couple of frog strangler rains. I mean, some dandies.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, how in the world is that thing still burnt? What is in that landfill?
It's vegetative landfill, so it's leaves, debris, stuff like that.
And it's so deep.
And it's underground burning is what's happening, and the water can't reach where it's burning underground, and that's why it's still smoking and smoldering up from underneath the ground. That's why it can't be reached. And so
it just seems
that's
like
the
if
problem.
the smoke could get out, the water could get in,
I want to go back to what Helmsy said.
Maybe it does, but not enough to stop it.
Back to Span being asked, I don't know why, what's that burning? So are you saying this same landfill or this same area keeps having these same problems?
Yeah. No, it's been burning continuous.
Oh, it has not stopped?
No.
And if you live by
and
it,
then there's,
I mean, we got several inches of rain the other night, and I'm like, and I don't live too far from that, really, the way the crow flies.
Yeah.
So
Smell it.
I mean, what is going on?
How hard? I mean, you have a fire, we can't put it out.
Right, under the ground it's a landfill. It's
I know.
All
Can we not go cover it all up with dirt?
Well, one they had to get
they had suffocate to go, it.
I saw the news story the other night. They had to go through the process where they can get federal money and all this. You had to sign this declaration.
Can't even have a landfill.
Red tape.
They had to get through all that, and they finally got that. And I guess now you can have the money to hire people with the equipment to do it.
Right, and then there's been arguments of whose responsibility is
so
it.
they
Is
got to
it the
get into
county,
the
is it the
paperwork
state?
was held it up.
Right, and then there's also concerns that
The
the
efficiency
underground
of the government again.
Yeah, the underground fire has possibly reached into an old abandoned coal mine as well, where that could be helping the underground, but they feel like it's just the underground debris that just water can't reach, and so it's smoldering.
You know,
out.
this is the time of year that a lot of controlled burns happen anyway. Now
Yeah.
between now and March, and you know, so seeing a smoky area is not completely you know, out of the ordinary. But this thing, I mean, it's on the news every day, and I'm like.
A friend of ours
What
just
is
reached
going
out,
on?
said he lives 4 miles from this place.
Yeah,
and he
what?
just went for a run and smelled like a campfire coming
That's what
back in.
I can smell it from Birmingham, so I know they're having trouble.
If it burns that good, I mean, we need to put some pipes in there and warm some water, don't we?
Yeah. Well, I go back to this. Is what y'all are saying? Yes.
Is this a volcano? Is that what it is?
Are y'all saying yes, Rick? There are people that can put a fire out like this, but the government red tape has delayed everything. And that's what slowed
That's
this
what
thing
I
down.
saw on the news the other night.
Yeah.
They had to have a big meeting, emergency.
Yeah,
you know,
right.
but
Can I ask some of y'all that love the government, why do y'all love them? I don't understand your love of it. Why, do y'all want to be like some of these European countries where they think you just sit around and wait on the government, and they think the government's the answer to everything? What has the government? And I'll go back to who was the first person I heard say this. I think it was
Thomas Jefferson.
Well, yes, you are correct. But in modern times,
Quincy
it was. Now I can't. I'm. You know, here we go again. I'm blanking. He's George Mason University. He's passed
Walter
away.
Williams.
Walter Williams. He asked the question every time our country starts talking about universal health care. He asked the question, what has the government done if they come into your office to be interviewed, to be hired for the job of anything? In this case, we were talking about universal health care. What on their resume tells you to hire them? And his quote was, it's like, back to this landfill, he said, it literally is like asking an arsonist to come put out a fire.
Right.
I mean, they're
really in play here.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so. But I don't understand it.
Yeah, it's
I mean, if the government was an employee and you had a company, you would have fired them a long time ago.
Yeah. For performance,
for just being inefficient, lazy, slow, not excellent. I mean, there'd be so many reasons you would do it.
I'm just so impressed that landfill's still burning. I mean, Rick, if we could just get pipes out there and boil some water, we could make some electricity. You
I'm
know,
telling you, yeah,
if it's going to burn that long, put it to good use.
Adler has his hand up.
Yeah, I mean, I can smell it in my car on the way to work.
Yeah,
can y'all smell it?
I can. That's why I said that a minute ago. I walked out of this studio when I was hosting Best Of one day and smelled it. Smelled it in my house, putting
I
garbage
smelled it in
cans up.
Pleasant Valley.
I mean, I'm telling
that
you,
may have
there's-
been somebody else burning.
I wanted who
Well,
built it.
There's a lot of burning this time of year.
That's what everybody would say, but these environmentalists are saying yes, you can smell it from Birmingham. You can smell it from wherever.
When I come over the hill,
yeah,
that
you
whole
can.
area smells.
If the wind is right, you can smell it.
Is that why you ride with a mask on in the car? Adler?
by myself.
Yeah.
Because I'm so smart, I ride with a mask on by
Right.
myself in my car.
That's what I thought.
Helmsy, I think you got too close to it. It burned all your hair off.
That's the first. That's actually what are we? We're nearly 3 hours in. That's the first joke.
3 hours.
You know what my favorite
I mean,
thing
you might as well
about
just go bald.
my favorite thing about Helms's hair is we were getting on him about his widow's peak, and he had it. He rounded it off.
Look, this room is so rough. We'll force you to make changes.
Oh, yeah.
Look, there's a shirt I hadn't worn but one time.
To your point, Bubba, I told the lady yesterday, I said, let's take it on down. I said, don't know when I'll be able to get back in here again. Let's go 4 on the top, 1, blend everything in. And I didn't tell her. And halfway through it, I said, hey, did I tell you? I want you to round off the widow's peak, too. That's pretty important.
That's good.
And when I said it's pretty important, she had no reason why, but I knew it was because of this room.
Can I tell you?
Well, you don't look like Eddie Munster as much.
Yeah, you know why it was delayed. Even though you and I have had conversations, you know how sometimes you have to get the right look.
Sure.
When you turned around to look at Adler, that's when I really saw.
I took it on down.
How much had been done.
It can't get any lower on the sides and back unless you shave it.
It burnt the hide off the back.
When I saw the back of your head, I'm like, wow. So that's why. And I thought he got a little close to the fire.
Yeah.
We'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big is our number. So apparently, hopefully, the red tape is finally been cut through and they can put this thing out. I don't know. But you're right. It's been going on for a very long time. And I wish people stop asking Span about it. How does he know?
Rick,
he knows
they ask him about Rex, too.
I know. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yes.
You don't want to share it with nobody else.
Why
right?
are you, Robert? Why are you taking your gift and hiding it?
You're not just a tennis coach.
No, there's more to you than that. Huh?
How did this segment end up about me?
Because we talked about a gallery.
We're talking about gifts. Unique gifts.
You've got more things to bring to the Rick and Bubba gallery than anybody else.
You always talk about you not having those gifts.
Yeah,
This is your gift.
Yeah, that was probably some sort of one at one time.
Yep.
Let's bring it back.
We'll come back. You're fine. So we'll start with Justin. Justin will get us started. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling. Phone troll. All right, here we go, Justin. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Green Acres, guys. How y'all doing?
Oh, thanks for coming. That's why he's whispering. All right, go ahead. All right, one's fine. All right, go ahead.
Hey, I was going to let you guys know, if I'm not mistaken, I know that back in 1969, the Beach Boys actually recorded one of Charles Manson's songs. So they might be fighting over his body because there might be some money involved in the rights to those songs, maybe royalties or something of that nature. You could be wrong about that, but that's what I would think.
Right. The judge, the story clearly said that the fight over the body and the fight over the estate is two different things, and they've awarded the body. I don't know if the is it grandson? Did you say what was his?
Yes,
really?
yes.
I don't know if he thinks this will give him the inside track to the other or what, but it's not. He doesn't get all the extras with it. He just got a body, man.
866 We Be Big is the number. Hello, you're on the Rick and Bubba show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Bart from Mountain Brook.
All right, Bart, go ahead.
All right, I was just calling to say, wait, am I talking to Rick and Bubba or?
Yes, you are. Yeah, you bypassed the screener because he's bogging down on one call too long. All right, go ahead.
Guys, good morning. Hey,
yeah.
I was just saying, have you guys seen the Stokes Automotive commercials?
What
we're talking about Bubba today, and this guy is Bubba's twin. I'm telling you, you got to Google it. Greg's got to Google it. To see the
What is the name of it?
I think I know who you're talking about.
It's Stokes Automotive, and he's got these big old boxes.
Yes, I know exactly who he's talking about.
Speedy can't get there quick enough.
Stokes Automotive?
I know exactly who he's talking about.
All right.
I do too.
Rick and Bubba show. What's your name? Where you calling from?
It ain't Seymour Trump.
All right, Chris, go ahead.
Got a comment. I heard somebody talking about a movie coming out for Charles Manson. Who really would want to play that role in the first place?
Oh, I know, because you got to get into the character, and hey, you may get into it too far. Heath Ledger.
Oh, they'd line up for it.
Like Heath Ledger getting into the role of the Joker.
Yeah, but have you seen how weird Hollywood is? They'd line up for it. I mean, we had somebody play him in the TV movie, Helter Skelter.
There's been a couple of movies.
Yeah, so they look. Hollywood's so weird. They'd probably is that him, Bubba.
Yeah.
Stokes Automotive.
That's funny.
He's knocking out deals.
Bubba, that guy does look like you. I gotta tell you.
Oh,
my gosh.
Oh, my goodness.
David, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's another band that recorded a Charles Manson song. Guns N' Roses recorded the Charles Manson song.
You sure about that?
Axl Rose used to wear his face on a T-shirt at concerts.
Yeah, you're right.
Are we sure that he? Are we sure? I'm sorry. I got to stop. We got to stop everything right now. All right, so Stokes Automotive.
We're the biggest year ever.
We're looking at it.
Right? We clobber big city places. It's Stokes, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Rams.
That's good.
Sure, we'll get in trouble.
Of course we will. But I got to tell you what, it's worth it. It's worth it right there because I had to hear the voice too. I had to. Y'all, the guy called about Stokes Automotive. You have dropped one in the gap. There, Bubba. You got to go. His ears even where yours are. He's shaped like a movie.
What do you mean ears where my ears are? What do you mean?
All right, I'm going to zoom in for you, Adler. Do your famous split screen, please.
It's nothing alike.
Bubba, hold your left up. Your other left.
That'd be opposite.
Yeah, oh gosh, that's Bubba, you got to go meet this guy. This is a cousin. He may be an EY or an IE.
Look straight ahead, Bubs.
Let me get the angle right.
Yeah.
When he gets it.
Well, I'm telling you.
I wonder if he unbuttons his shirt so far. Look, now zoom in, please.
I wish I could find him in that vest, Bubba.
We're doing a split screen. If you got RBTV right now, it was worth your 1 month was paid right there.
Thank you, Bubs.
Oh gosh.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, if we went and took your vest and put him in it and everything.
Oh, that's
golly.
funny. That's funny.
We continue. Let's go to Brad. Brad, welcome.
for a haircut.
Minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Back 866 We Be Big. Thanks for being with us. As we mentioned earlier in the program, but want to let you guys know again, the Man Church Conference coming up in February. Got the latest update before the show started today. Less than 50 tickets remain before it is sold out. So if you've been thinking about it, considering that, think you're going to like roll up and maybe get some at the door, that it's going to sell out before we get here at the end of February, and we're excited about that, but don't want you to be shut out. So if you haven't done that yet, just go to themanchurch.com if you intend on coming. I look like I wouldn't be surprised if I announced before the week was over that it is sold out. So don't put this off. Make the move and get that done. And we're looking forward to that coming up next month. All right, so Speedy, we've kind of come back today. Like I said yesterday, 30,000 feet looking at vacation. Now we're kind of getting into some of the details of things that we didn't get a chance to talk about yesterday. The Birmingham Bowl, speaking of, or as Bubba calls it, the Rose Bowl, took place over the break.
Yeah,
and you were hired because, as Bubba has said for years, you're a sought after stadium man.
All right,
there's no one that brings more hype to the term hype man than Calvin Speedy Wilburn.
That's not true.
And so
That's how we spell hype. Speedy.
That's right. But you made a classic dad-husband mistake.
Yeah.
Of trying to include your family into work.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, when family and work try to come together, I can't tell you the number of times that it's been, well, since you're doing that, why don't we all try to, as a family, turn that into, and it always turns into some sort of.
It does.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
And they reached out and was like, hey, one of the perks of us hiring you is that if your family would like to come, we can make sure that that's possible. And Mark and Meadows, who has been on the show, and Sam and Heather and everybody in charge, they were so kind. They were offering that up. And so I'm like, well, sure, I'll ask the family, but this might be what we need. And if we can make that happen, that'd be great. And they were like, that's no problem at all. Matter of fact, I know with families, that have, 5, 6, whatever, and you add some friends, you can have people coming from different directions. We'll even send you a few parking passes that can kind of get them pretty close.
Oh, yeah.
And then that way you can hand out parking passes, as you think they need to be handed out, and then people can kind of just get there whenever they want.
Right.
So, I knew that it was, a few days after Christmas, and that was kind of on me, and I'd started a day or two out communicating with them, and it was real. And so then the day of, it was after actually the snow and ice event in Huntsville. Terry and I made it back late that night, and the next morning we wake up and it's game day.
Oh boy! And
so now I was like, I don't know if you're like this with kids, and I know Helmsy, yours are younger, but for those that are kind of some in the house and some go on their own, it's tough to get everybody pinned down on like who's coming and who's not.
Terrible.
And so I try to.
They're bad communicators.
They are.
Yeah.
And I try to announce, hey, look, I don't really care. You can come or not come. I just need to know is really it. So I knew that Tyler and his wife Mabry were going to have their own car. They were interested in coming. So I'm like, here's a parking pass for you because I know y'all are coming from a different place and you're on your own. JC and Reese. JC is home for the holidays, and you guys, y'all ride together. JC, your parking pass is right here. I'll let you be in control of that since you'll be driving. They each had friends coming. They're going to pile up in a car. And then it happens. Terry had planned to go with Tyler and Mabry and River. And so
here we go.
She announces, she comes in, and I'm going to get in trouble. But she announces, hey, I think I'm going to ride with you. And I said, oh, boy. And I love my wife.
Sure you do.
Okay.
But it does complicate you getting to work at that point.
Right, because now she's got to get to where she sits, and I got to report to the sideline because I'm working. I'm not going to watch a game.
So you thought you were going to work and everybody else would come on their own
Yes.
and you would see them there when
Correct.
you weren't having to work.
Right.
But now one of the family members, and the most important, your
Yes,
wife,
correct.
now says, I'm going to ride with you, so I'm now in your plan to get to work.
Right. And I said, well, honey, I got a report about an hour and a half before the game for our production meeting and all that. You're going to get there pretty early. And she said, well, that's fine.
Which was your first attempt for her to reconsider.
It was.
Yeah.
And I'm like, because Tyler has already said, Mom, I'll come by and pick you up. So that's already been
You
settled.
needed him to be more aggressive on that.
Yeah.
Even things like, I want you to be with us and with your grandbaby and all that.
Yeah, will really go dark on me. And so anyway, so I thought that was settled. But she's like, no, I'm coming with you. I'd like to come with you. So then you can't really balk. You can't go, I know. Come on, honey, let's go. Well, then we run a little bit late because and I announced it was my first I almost got in trouble moment when I said, now you can't make me late here. I am
wow,
working.
you said that out loud?
I said,
we all think it, but you don't say it.
I said, baby, I'm working. I can't be late. I mean, we got to go, So that was a little sticky situation. We got through that. So we get there and she did for the first time ever, she walked like she was supposed to be there. I said, listen to me, you actually don't have a pass to get to where I need to report. But once we get there, you do have a pass to kind of exit and get to where you need to be. But right now, you just need to walk with me like you're supposed to be there. Right. All right. So I got my little credential.
I'm married to the hype man.
Yeah, I got my credential. Just swinging around my neck, and here I come, and I'm like, just stay close to me and wave to everybody. And I see some people that are there that I knew that work at UAB
Turn backwards
and stuff, and just turn backwards, walk in. So we get in there, and she meets everybody, and then she's gone. I'm like, okay, that wasn't that bad.
Okay, good.
Because I see J.J. Pruitt, who's a friend of the show and works with our Fox affiliate in Birmingham. He also kind of was sharing some duties with me.
Can I ask you an important question?
Yeah.
At this point, did you let the thought that you could have something creep in?
Just a slight
That's a little
thought.
premature.
Okay. I knew that Tyler was good because he had already got hit on. I was concerned about JC and Reese, but
the two single young adults,
right,
that are males?
Yes,
legitimate concern.
Yeah. And so so now it's real. I mean, Sam looks at us and he's in charge. He goes, hey, we need to get back here with your crew, your camera guys, and all this kind of stuff. We need to have a meeting.
And you think you're insulated now.
Right. So then I kind of go in and I text Terry, hey, you're on your own. I've even announced to the guys, you get there. I don't know what's going to, the atmosphere is going to be. Y'all going to have to just adapt and overcome. Y'all are on your own. Text your mom if you need help because I'm gone. I'm working. Well, then all of a sudden, we go through our production meeting, and it's 20 minutes before the game, and we're probably 4 minutes from our first live shot, and my phone's ringing, and it says J.C. Wilmer.
Oh, my goodness.
And I'm like, oh, my gosh, something's happened.
You can't even
So
get a
now
family
keep in mind,
to a bowl game.
East Carolina's band is standing right in front of me, and they love to play. Okay,
Yeah.
and they are
And they
playing.
got to play a lot in this game.
They are going nuts. All right, I'm like, hello, hey, Dad. Hey, man, where's my parking pass? Where am I supposed to park?
Oh, my goodness.
And I said, that's good, son. So y'all enjoying yourself? No, seriously, Dad. Where's my parking pass? How am I supposed to get in? I'm like, well, son, I told you your parking pass was on the counter.
Oh, my goodness.
And that's what you use. Matter of fact, I haven't texted the family, hey, here's the cars, here's who's got parking passes.
Park pass.
Well, no, I don't think you told me that.
Oh my gosh!
And then I went back. Then I went back to if Terry was there, he gets it honest. You don't listen to what I say too.
Oh,
yeah. And so just for a slight second, I felt sorry for him. And then I realized I can't do nothing for you.
Nothing I can do for you.
I can
Get that 20 out and park that deck.
I said so. I guess you're at parking at the BJCC, paying $20 and walking. I guess that's what you're doing. Really? Well, yeah, I mean, your parking pass.
I can't leave. And
Your
bring it to
parking
you.
pass is there. I'm about to go live. I'm on the sideline. The band you're hearing, that's East Carolina. I'm not hanging out. I'm working.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I'm definitely not at home.
Yeah. And then I hear Reese, big-hearted Reese. I'll get it, man. I'll pay the 20. I can hear him in the background.
Yeah, working man.
Of course, he's making
working,
Jackie.
man. Yeah, yeah, he's loaded. Probably got more money in the account than me.
That's right.
Sure.
And so about, I guess, maybe halftime, I see him because my hit was up top, and everybody was there. So I guess they all made it, but
$20 left.
He don't listen to nothing.
No.
I mean, what's up with 20-year-olds?
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Brad, welcome to the show, buddy. Go ahead.
Hey guys, what happened to the old how bizarre wacky world thing that had the James Brown thing at the end that said "I feel good"? Y'all don't play that anymore. Now you play the whole song.
Yeah, we just got tired of it, and we like singing the whole song. I wish it was more complicated.
We were
than
trying
that.
to learn the words to the song, so we started playing the song so we could learn the
Bubba
words.
actually came in with the lyrics on paper one day.
Yeah. We really just wanted to sing the song. That's really
Pele in the back, sweet Jenny in the front, cruising down the highway in the hot, hot sun.
Amber, welcome to the Rick and Bubba show. Go ahead.
Suddenly blue lights.
But the other day I played.
Flash out from behind.
The other day we did 2 wacky worlds. So in one of the wacky worlds I played the edited, and one of them I played the.
We're not going to do away with the other. We just wanted to learn the words because we realized we didn't know them.
Yeah, we'll burn on that too and go back to the other.
That's true.
Amber, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. I actually go to church with the guy from Stokes Automotive that y'all are talking about. I know him personally.
Does everybody tell him he looks like Bubba?
Not that I know of.
Well, that starts this Sunday.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
And so does he ever come leave the church and start cruising in the hot, hot sun? So anyway, but you think about that poor guy. His Sunday just changed dramatically.
It did.
Bless his heart.
We continue. Let's go to Jason. Jason, welcome to the Rick and Bubba show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, I was just going to let y'all know that that's a friend of mine. His name is Mike Nicholas. Is the one that's at Stokes.
Bubba, I'm telling you, if there's a meeting,
I thought John Candy was going to play me in the movie.
No,
he's not a Bussy. Yeah, he's not a Bussy. He's a Nicholas.
Yeah, well. So we think. You know, please, thank you very much, Bubba. If there's an appearance,
Cruising down the
if there's an appearance you don't want to go to, this guy.
complete with boxing glove.
Larry, welcome to the Rick and Bubba show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Good morning, folks.
Hey, buddy.
We just want to tell Greg he needs to turn those mallards in now because everybody gets a trophy now.
That's right. I'd win. You're right.
You win.
Resubmit, Greg. Resubmit.
They pretty much back then, boy.
Well, you didn't even get to play like in T-ball.
You walk out with a lump in your
Hey, you
throat.
realize had you realized in T-ball we'd put people on the wood?
Oh yeah.
I mean, you sit there a whole T-ball game, never get to play.
Never play. Not one pitch. Who am I? Cruising down the highway in a hot, hot sun.
Pele's in the back, sweet Zina's in the front, cruising anyway in the hot, hot sun.
Sweet and precious, the bride en route to her wedding Monday when she was arrested on suspicion of driving under the influence. With the wedding gown on.
Rick, it's a nervous day for everybody.
It is.
Now, was she nervous or was she just starting the party a little early?
Bubba, I do not know. They say
either way, you're not supposed to be drinking.
No,
while you're driving.
No. We're speaking about 32-year-old Amber Young. She triggered a 3-car collision that unfortunately sent someone to the hospital with minor injuries. This was about 10:30 a.m. An officer suspected Young, who was wearing a white floor-length dress, that's her wedding dress, that she was driving impaired. She was handcuffed, which is a beautiful picture here. There's nothing like this wedding memory right here. There is the bride in her wedding gown, stuffed and cuffed, for driving under the influence en route to the wedding.
Now, is this where she calls and says, "Hey, I'm gonna be a little late"?
Yeah,
what day was it?
This was it says 10:30 a.m. What day
was it? Monday? Did you say?
It was the 12th, which was yesterday. And that's when this article was published. Maybe it happened over the weekend.
Maybe so.
We're thinking.
Maybe so. I'm just trying to think. She wouldn't be getting married during the week, right?
Well,
it was a big wedding.
She may be living on the edge and thought she could get the place cheaper. You know what I mean? You can't get it cheaper.
Yeah, but you can't get a lot of guests there.
Well, I'll tell you this. You do realize our school does the prom on a weeknight because they can get the place cheaper?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
So anyway, it says the bride submitted to a blood test and signed a criminal citation for DUI before she was released to her fiance. Now the groom, now picture this, when everybody said, "Hey, Mommy and Daddy, tell us about y'all's wedding." Well, It started off a little dicey when your mom was arrested for driving under the influence after she caused a 3-car collision en route to the. But I can tell you, she was just so beautiful in her gown when I picked her up from police.
Imagine how she looks in the picture.
So 3-car collision and a person to the hospital.
Bubba, words of wisdom from the police officer here. This could have turned out way worse than it did. It's supposed to be the happiest day of her life, and this just goes as a reminder as to why you should never drive while impaired.
Nope.
Even on your wedding day.
So after she submitted to a blood test,
How about especially?
signed a criminal citation,
Yep.
she was released to her fiance.
Yep.
Who left whatever venue they were holding to come pick her up.
Yep.
So they get married or not?
Says it's not.
That's kind of what I want to know. Did the wedding go on?
Did the guest wait on them?
It says
What happened to the cake?
It says it wasn't clear if she made it to the wedding on time. I'm gonna say no.
No.
Not on time,
but I guess they just went on with it. I mean that could be.
The wedding's delayed. We got to
I'm
go get
gonna-
the bride out of jail.
Even if she did, I'm going to say maybe a rough start here.
Jeff Foxworthy's taking notes.
Yes, yeah.
If
The second version is in the works.
If you are arrested en route to your wedding in your wedding dress of driving under the influence and causing a 3-car collision, you just might be.
Bubba, to answer your question here, I found another story. It has a little bit more details. It says she was en route to her wedding Monday morning. So it didn't happen over the weekend.
So it was yesterday.
How about Look,
that?
if you'll crash and drink on the way, you'll have it in the middle of the week.
That ain't even a stretch for you.
Yeah. Not at all.
That is. So here's the next question. So let's say she goes on to the wedding, because you might as well. You got the room booked, and they let you out because your future husband came to pick you up, who's going to marry you here in just a few minutes.
Sure.
First of all, is that a red flag for him? But anyway. It's the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big. 29 years, still here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all part of what's happening.
Rick and Bubba.
He's rocked mic number 2 now since 1994. There he is, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us at the little party we like to call Rick and Bubba.
So we're bouncing around, working in stories of the day, still picking up what happened to members of the show while they were away. Some of that you called in the kickoff hour as well, if you get the kickoff hour, with Helmsy, Greg, and Speedy. Adler, we're just now getting to his vacation today, and we went through what him trying to come to the staff hunt and hunting New Balances. And that had to be corrected. And so thankfully, Brody had some of his boots that he wore when he was a little kid, and we let Adler wear those.
All right, I found the picture. These are the shoes that I own and wear. Look at that guy. He's jumping on logs. You got protection from rocks. See, rocks and
But
shock.
he's also
minimizing
wearing
pressure.
shorts and running.
Yeah, he is.
I don't see him deer hunting now.
Yeah, he's
well,
not.
a lot of people. There's a hunter behind him in the camouflage.
It does look like the area the Patterson film was shot in.
Right. Now, if that would have showed up and Jackie Bushman had them on, maybe.
Sure.
All right. So, so anyway, I see here on your list of things you gave us that were, and you're being kind, allowing us some things that you probably could have hidden from us.
Sure.
And of course you couldn't hide the shoes from us. We were there, but
Yeah.
But when I look and see that because you're all grown up now. I mean, you're somebody's husband, you're somebody's daddy, and it looks like you made a big adult step, and that is hosting Christmas Eve for one side of the families, right?
Yes, I did. I played drums in church on Christmas Eve, and in fact, we tried to bring Ruby to that, but didn't go great. She doesn't handle when the music is going on at church. She does pretty good.
Yeah.
But once that all calms down and people sit down and start just listening to a preacher, it doesn't go great.
Well, she's an Adler. That's built in her DNA.
Yeah,
She's
right.
excited about the music.
Yeah.
And so Christmas Eve, you know how they do the special thing? They turn out all the lights.
Yeah. Do the
and then they
candlelight
do the
thing.
candle lighting thing.
Yeah.
Well, that really didn't go great, and I had to leave. Straight up.
Wait a minute. The most somber holy moment of a Christmas Eve service.
Favorite times of the year.
And guys, I went back to the stream because my church streams it on YouTube.
Oh boy!
And you can hear her.
No,
you want to hear it?
Which service were you at?
I was in the second. I played drums for the first and second.
You're the family with the loud kid?
Listen, y'all, you can hear her.
This is the good news of the finished work of Jesus, that the light will never be extinguished. For no matter how.
My goodness.
That you can hear it. She was so loud it picked up on the pastor's microphone. And it was on the broadcast on the stream. That's how loud it was.
Is that Ruby or is this the Ohio players?
Yeah, right.
Oh, that's true.
Same-
From Love
yeah.
Roller Coaster, yeah.
So, yeah, that was a rough time.
It happens. You tried it. She's not quite old enough for the.
She tried.
Yeah.
Sit through a whole service, including the message.
So we had to leave. But then after that, we had my wife's family coming over for Christmas Eve.
Same day.
For Christmas Eve dinner. And we actually, this is a tradition of ours. We eat Indian food on Christmas Eve.
Really?
Yes.
Always?
We've done that for the last
who made that call?
How did it get started?
It's something that I think her family has always done because you're not going to be eating Indian food like around the holidays really at all. So just get it done on Christmas Eve. You don't have to worry about any repeat food the next day.
No, you can bet on that.
It's smart. Don't look at me, Greg. Don't, Greg.
Get ready for stomach problems.
Greg, I knew that was coming.
We had some.
Greg, they're intestinal daredevils.
No, they really are.
How about I love
They're on
Indian
the
food.
motorcycle,
Yeah,
Rick.
well, you know, we do the Christmas story thing. We have a Christmas Day tradition that we eat Japanese or Chinese for dinner that day.
There you go. I love it.
Because it's the only thing open.
I love it.
Yeah, well, we do on Christmas night.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
I get the whole family's over.
How did I not see you?
Her whole family.
The movie was longer than I thought it was.
That really is. I know you're going.
That really is why you didn't see me.
Yeah.
So
and the fact that Big Love had started the signs of the stomach virus, it kind of shot down our dinner plans.
Oh yeah.
He was the first one to drop.
So we're sitting around. I've got her whole family is there. I've got my family, Ruby, Aaron, and it's time to pray. And since it's at my house, I prayed.
Yeah.
And y'all,
I mean, the man of the house. I mean, he prays.
I think it was the worst prayer.
Did you ramble,
y'all? Okay, here's what I think. Here's what I think happened. I have been doing, when like a comedian does nothing but like hometown shows, and so he's got everybody's for him and with him, and he does that material.
They give him some charity.
Yeah, they give him maybe a little bit of charity, and so he sticks to that material. But you haven't done the road. That's the position I was in. I've been praying just with a little kid.
Yeah.
I do little kid prayers with Ruby.
God is great. God is good.
So
I got you.
I didn't have my reps up. Frankly, I'm like, dear God, thank you for, thank you for everything. Thank you for everything.
Oh,
I mean,
my
it was.
goodness.
I was lost.
I want to thank Buddha for this Indian food.
I did say that.
I don't want to thank you.
Y'all, so I mean, I've been even like they're just really simple prayers when they're with a kid. Like, thank you for my Mimi. Thank you for Thor. Thank you for Mama.
Not many people say
Thank
Thor,
you
but
for
right.
I
don't think we've ever mentioned that in a prayer.
But really, a lot of it is just reminding her of everybody in her life that loves her, and thank you, Jesus, for all of that.
Right.
And y'all, it was so. I almost said in Jesus' name, Amen. Well, that sucked. Like I almost did.
You can't say that after the prayer.
Almost.
So you got hung in and couldn't get out of it.
I felt that way.
Everybody dig it. Did you ever want since this was your in-laws? Did you worry that they were kind of like going, "This is our guy"?
Yeah, right. Yes, it's terrible.
This is who's raising our granddaughter.
Right. This
Expecting another.
So did you stop in the middle of it, or how did you end it? When did you realize you were on a road that you didn't know where it was going?
When I said thank you for everything. I said thank you for everything.
Well, you should thank him for
that
everything.
That covers
Something
it.
about it.
In Jesus' name,
I think that's a
amen.
good line.
And that would include the Indian food.
Yes, I love Indian food. Tikka masala all day long.
I don't even know what that is.
Man.
Yeah.
Don't
even know.
The next morning,
Putting the chicken in it.
It's excellent. Chicken tikka masala is very good. Okay. I go as hot as they will serve it to me, but I like to eat it in the privacy of my own home. It's a weird thing. I love spicy food, but I have to be alone when it's this whole weird
Can't
thing.
eat it in public.
Good, you make weird
sweating.
faces.
You're like Reuben Pfeffer on that movie.
It's a weird thing I do. I order spicy food to go, eat it at my house when I'm alone, and sweat from my eyes.
By the way, once again, the mic's live, and we're talking about everything.
Here we are.
Yeah, that's funny. Hey, so I want to be clear. Was your Christmas Eve prayer with a family present?
In-laws, Rick.
In-laws. Thank you, God, for everything. Amen.
It was pretty much. I pretty much repeated that 3 times in the same exact dang way.
So you're talking about there was a time.
There was a time. I should just wrap this up. This is just horrible.
Right. So there was a time you started out and said, "Lord God, thank you for everything." Was there pauses like that? And then you went
and everything.
And then you said, "I got to move on to something else," and you just ran up on "thank you for everything" again.
Yes.
Okay. I got a question.
It was
so
bad.
you've said in Jesus' name, amen.
Yes.
It's over. All right. Who is the first person you made eye contact with?
That's a good question.
I think I got food. It was like food.
So you
who needs
stared
what?
in
Who needs what?
Okay.
Yeah.
All
It's,
right. So you were active after it was over. Okay. So there we go. You didn't look up.
Was the prayer so awkward that even Ruby felt unfulfilled?
Ruby was like, "How,
What was
Dad?
that?
It's embarrassing."
Ruby's like, "We do better than that at nighttime."
All of a sudden you heard her go,
"Bless him, Lord."
That's so good.
Bless him. I know that. You know that. But
Dad,
I mean,
you thought my crying at the service was bad.
yeah,
Right. It was. Yeah.
At least I could have said the blessing.
But hey, it was basically Ruby's first Christmas because we're building this thing up. She didn't even know what to expect. It was amazing. She got a dress-up closet so she can be a chef and a cowboy and all kinds of stuff.
She's old enough to know what's going on.
She's stoked.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It'd be like cannons going on.
Right.
Rick, I
Something
doubt,
tells me he's done this
yeah,
before.
I doubt this snuck up on it.
Right. So now you're at the wedding, and what happens after the wedding? The party.
Yeah.
Do you think? Do you think she says that's enough for me today, or just leaned right into it?
I bet she leaned right into it.
I'm going to say yes as well.
yeah.
Well, Rick, it's her wedding day.
It is, Greg. Of course, you can get a ride. People give the bride a ride.
Yeah, yeah.
You imagine the honeymoon?
Yeah. You know, it's just not. It's just not that romantic story you're looking for. You know, and the you know,
it just doesn't have that same look as like the Eiffel Tower and you kissing under a bunch of lights on the street. You know what I mean?
Yeah. This is not Sleepless in Seattle.
No, it isn't.
Is this?
Yeah, when your wedding pictures have a mugshot in it.
Yeah,
It's usually a bad day
yes.
when you're in your dress.
What about what if you look and that's the best shot you had in your wedding dress all day? Say, I really
Except
like
for that number right there. It looked
You know what? If we get that number off her, that's the best shot in my wedding dress we had all day. But do you think the groom has?
Oh, so I was 5'7" with the heels on.
That's good. Look at there. Do you think the groom has to think? So your reaction to driving to marry me was to drink?
Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
She had to drink herself into doing it.
Yeah, there's all kinds of things that have creep in your mind.
Yeah, it's
I can't marry this man sober.
Right.
Or was the night before so bad that she's just hadn't slept it off yet?
Bridesmaids went out, cranked a little. You know, I will tell you.
Yeah, you know, I mean, didn't people move away from bachelor parties and bachelorette parties on the night before?
Thank you.
Didn't they go to like a week or two ahead of time?
If they didn't, they should.
Yeah.
Yes,
You know, they really
Hey,
should.
really
Ain't that a fact?
That is a fact.
That's a fact, Jack.
That's a fact, Jack. It's just too much and go wrong. You know, you do it a couple of weeks out, and
I mean, you want your wedding pictures to look better than a hangover.
Yeah, you don't want that look.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where you've gotten sick and it bounced up on your slacks. That hurts the picture.
Right. People get very angry too.
And you've hired a band, you don't want it to be hurting your head. You know?
Yeah, y'all turn that down.
Hey, cut it down.
Quit playing Brick House.
Seen some really bad stories on that, and people get really upset. You know,
Oh, yeah, right.
you know when you have pictures forever with people injured in it.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Teeth marks in their head.
Thank you, Greg. No need to be
Crooked
And
nose.
probably a lawsuit coming out of this. Don't forget that.
Yep, broken noses, things like that.
You gonna owe somebody some cars, and because I bet they're up on their insurance.
Oh, sure.
You know that is. You know that is.
Yeah.
Yep. This is not the launching pad for the marriage you're looking for. No surprise here. A little middle of the back tat there. Looks
You're
like.
right, and behind the ear too.
There's nothing looks better. You know? In a wedding dress. And that blazing middle of the back tattoo.
Right, let's not cover it up. Let's show it.
Right.
There.
Well, you paid for it. Show it off.
Yep, there it is.
See right there. There she sits right there.
No hope it's a really bad mold.
Nope.
Yeah, there's that something right there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we got them
That's that alien mark, isn't it?
We'll be back.
Well, they mark you after they test you.
More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
Do you want Bruno Mars, Kid Rock, Heather Locklear, or Judy Garland?
Well, Rick, you know,
wow, what a bunch.
We've still got
all.
time.
We'll do them all.
Let's pick up Judy and Heather here.
All right, so Judy Garland, you know, the Me Too, Time's Up movement. You know, remember now, in this new movement, we're not just dealing with things that are currently happening. We're going back.
Oh, we're going way back.
We'll go way back to things. Now, I had always heard that from The Wizard of Oz that the actors who were playing the Munchkins were a very rowdy bunch. I'd already heard that they cranked and partied, and the police had to be called to them a few times right on the set.
Good.
As they were all shooting this, and it was
like little handcuffs.
It was a rowdy bunch. But now, Greg, Judy Garland's. Who's making this accusation?
Her husband.
He's wrote a book
Yeah.
called Judy and I, My Life with Judy Garland. He is dead. Okay, he died before he finished the book.
Okay,
but
she's dead,
some people
obviously.
in the estate finished it, and now they're putting it out, and it's available on Amazon now.
They're saying when Judy Garland played Dorothy, that that some of the actors who played the Munchkins were inappropriate.
They got a little handsy with her.
Handsy, Rick.
The Munchkins got a little handsy.
And according to him, made her life miserable on the set of Wizard of Oz.
Mm-hmm.
Now, was she mad about it? Did she ever talk about it? She was in an interview with Jack Parr in 1967, Rick. Now, he hosted The Tonight Show back then. She said...
It is 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We go phone calls now. All 10 lines are available. Calvin, Speedy, Wilburn. Getting you lined up and ready to go. So if you dial us right now, you will get in, and we would love to talk to you about whatever is on your mind. Comment on the things you've heard. Bring up something you'd like to talk about. All at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and all 10 lines, as I said, have now been made available, and Speedy is standing by. So move now, and you'll get in. Hey, if you when we were on vacation, a lot of best of shows and a lot of content out there for you to grab. And one of those things where you can find a lot of content is our YouTube channel. And we keep trying to encourage you. This is the way all these things work in the streaming world. It helps everything if you'll subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscribing also, and I've been telling a lot of people that this week when we started the study of the Revelation yesterday, they were like, how can I watch that live? And I said, well, if you'll just subscribe to our YouTube channel, it doesn't cost anything. Anytime something live is there, including the show, there's something new, you'll get an alert. And, we put a lot of content out there for you to go and unpack, too. There's all kinds of stuff on the YouTube channel, including the live show every day, a full archive of the show every day, a best of hour from the day, and, of course, the Wednesday Bible study, which we talk about, that's there. Any kind of documentaries or behind-the-scenes stuff that Adler does, that all ends up there. So subscribe today at rickandbubba.com and just click right there on our YouTube channel. Let's go to Dayton. Speaking of TV, Dayton is standing by. Dayton and McCullough, that's his topic. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I was calling to see. Y'all know of any kind of topic that I could buy to put on my TV from coming out?
Before you do that, I would look into a good cell phone.
Yeah, you're breaking up. We literally could not understand.
Try it again.
Anything you said. So try it again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Give it a try.
I need something that I can buy to put on my TV to keep cuss words from coming out. Because like y'all, me and my wife are Christian people. Well, it seems like everything you watch nowadays has got cuss words in it.
Well, I know there's filters for things that are pre-recorded. I don't know that there is a filter for live programming.
Yeah, there used to be a box that you could get to run everything through, but it was very expensive, and it had a subscription fee to it. because they had to constantly update the new dirty words.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You know, and so, but I don't know of any product readily available to do that other than you being a good monitor of what it's rated to begin with.
Yeah, and I know there is something that I know is a filter, but again, that's not going to be for anything live programming. It would be from movies that you can get. Now, somebody sent me something about it over the break, and I can't remember what it was called. But
frankly, my wife's tired of watching the Dukes of Hazzard.
yeah. Well, you know, it's a minefield out there. It really is. But there is something for, but not. I mean, you can't say tonight I'm going to watch, you know, a sitcom or whatever. I'm going to watch a live broadcast. I don't know there's much you can do about that other than what Bubba said. Let's go to
there's a product called TV Guardian, Rick. Look into that.
That was it. TV Guardian. That was the one. I couldn't think of the name of it.
You know, they even changed. There was there 7 dirty words you couldn't say on TV? The George Carlin 7.
Mm-hmm.
George Carlin.
Carlin 7. Mm-hmm. And, you know, they took 3 of those off the list.
Did they really? Yeah, well, apparently. Yeah, there's things that are said now on regular primetime television you just couldn't believe. Yeah. So TV Guardian.
Do you remember Jerry and Elaine announcing that? They were giving an award to, I think, to Carlin.
Carlin.
I can't say
George Carlin.
George Carlin. Who is funny without being dirty, by the way.
Right. But he will be.
And they were giving him. They were giving him an award, and they talked about
the same guy.
Yeah, he's
No. What he's saying is when he's not doing the dirty, he's still funny.
Yeah,
we're not saying he's not dirty.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I mean, if you flip on his
terrible.
special,
he's almost as bad as Cassio.
Yeah,
almost.
You know, when he did his bit on stuff and what we do with stuff and how everything we have. And I saw him do it on the Flip Wilson show to tell you how long ago it was, and it was clean, and it was very funny.
Yeah, to be clear, we're not saying that George Carlin is a clean comic. We're saying when he did things like what Bubba talked about.
He doesn't have to be dirty to be
Or when
funny.
you lose something, trying to find his take on that was awesome.
All that was his clean stuff is what Bubba's saying is, I think, funnier than when he's being nasty.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And the same for Cassio.
Right.
And I think he's funnier than nasty.
Catherine in Talladega. Catherine, go ahead.
Oh, big build-up.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey, I just wanted to let you guys know that I've been listening to you guys since I was little with my dad growing up, and now I have my 9-year-old listening with me every morning.
Generations,
and we very much so enjoy listening to you guys.
Thank you so much.
That's very kind.
Generations, Bubba. Generations.
And I can tell you've grown up. You're very successful.
Yeah.
Got a kid.
Done well.
Yeah.
Ryan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, God bless you guys.
Thank you,
I got
brother.
a quick question. Have you guys heard of a case that's going to the Supreme Court tomorrow called Brunson versus Adams that could possibly reverse the 2020 election?
No,
I have not. Brunson versus who? Adams?
Yeah.
Not holding my breath.
Adams, yes. It's on the westernjournal.com. Mike Huckabee wrote about it.
No, I'm not familiar with that. I'm sorry.
Give us the details.
Yeah, can you give us a nutshell?
Yeah, just in a nutshell, if Brunson gets his way, everything that happened January 6th of 21, Congress was supposed to review it. But the fact that they didn't review the investigation into the alleged fraud is a violation of constitutional duty. So if Brunson gets their way, they could possibly boot those members from Congress and make them ineligible to run again.
What is it? Is Bronson versus what?
Adams.
Brunson
versus Adams.
You know,
BRUNSON.
Even if they're going to
Thanks,
hear it,
Ryan.
I think chances that they would reverse that are very, 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 very slim.
Very interesting, but
Yeah.
Them taking that step that even if it's there, them actually doing it, not likely. I wouldn't think.
Rick, I thought it was somebody from Oxford, and he said Mike Brunson was mad at Donnie Adams.
I knew Mike Brunson. Mike Brunson. I knew that was coming.
I have no idea what the guy was talking about.
Casey in Nashville. Casey, go ahead.
Hey, guys. So you were talking about Ruby and her church disruption.
Yeah, they made it on the live stream. How about that?
How about that?
I have misophonia, and basically I have a visceral reaction to certain noises. And there are times in church where there's somebody popping gum behind me, or there's a little kid rustling around in a little plastic bag, and I just have to get up and walk out. I cannot. We started sitting in the front.
Wow, I mean that.
Can we hang on? I sure would like to hear more about that.
What did she say? That
things.
Oh, is she gone?
Yeah. If you want to call back, call back.
Yeah, call back. We got to hear more about that.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Quoting her, they were drunks. They put them all in one hotel. They got smashed every night, and the police had to pick them up with butterfly nets.
Good night.
Probably her attempt, probably joking there.
Yeah.
Or I'm picturing it.
Well,
like
she clearly was not happy with the situation.
No.
According to the ex-husband, one of them actually asked her out, and he was about 40 years old, and she was a teenager.
And they were a little handsy.
Now he definitely says that they, assaulted her daily on the set of Wizard of Oz.
Of course, it could have been an accident, like say, with their height and all.
Greg,
could have been.
Stop it.
You can't accidentally keep running up under somebody's skirt.
We're not in Kansas anymore.
All right.
Okay, stop all
They claim.
I'm just saying, we keep hearing all these accusations, but I never saw this one coming.
Claims have been dismissed by other actors.
What?
Says there were a lot of them who liked to go out and have a few drinks, but nothing got out of hand. This was one who played a Munchkin when she was 15. She was just and she said everyone was having a good time, enjoying themselves. There was no rowdiness or anything like that. These stories are very upsetting. Bubba known as the last surviving Munchkin, who is now 98. He has also previously slammed these claims. He used a little language here.
Of course, he can't remember. He's 98.
He said that was a lot of BS, but he used the word. Now, this was in 96 when he talked to Entertainment Weekly.
Okay.
When were they going to party? Even if they did, there were only 2 or 3 that did get drunk, and that was a couple of the Irish kids. He said Garland was wonderful to work with. She wasn't snobby.
They expected her to be that way when they signed on to do the movie.
He says this is all totally made up.
Well, here is an article back from 2014 on this very same thing.
Right.
And I'm going to read it word for word, and you can do whatever you want to with it. The film's makeup artist, Jack Doan, recalled later how one German midget called himself the Count. You had to watch them all the time, he said. Once, the Count, he was due on set. He went missing. No one could find him. They heard a whining from the men's restroom, and he had gotten plastered during lunch, fallen in the toilet, and could not get out.
That's the Count.
That is the Count.
The Count is out.
Now, that is from the makeup artist.
The Munchkins were cranking it up.
The UK's Independent reported this allegation, said...
like kicking over an anthill.
And they think that this started with producer Mervyn Leroy, who reportedly claimed after the movie wrapped that the Munchkins, well...
some of this stuff I can't even read.
They got really, really rowdy in the hotel, and they had to have the police on just about every floor.
I know one part I left out.
Right. Well,
but thank you.
I
wasn't ready for that.
Because that's a visual you don't want.
No.
Thank you, Greg.
So let's stop.
You don't want that visual.
Thanks, Greg.
Well, you have stereotypes that go with this, just like a fat guy will eat a donut.
Right.
And that little people, they tend to get in the sauce a little much.
Yeah. Oh. You have personal experience of that, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
You do. Matter of fact. You've lived it, Bob, and so have I.
I still got the scars on more.
And we lived it. We lived it back when we used to do a somewhat controversial St. Patrick's Day celebration.
Yes. So, is there some truth to this? I mean,
by my observation, there is a general truth in my observations, and I think a lot of it is we wanted to get some legislation passed, which I thought was really kind of forward thinking. And that was that you can't, the consumption of alcoholic beverages, if you're a person that's smaller, it takes less alcohol for you to be under the influence.
Rick, that's just science. I mean, nobody's arguing that point.
Somebody else is over here saying, I've had a beer and a half, and over here you got somebody sloshed.
Right.
You know it.
Right.
And so it's something to consider.
There's
Rick also.
I never liked that movie. I couldn't watch it.
Rick, I was horrified of that movie.
No, I did like the one with Michael Jackson in it.
Hated the movie. Hated the movie.
I never saw.
You never saw The Wiz?
No,
You didn't.
No,
Got to get on down the road.
Nipsey Russell was the scarecrow.
I wish I'd have seen
He
that.
was.
So he actually starred in something. I thought the only thing he was on
Michael
was a
was the
match game.
scarecrow. Nipsey Russell was the Tin Man. Michael was actually the scarecrow.
That's right. Got to ease on down the road. Got to ease on down.
That's the only thing I ever knew Nipsey Russell was in.
He was in what else?
He was in match. He was on Match Game, but because he was a star, but I never knew anything he was in.
He was a card.
He was funny.
Heather Locklear.
Yeah, I saw him as Tin Man.
We talked about Heather Locklear, and we had this story not long ago that when she had to be
several counts of battery, Rick.
Yeah, against first responders that got to a call involving her and her boyfriend.
Came to her Southern California home. Yeah.
February 26. Several counts, as you said, of battery against first responders. It was a domestic violence call. "35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us as we work our way back. All right, so Helms and I were just talking about this in the break, and that's fieldofgreens.com. I keep trying to. I've become like an evangelist of fieldofgreens.com, telling people, look, let me tell you, this is life-changing. It really, really works. It's a great product. I take it every day and are seeing great results. I can certainly tell a difference in my energy and my clarity and my health, even as I continue to do a little better and drop a few lbs. My body's metabolism is working better. And as you get older, that metabolism shutting down really becomes a problem. And the reason why it really is not any more complicated than if you want, any kind of machinery to run the way it's supposed to run with peak efficiency, you want to give it the right fuel. Our body is designed, and it needs fuel. The fuel you put into your body has a lot to do with how it's going to run. But at the same time, you may not be a big fan of vegetables, and you may not be a big fan of fruit and all of this. So Field of Greens is a super food that was designed to give your body the vegetables and fruit that it needs, that it desires. You're going to see the results. And if you want to get started, we can get this for you at 15% off that first order by going to fieldofgreens.com and use the promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code Bubba. That'll save you 15%. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com, and you can find that right there under the sponsors. And let's hear from you as well. So, do you remember the name? Was it Casey?
Casey, I believe it was. And she was telling us about a strange ailment that she had, and we ran up against a hard break. Casey, we wanted to hear that story.
Tell us what you have again. You have what?
So it's called misophonia, and a lot of people have it. Like
Say miso.
I thought that meant you were poisoned with asbestos.
No, that's mesothelioma.
I thought this is what Lucy diagnosed Charlie Brown as having. So say it again.
Misophonia.
Phonia.
Miso.
Like your phone.
Here it is. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So
tell us about it.
So tell us what that means.
So you just have a more severe reaction to certain sounds than people would normally have. So for me, it's the sound of chewing. One of the more random ones for me is that I hate the sound of hot liquid being poured into a cup.
Interesting.
Only hot liquid, not just
Does
any
it sound
liquid?
different?
No, it's hot liquid. If my husband's making some tea and he pours the hot water into the mug, I can't stand the sound of it.
Oh wow! Which is a common sound. So common sounds affect you differently than other people.
What if you were with your husband and you and my wife and me? We were on a road trip and Sherry's chewing gum and I'm chewing gum and we're popping it.
Drive her up the wall.
I will not be happy with you.
You have to get out of the car, or we got to stop popping.
I mean, I would have to tell you, hey, can you guys please?
Okay.
So a lot of these
Sit back,
things.
you got to spit your gum out.
By the way, I can only chew gum for about a minute and a half.
Yeah, I end up biting inside of my cheek.
Yeah, and you're saying chewing, not smacking, right? Because nobody likes anybody likes smacking. But you're saying if you just hear somebody chewing,
I don't like dripping water either.
Yeah, chewing, or some people, their jaw clicks when they chew, and that's even worse.
What about breathing?
So people with TMJ, you can't be around them.
Nose breathing. I
Okay.
can't with the nose breathing. If you've got like a little hair stuck in your nose and it's making that whistle sound, like no way.
She picks up on things that we don't.
Did we clarify? Does smacking bother you? I mean, like more than what
I
a
think
normal
that bothers
person?
everybody.
Yeah, but I mean,
everybody.
I'm talking about is that a trigger, like a big one?
Yes, my brother smacks when he eats pizza. He smacks for some reason. I don't know why. It's just pizza and pasta.
I get most
of
of
the
these
time.
things except for the hot water being poured in a cup.
That is
that's
odd.
surprising.
But if it's cold,
Oh, another one is when people are clapping outside, like at a golf tournament. The sound of people clapping outdoors.
Not indoors, outdoors.
wow. So you could have watched Auburn's offense this year and been just fine.
Yeah, wouldn't have to worry about it.
I'm here. I'm back.
I like that. I like that one.
you are.
2023, Rick.
Okay, now here's what's so funny. If she was hanging around with us, we would test different things to see.
Of course we
Oh,
would.
yeah. If she
Would
was
you
an
mind?
intern, we'd drive her
So
crazy.
how did this affect you in church? You said you had to move to the front row.
Oh yes. Well, sometimes. Well, it's mostly with the gum popping. That was the last straw for me. I told my husband, I was like, I know it's uncomfortable for you to sit in the front, but I cannot have these distractions.
Wow.
Right.
There was a little kid, and I mean, I'm so glad. Like, have your children sit in church, please, by all means.
Once they get a
But
certain
there was
age, by the way.
one-
Yeah.
Right. He was wrestling around in a plastic bag or some sort of bag that had pencils in it. And I mean, my husband would look over at me, and I'm just shaking at this point. I'm like, I have to go. So I just had to go into the lobby and watch from the monitors because
Wow.
How about that?
What about people? Because this could even happen if there was like a guest speaker, or because you wouldn't go to church, the pastor did this. But I noticed the other day, someone. Well.
Yeah, here you go. No filter. Rick.
Painted
Go
into
ahead,
a
buddy.
corner.
Okay, there was a place I was, and sometimes I see this, and it happens, and people will talk, and they'll,
but
after they say something, they'll go, "Hey, we want to be here,"
Bubba does
and I've seen people actually get up and be like on a stage, and they'll do that. Would you be able to handle that?
I don't know. I feel like I remember during one of the debates, I feel like Trump did that, and it was driving me nuts.
Okay.
He kept sniffing.
Yeah, he sniffs.
Oh yeah, he did the sniff.
That's what it was.
So,
Sniff ender.
Yeah.
Casey, let me ask you this: your husband, how long have you been married?
8 years.
So, is he supportive in this? Because I can imagine you run into a lot of problems with this, or does he kind of get done with it?
I mean, all I have to do is shoot him a look, and he knows. He knows.
Time to go.
He's a pretty loud chewer. And he sure likes to crunch on those potato chips, I'll tell you what. So,
She don't need to be around me
Casey,
eating ice. I crunch on ice real loud.
You must have a tough life with all that
That's
bothering
good.
you. I mean,
Well,
that's a
she
lot
has-
of common things.
She has misophonia.
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 Meso or meso?
Meso.
Yeah. The snapping gum.
Miso.
Terry will
I
snap
think
her
it's
gum.
spelled like miso,
How about-
M-I-S-O.
How about popping knuckles? People that pop their knuckles.
Oh yeah, that's a good one, Greg.
That doesn't bother me too.
Okay,
really?
all right. So there's not there's it's
certain things.
It's very unique, and there's not a
Yeah.
lot of consistency to it. You really don't know till you hear it, right?
Right. There's no rhyme or reason to it at all.
Is there anything we do here on the show that you pick
Great
up on
question.
that bothers
That's a
you?
good one.
Thank you.
No. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be listening.
Okay, good.
Good
That's
point.
good.
You'd never call.
That's a good.
Are you sure?
None of that?
Don't test me.
Okay. We're just trying to find where our line is.
I think the wrinkling bag must really bother her. She was really serious about the bag.
Oh, yeah.
I think my wife has this, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yes, yes.
Are you serious?
Yes. I can't sit next to her and eat almonds on the couch because she can hear the crunch through my cheeks. My mouth is closed, but she can hear the crunch through my cheeks.
Yeah.
And then pouring coffee bothers her too, by the way.
Oh, she has it.
She has it.
I don't get how that's a sound.
Greg, get off that. I mean, they can't explain
weird.
it.
I don't get how that's a sound.
Well, I know.
Hey, Greg, it's common things.
She's making that
doesn't affect us.
She's still
affects.
I'm kidding.
Her.
I do have this, I think, a little bit too because I realized at one point in my life I wasn't going to stay with a particular person. I was like for the rest of my life.
Everything got on your nerves.
And y'all, when she would eat with a fork, it sounded like a knife coming out of a sheath. Like,
no. Oh, no.
Every time she'd bite down on the fork, clink, and then
that would bother
like,
me.
I can't
That's bad.
live with a ninja.
Yeah.
Always going, shing. And that was that.
Well, Casey, thanks.
I'm fixing to go pour some coffee.
You just diagnosed Adler's wife, and you were very helpful. Thanks a lot.
I'm going to see.
Well, sure.
All right, Casey, if we start doing things that bother you, let us know.
Yes.
I will. I sure will.
All right, see you.
Thank you,
Bye.
Casey.
How
God
about
bless
that?
you.
How about that?
Yeah,
That hot liquid got to you, didn't it?
Well, I'm trying. Everything else I can relate to.
Well, the thing that threw me when I said, so if I pour a bottle of water into a cup, that doesn't bother you, but coffee in the cup does. And she said,
there's two different sounds.
I've never really noticed two different sounds.
I haven't. I tell you, I'm going to experiment with it.
I'm going to listen. I'm going to listen closer.
Yeah. We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG's our number. Check our website out, too, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Some great items in the Rick and Bubba store if you haven't looked there in a while. Get you some swag, get ready for the winter. And you got cold. Some of you wish you had that hoodie. All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
She's 56 now, and she was charged with 4 misdemeanor counts of battery on an officer or emergency personnel.
Isn't that a little old to be raising your hand to a first responder?
I think so. Misdemeanor count of resisting or obstructing an officer. She allegedly kicked, pushed, and shouted at deputies who were answering the report that she had been violent with her boyfriend. So they called her
because she's violent, and she
boyfriend.
proves it. But when they get there,
yeah,
that doesn't look good for your case.
No, if you're being accused of being the attacker and you are female, you got a good chance of people not believing it until you begin to beat up everybody who comes to investigate.
So what do you think her deal is? Do you think because she thought she had it going on that she could just get away with anything? Is that it?
Probably drunk.
Probably drunk.
Toe up.
Yeah. She's been hanging out.
Getting rowdy. Is she a drunk rowdy? Is that it?
Yep. Yeah, she's one that gets drunk, won't fight everybody.
But I'm like you guys, so they respond because of the domestic issue, but then she's not in trouble for that. She's in trouble.
She was going to whoop everybody. She's going to whoop her boyfriend and the police.
Yeah, they probably going to let that go if she doesn't fight everybody that shows up. And didn't we see?
She pretty much made the case.
Yeah.
By assaulting them. That's a lot of witnesses.
Good
there.
picture.
Yeah. Didn't we see her fighting in traffic yesterday? There was so much of it today. I didn't realize that Bruno Mars had been, this new term. We can't allow these kind of things to be.
It's the new rage now, Rick.
This is the cultural appropriation, meaning that if there's certain things that belong to cultures, and if you're not part of that culture, you can't do them or say them or wear them.
I think the first time we heard about this was when there were white girls wearing hoop earrings in Southern California. Yeah. Was that it?
And then they some Halloween costumes like what's the Island Girl or whatever, and white people dressing up as that. That was. Again, I can't keep up with all this.
Yeah, I've really got more to do than I can keep up with all the things to be offended over here lately.
Are they saying if you're, let's say, R&B, you have to be black to sing that? And evidently fully,
that's exactly what they're saying. They said he's half Filipino, 1/4 Puerto Rican, and 1/4 of something Jewish, which I've never seen that.
I've never really even thought about what what Bruno Mars was. I just enjoyed his music and his dancing. You know, I'd really never think about that.
And they're saying that he stole it from because it does sound a lot like some of the old stuff.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
he's updated it,
Well,
which I think is
so
a good
what?
thing. How's that offensive?
So what? I
I'll tell you this: if that's the case, they better get Darius Rucker out of country music. He's got to go.
Well,
what do you do with Eminem?
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, what do you do with Eminem?
So I can't believe anything could be this stupid, but it seems to have happened.
This world's going crazy.
But there are artists that are stepping in, including Bubba, one of your favorites, stepping in, Charlie Wilson.
Yeah,
the Gap Charlie ain't gonna put up with it.
Charlie Wilson, who's one of the artists Mars is accused of copying, jumped to his defense, saying this is just ridiculous.
Yeah, well, thank you, Charlie. I knew he had common sense.
You knew the Gap band would.
They're saying
do what was right.
They're saying that what Bruno Mars does is he just takes pre-existing work and word for word recreates it, according to some person here I've never heard of. He does not create anything original. He does not improve upon it. He doesn't make it better. He's a karaoke singer. He's a wedding singer. He's the person to hire if you want somebody to do Michael Jackson and Prince covers. Yet Bruno Mars has an Album of the Year Grammy, and Prince never won an Album of the Year. That's what she's upset about, this woman who's mad about it.
Look,
if you're influenced by certain artists is one thing, but he's not ripping them off.
No, and I think you can even pay tribute to their style that they do things, because a lot of us like to jam to what they did.
Because part of the cultural appropriation, the way it's defined, part of it is they're saying if you don't show that you understand or respect this culture, that you're trying to, perform.
Well, how do you show
So-
that you understand?
Give
Respect?
me
the list of that.
I think he does that. Plus, it's saying that you're using that culture and kind of trying to own it like it's your own, without showing that you understand it. That's what they're trying to say.
This is the
I don't get
dumbest.
it.
So now we're going with styles of music. We went from hoop earrings, which was ridiculous, to now certain styles of music you can't be a part of unless you're a certain race. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, to Greg's point, can you imagine somebody actually coming out and saying that Darius Rucker cannot be a country music singer because the
world would go crazy.
He's trying to claim that this is his culture. Well, maybe it is. I mean, you don't know how people are raised or where they were. All this is based on color of skin. Could we get?
This is just another. He's good at it. Yeah, this is just another way to divide people.
Maybe he does it really well.
By a bunch of hate mongers.
Rick, but if someone made that statement, do you realize the uproar that would be out here? Somebody said Darius Rucker has got to go because of his race, which is basically what they're saying in this situation.
That would be stupid, as is this. Nine minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number as we make our way back. So we're continuing now. 29 years we've been at this. And so you really, if you've been around for most of that, you're continuing to walk through the different stages of life with everybody here on the program. And a lot of us now are in the have either been in it or are currently in. That is becoming helping our aging parents. So a minute ago, and I know that Speedy has a reputation for being, cheap.
Yeah.
And
well-earned reputation.
Do I have it right that y'all are reporting that we caught Speedy rummaging through the garbage?
Rick, he didn't want to ask me, and I was right there by it. And anyway, and he reluctantly pointed one if he could have that container that I had earlier out of the garbage.
Out of the garbage?
It was in the garbage can.
In the can. I've done thrown it away.
Speedy, why are you rummaging through the garbage? If you need something, just ask. I'd be happy to provide it.
Right.
Do you need help?
Well, no. I was trying to. Have you ever tried to catch somebody from doing something?
He didn't want to ask.
No, I didn't, and I was trapped in there working phones, and I was trying to catch you before you finished up. But Edgar's Bakery provides breakfast, and they do an amazing job.
What a saving service they provide.
And
Edgar's Bakery, what a friend to the show you are.
Yes.
And wow,
and I'm sure they give you some of these.
They probably would.
And
there's a commercial version called Tupperware.
Right? You ain't gonna believe it. Now they do charge you for those.
Rubbermaid got kind of a knockoff version.
Right,
a little cheaper made.
So,
but they haven't been in the trash can.
No.
Right.
I uncomfortably watched you ask Greg if you could have it out of the trash can, and I wanted to just leave. I didn't know what was going on.
He did not want to ask
me. He did not.
Did you fish something out of the garbage?
Yeah, but it was just a small one.
Right.
It's a small one right beside him. All right, so, and I'm holding this up.
I just recently
Some
dropped
of us get fruit cups as a little
Mhm.
happy an hour or two after we eat breakfast. And they normally come in just a little container, but these are like Tupperware type containers. These are really nice, so props to them. Well, this is mine, and this is Greg's, and they're empty. And this is one I was just showing as an example because it's full.
You want me to eat that?
And so we're in a situation where my mom fell at Thanksgiving, and it wasn't that she fell because she just walked off into air.
Yeah.
She was visiting at Johnette and Reg's for Thanksgiving, and they have a step down that she just forgot about and just stepped off into nothing. All right, I actually did it while I was there and fell into the sliding glass door.
Yeah.
You just because the floor is the same color, so it's like you get lost in it.
Maybe you need to put a butterfly sticker on there.
Yeah.
So
Red could build a ramp.
Yeah, so she banged up her knee a little bit, and she's on the way back, and that has limited her on being,
tough to get around.
mobile enough to get around up and down steps and all this kind of stuff. So. We've been going back and forth to Huntsville, providing food for them and meals, and so just the cooking part's out of the way. Yeah. And so Terry has, like, by the way, today I'm taking chicken pot pie, spaghetti.
Yeah.
We got chicken salad.
But not a lot
and some
in
other
that
stuff.
little container.
And
Yeah.
so
And a little snack.
And so we have all these containers that we've bought. And
why didn't you buy 2 or 3 more?
And
You
so
would've had to-
whenever I arrive today, those
Go
are all
dumpster
going to be clean. And I'll bring all those back. And today we're taking a bunch more food, and so it's all divided up into meals, and they've got it going on. Okay. Well, when I saw these, I went, man, this is perfect for chicken salad.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought about it, and
Might be a little
I
bigger.
reacted before I thought, really.
Right.
And because I like the way they look. And I thought, we could really clean these up and use these for chicken salad the next run. And so that's why I went and asked you, but I couldn't get you before you threw them away.
And he made me reach in the trash can.
You reached in the trash and got it.
Yeah.
And took it out.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of with Greg. Apparently, they're not overly hungry for chicken salad.
No, it's not. It's just a little snack. Rick.
Speedy,
It's a little happy.
I got to ask you this. I mean this seriously. Do you want us to do a GoFundMe page?
There are so many containers. I mean, there's a lot of containers and bags full of containers. So I was really thinking out loud and probably should have just waited and just taken mine.
Right.
I guess.
You should have got it out
I
of the
would've
trash
walked
can
off.
when nobody was watching.
Yeah, I'd have walked
Yeah.
off eventually.
Right. Probably so.
They sell those at the store.
I know,
Just get 'em.
we've bought them.
There's lots
and we've
of
bought
them,
them, but they were just right here.
Yeah.
You
And
know,
and
I'm like, wow, they're just here. They are. There's a couple. Now, I might get them home, and Terry goes,
Right.
look, we can't use those.
Yeah,
Throw
and
them away.
And the ones at the
Throw 'em
store
away again.
The ones that Greg, the ones at the stores don't have hot sauce on them.
Yeah, all right.
I know.
Speedy, I'm going to go eat my pineapple in a minute, and I'll save you that container.
Thank you very much.
So we now know what he needs. We
Yeah.
need to do that, don't we?
We need
And,
to save
uh,
all the breakfast. You want to use the wrap too?
Speedy, there is a taco place that we frequent once a week, sometimes twice a week,
Yeah.
and we get a big. They do a family meal thing, and that's
Right.
exactly what they do. Do you want us to start saving those for you?
No, and we're
Speedy,
fine
maybe-
with
Are we
containers.
doing a Tupperware drive?
No,
Instead of a toy drive, could we do a Tupperware
Terry's
drive?
gonna
for
be-
Speedy?
You remember when everybody was keeping the tabs off aluminum cans? You remember
Yeah,
that? That
yeah.
was supposed to be. I
Terry's
think
gonna be
somebody
so
made
mad
that.
at
up.
What if we had a box that had a picture of Speedy on the side of it, and we put him at various locations?
Maybe the Marines will do a commercial about it.
Oh, yeah, that's so bad.
They're
This
off
is so
now.
bad. This is so bad. Terry's going to be mad at me for bringing these home and doing what I've just done.
You want me to send Brody to film your mom and dad to tell people plead for Tupperware?
Hey, I'm gonna drink this bottle of water, but I won't put my mouth on it.
Oh, me.
I'll give it Kevin and Papa Murphy's. They'd be a drop off.
That's all right. That's okay. Look, get me. That's good.
You want us to save our you want us to save our prescription bottles? Do you need those?
Well,
Rick, I'm gonna get a scissor lift and broadcast.
And you're not coming down until you get a dump truck full of Tupperware.
Hey, we can see if Bo wants to do Bo box for Tupperware.
Look at Blazer stepping in. Greg, charity in charge again this week. Speedy's parents. Hey!
Buffalo Wild Wings just going to give some containers from their kitchen. They're not going to give a check.
All right.
You know, we got some of those in there, the little boxes.
No, y'all. Like I said, Terry's
ain't
going to be
airtight,
mad.
but it'll
Walmart
work.
sells these in bulk forms, and we buy them.
Well, you got 3.
And so
good.
Terry's actually
That ought to do it.
Terry's going to be mad at me right when I get home. She's going to be mad at me.
I mean, I get it if they were like a case of them here.
Guys, this
But
is
you
nice.
got
Well,
3.
I pulled up one day. I thought,
Listen.
Should we just-
listen? They're nice.
Greg, I pulled up one day at work, and it's not uncommon. I thought Speedy was throwing things away at the door.
Yeah, I didn't know he was picking them up. Didn't know he was shopping there,
I didn't
Rick.
know he was in there.
Look, instead of you preparing food and doing God knows what you have to do to get containers to carry to Huntsville,
Yeah.
should we just maybe get some DoorDash cards or something?
No.
Wouldn't we cut through
idea.
several levels there?
It's a company.
No, because they're divided up. Because my dad,
they'll bring
I have
stuff.
to put on different shelves because he knows which is mom's,
Right,
which is
that's
his,
true. Right.
and stuff like that. So it's all divided up. So we got a system.
Right.
I just kind of stepped over.
Well, I'm glad you got them
and-
3.
Well, I know. This will be one trip of chicken.
Good
salad.
news, Wilburn's food's on the way.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's this doesn't. This makes my head hurt. It's so loony. It's loony.
I mean, Rick, it's really
over.
people
It's
that have
over.
no problems every day that they've got to make up some.
Yeah, you got to work hard to be offended by this.
I'm
I
telling
mean, it takes a lot of effort.
Look, he's a good singer. I like to hear him sing. I like to see him dance. So what does it matter?
And you know why I like him? Because he does remind me of those days and that style of music that I enjoyed.
The Time, he sounds to me a lot like The Time.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean, but his songs are not covers.
and just for the record, if you'd have told me it wasn't black, I wouldn't have known it. If that's important, I don't think it is. But if that's important to you, he can pull it off.
Right.
Just saying.
Down, and especially when your kids get older, you don't worry about it as much. And I see my kids' tennis shoes there in the car, and I realize they drive a lot now. So when they ride somewhere with Dad, it's not the norm. I just simply text the 16 about to be 17-year-old, say, "Hey, hope you got some backup shoes. I see your shoes lying in the floorboard of the truck here. Good luck to you today." Face Mama with that news today.
Oh boy, you just it's almost like a bucket of water's coming.
Yeah,
You just try to shield yourself from it.
Hey, I don't know where my shoes are. I don't know where my shoes are.
Everybody see my shoes.
Anybody see my shoes? So anyway, I don't know why.
I used to love that. I would go, I don't wear your shoes. Why would I know where they are?
Why would I know where they are? That's not my shoes.
Yeah.
So it was one of the. It was I had I guess the 19-year-old last night. It's funny. I'm coming through the house trying to go to bed, and he has come up from downstairs where the dog is dealt with, and he comes up the steps from downstairs. Okay, he's been down there. Everybody's shutting down for the night, and says the following: "Hey, Dad, you want me to take the dog out and put him up?" Buddy, you were just down there. I mean, why did you not do it? Well, I just want to see if you wanted me to do it. Well, yeah, of course I do. It's your dog. I mean, weren't you just down there? I mean, that would be a question you would ask. Say you called and you're not home. Hey, Dad, can you put the dog up, or do you want me to do it and just wait and put him up when I get home? That makes some sense,
Yeah.
But you just came from where the dog is located.
Why not just handle it there?
How about this? Turn around, go back down where you came from, and go ahead and knock that out. Okay, well, I was just checking. Okay, well, yeah, I'm all. Matter of fact, I'd like for that to continue to be a rotating cycle.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Checking,
Hey,
buddy.
can I put that one on auto pay? and if I need to change it, let me check in.
Right.
So, but it's funny. I'm telling you that whole world. We're I was just thinking, and Bubba, you're even closer than me. How about we are 1 year from being empty nesters?
How about that?
I'm trying to figure out why parents get so sad about that. I had some woman the other day say, "I just cried," and I'm like, "What are you crying about?"
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
this is what's sad about this? I mean, they're going off, and
Well, I can see that point to some degree. And
I've spent plenty of time with them. I got 19 years with them. I mean,
but
I think you're never going to see them again.
yeah, they'll be back.
And I think you're missing not them leaving as a teenager for sure, but you know, maybe the fact that they're not a baby anymore and all that. And I can see where people would be emotional about that.
Of course, I'm just kidding around. But I really have.
But you know, if you deal with teenagers much, you kind of get over that.
Yeah, and I've been fortunate. I mean, like I say, I've had you know, you never know when they become adults. You know, it's not over how they may behave, and I've certainly experienced that. But I've been fortunate. I've never had the troubled teenager,
right?
And with any of them, and I commend them for that. Even the things they may disagree, I said I appreciate that you were. I've never lived that life where my kids are at home and don't know how to act. You know, I mean, every kid does something every now and then. But I'm talking about that, you know, that thing where you see people, their lives are just turned upside down because their teenagers are acting like a bunch of idiots. I've been very fortunate. I've never had that.
Yeah, well, I'm not talking about to that degree, and I know some people sadly have to deal with that.
Yeah.
But, you know, I saw, and, you know, I hate to learn life lessons from that show, The Middle.
Yes.
But there is the episode where the mom and the teenage son are just seem to be at odds at every turn. Yeah. And the dad, in only his way, could say, Mike, the dad, he says, you know, maybe it's just nature's way of making the breakup that's coming a little more easy.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, that's, you know, for me.
That's funny. I remember that as a funny line to me.
Yeah, and it's just, you know, just people have different ways they're made. And this is something I've got plenty of problems. But I've always just kind of been that person that doesn't treat any stage of life as better than the other one.
Right.
They all are good, and they all have their good and their bad. I mean, I liked being young. I like how old I am now. I mean, I may like it better than anything I've experienced so far personally. But I like having little kids. I liked having middle school kids. I like having teenagers.
Yeah.
I like having college kids and interacting with them as adults. And I like them there, and I like when they get ready to go. I
think each stage of life has been better.
I've seen some people,
other than, you know, hurting and can't remember what you're doing.
Right, but I've seen some people that think once a period of life is over, like life is not as good. You know, every single era of life has its goods and bads.
Yeah.
And then what you always do is the time that is over, you always go back and act like it was better than it really was. You know what I mean?
Well, the memories,
it wasn't perfection. None of them are.
The brain has a way of editing out the negatives and remembering the positives, and you know, you sometimes can probably get a little distorted picture, or at least different than the way you felt at that time.
Right. So,
and that's a good feature to have.
Yeah, enjoy every stage of life. It's all good. But there is something to be said when you, and I think the reason why you have a problem, and we certainly haven't done that, thankfully, is sometimes parents struggle because their kids have been the center of the universe, and then when they leave, they look at their spouse and they're not excited about the time they're going to spend together that they didn't have before because they don't know each other anymore. We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
29 years we've been at it. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba all here today. Still looking back over the last couple of weeks and then talking about today. I danced with the devil till I'm in there, took all I got and ain't much left of me. Welcome back for a brand new hour of Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. All we ask for is 5 hours each and every day.
Each and every day. So, Bubba, I know that you, by the way, thanks for all your help on Tupperware out there. You guys have been a big help. I think Speedy and his parents are going to be fine.
All we need to do is fill up a dump truck bed.
Yeah, that's all we need.
We can all rest.
And one emailer said Sarah McLaughlin is already working on a song.
All right.
So anyway, we got that's that on me. Bubba, you also want to talk about this woolly mammoth story. Woolly mammoth. We brought it up a little bit yesterday.
Rick, this is one of the more intriguing stories to me of the new year.
Mm-hmm.
John Reeves, who is a mammoth bone expert. Now, we're talking about woolly mammoth from the dinosaur days, the elephants with the long hair and the big tusk on them, right?
Mm-hmm.
He revealed on the Joe Rogan podcast that 500,000 tusks
That's a lot.
were reportedly
That's a tremendous-
accidentally dumped into the East River in the 1940s. Now, they were sent from Alaska. They were supposed to be at the museum. They were cleaning out the museum. They threw them away. They didn't realize what they were.
Right.
Discovery star Don Gann, better known as Dirty Water Don.
Oh, yeah, everybody knows Dirty Water Don. Okay.
He is leading the dive into New York City's East River in search of mammoth tusks.
Can you imagine?
Okay. Now, these things are very valuable. They were petrified, so they had turned to rock and probably have existed, 50 years being in the water of the East River. So he went back and recounted the story of how these were cleaned out and where they were dumped in the river. And now apparently there is a tusk rush instead of gold rush to find these because they could be worth a lot of money, like almost $1 billion worth of tusks.
Unreal. No.
So
I'll go dive in dirty water for that.
Dirty water. Would anybody like to have a mammoth tusk? I know the value is that museums want them and all that, but would you just like to have some?
Oh, I think it would be cool to have one.
Conversation piece.
Because you think that was on a woolly mammoth that roamed the earth hundreds of thousands of years ago.
In the barn down there at your place. Right?
Oh, that would be great.
Yeah, right over the door for good luck.
Amen.
Of
course, they're big. You better have a big barn.
He is concerned, these people who are professional treasure hunters are concerned, saying that the amateur hour has already begun.
Of course.
And said that there are divers, there are boats that are raking the bottom, some that are sending down cameras. And he said all of this activity around 65th Street on the East River, somebody's going to get killed because there's too many people in there looking for
Yeah, not a
them.
good place to have to look for woolly mammoth tusk.
I'll tell you what, if this was a joke, if this was a gag, he's full of it.
That's a good one. I didn't think about that.
I'll go back to this too, and you said it yesterday, Bubba, but we hadn't said it on the air. I know these tusks have been through a lot, and I know there's the feeling that our people feel strongly they petrified because of when we had them. But the East River may be able to destroy just about anything.
Yeah. They may not be there still.
I don't know if these things can overcome the East River.
Well, some of the people who professionally dive. Did I do that?
Yeah, Misophonia.
I'm sorry. She probably just wrecked her car.
Yeah,
didn't she? You got me on that now. I'm completely off track.
Right.
It's the people who professionally do these kind of treasure hunts, if you will, are saying that they commonly search the East River and they find bodies.
Oh, yeah.
They found all kind of things thrown in the river you just wouldn't believe. And now the mystery of the East River is like taking a giant leap forward.
Well, nobody thought woolly mammoth. Jimmy Hoffa, yes.
Yeah.
But woolly mammoth tusk, no.
I saw that coming.
But if that kind of money's tied to it, and I always go back to how do we value that kind of thing?
I know.
Well, it's what a willing buyer will sell it to a willing seller.
So I'm a museum,
that's market value.
And they say, I'll tell you what, I'll pay for a woolly mammoth tusk.
I'll tell you this.
But honestly, these kind of things, I understand how we're like in awe of all that, but you walk up, you see them, and you go, okay.
Rick, right there's a skeleton one. You got to admit, that's an impressive
No,
animal.
it is. It absolutely is. He almost looks like Big Six.
Yeah.
That's a big old tusk.
That is a big old tusk.
And I don't know, we can get into the old Earth, new Earth thing, but if it is old Earth, they've been around a long time.
No question.
And I'm not, and on that topic, I swing back and forth. I can't land on one or the other with it.
I will tell you this: new or old, those tusks been around a while.
Yes.
It's some old tusk.
It's a lot. It's a lot of years either way.
I don't know how old, but they're old.
They're old. They're very old.
Probably rock.
Mm-hmm.
If anything, the river, if they got down in there and got covered up with a little mud, it probably protected them.
If it's been there that long, they ain't gonna find them things.
Well, nobody knew to look. Nobody. Apparently, this is the first time this story's come out.
Now, how did they find out again that they're in there?
This guy,
he did research and he found a story about them dumping them.
I think he was going back through some old records of what they were getting rid of and how they disposed of it. And the one thing they did do in the 1940s, they kept pretty good records.
Yeah.
And
everybody knows
he discovered that all these bones that they didn't know what it was at the time due to a confusion was just dumped in the river. You could do that in the 1940s.
Oh,
dump
sure.
stuff
Nobody
in the
even
river.
say
You
nothing.
don't do that now.
Better not.
Well, I hope somebody finds them. I guess
I want somebody to find one and bring it up, just so the frenzy will get more.
Do you think New Yorkers have to operate on 65th? Or you think they're done with the woolly mammoth search?
Yeah,
You know what you got. You remember in the original Jaws when they put the bounty out on the shark and everybody showed up, people that weren't even qualified, and it was just chaos out there. Everybody throwing
That's
dynamite.
what's happening.
That's what they got.
Dynamite in the water.
Yeah. No, you're right. That is exactly right.
Is this going to be a Discovery Channel documentary? Are they
I hope so.
filming all of it? I hope so too.
Well, if they do, though, like Greg brought up, and you're right, but the so many of these things are in search of something. They have to fill so many episodes. You spend a tremendous amount of time finding nothing.
A lot. 99%.
And they always tell you as they go to the commercial break, we think we found it.
Oh, they set it up like the most shocking thing.
When we come back.
Yeah. But
I bet the old woolly mammoth was a handle for people around it. Don't you imagine?
Oh, yeah.
It came late in the dinosaur age, you know.
I will tell you,
it was right at the end.
I will tell you on those kind of shows,
when the mammals started to take over the world.
When the Delivers is out, when River Monsters, before
He'll
you're
catch
done,
something.
he's getting something on the line.
Yeah.
You know, and he catches what he's after most every time.
He does. Now you got to watch him fight it for a while.
That's what I'm all right with that. Then there's then there's the near miss early.
Oh, always.
Yeah,
Broke off.
or I've got something and they bring it
false
in
alarm.
and it's not it.
Yeah.
But
not him.
but I will say his record of when you're about the time you're kind of done with it, he'll end up catching whatever he's after.
He'll get some action.
Yeah. Now some of the things they say about these fish, a little bit of a stretch at times.
Sure. Yeah.
But there are some things out there.
Entertaining.
There's some things out there in fresh water I wish weren't there.
I know.
It's almost like I
always felt safe.
It's almost like I made a deal with the fallen creation that I understand the blue water's dangerous. I don't want you messing with the brown water.
I know. Now we got gators
the
everywhere.
river water, I thought we could safely get in and out of.
I did too.
Yeah, I didn't know that in certain parts of the country you don't want to be in the river. So
No, sir.
right. And it's almost like that's almost too much for us to take on. Blue water we got,
And then here comes the bull shark. He can go either water.
Yeah, that's a
ain't
foul.
fair.
That's a
That is
foul.
not fair.
Absolute foul. All right, we'll come back. A little football news today, and both college and the professional level. We'll update you on that when we come back to you. Our phone calls are coming up before the hour's over 2. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, folks, the scientist from the CDC that has just gone missing.
Dr. Timothy Cunningham.
And he left everything he owned behind, took nothing with him, not even his phone, right? And they're
according to yesterday, a statement that was put out by the acting director of the CDC, she said that he'd been missing since February the 12th. They had not given up hope that he soon would be found. And this was kind of scary. She said, quote, "If Tim gets this message, we hope he comes home soon." I didn't exactly know how to take that. He's been very decorated. He apparently was looked over for a promotion this past summer that he didn't care for,
which the CDC is denying.
And he left work saying he didn't feel well, and he's never been seen or heard from again. He left his keys, his phone, his wallet, his ID, all found at his home after he vanished. His dog was left home alone, which his family said would have been very uncharacteristic of him. Tim never leaves Bo unattended. He just doesn't do it.
Not Bo. No way.
Greg, I have to ask, is coast to coast, because this sounds like a scientist that works where the world's most dangerous diseases are studied, has been grabbed by somebody.
Yeah.
And so they've got to have some sort of conspiracy, because it is creepy. I'm just going to shoot you straight up. That's creepy.
Yeah.
I really wish he would turn up somewhere.
Someone's either done away with him because he knew something he didn't need to know, or they've got him and using him.
Or is he rogue?
Or is he rogue? I don't know. Is he wanting to make it seem that he was snatched by leaving, all these things behind, leaving Bo?
His family is offering a $15,000 reward for information related to his disappearance. Rick, he has worked on the emergency response teams that dealt with Ebola and the Zika crisis.
Now, the Fringe.
I doubt he's just going to walk up and go, "Hey guys, I'm
Right.
back."
But Greg, the Fringe that you never know. Bubba and I were talking about this, whether it's a credible news source or not. some of those type where you see links to the main story, and you're like, is that credible? They try to suggest that he was a little bit of a whistleblower on the flu vaccine.
Yeah, I haven't seen the main.
That does make it. If that may not be true, but if that's true, it does make it a little more interesting.
I haven't seen the mainline websites report that, but they are some fringe ones saying that he was outspoken that the flu virus this year was going to make the flu worse.
It cause an epidemic. Is what he said.
So, again, Rick, that has that hint of, hey, I added that on to make this story more interesting.
Which we will do these days.
I will say this.
Like they have the scoop.
Yeah.
I will say this. Newsweek is reporting on the fact about him being looked over for a promotion. Many of his colleagues have pointed out that the information about him being overlooked is incorrect. In fact, he had received a promotion with an exceptional proficiency promotion to commander effective July 1st of last year. So he actually has commander in his title.
Yeah, and that's weird because I saw the same thing, but then I found an update of the timeline, which we would all love to hear from the police, and it does say that he was in a meeting where he was informed he was not going to get the branch manager or whatever. And I have just a little bit of that on how the timeline of how he went missing occurred according to the police.
Real quick, we'll go over the events on that Monday, February 12th, and kind of give you an idea of where we stood.
And you can come out of this whenever you want.
What investigative steps we've taken, and then I anticipate you will have a few questions, and we'll take those at the end. So Dr. Cunningham is an epidemiologist in the chronic disease unit at the CDC.
Oh, that's scary.
He last reported to work on Monday, February 12th. While on his way to work at about approximately 07:15, he calls his sister and speaks to her briefly. He arrives at work, and when he arrives at work, he meets with his supervisor. And the purpose of that meeting was to explain a promotion that he did not receive to branch manager. He had been informed the previous Monday that he was not getting the promotion, but the explanation occurred on the morning of the 12th. Shortly after the meeting explaining that, he tells the supervisor that he's not feeling particularly well. He had actually called in sick the 2 previous work days and decides to go home. While going home, the last known phone call that he makes occurs at 09:12 hours, and he calls his mother while traveling home from the CDC, we believe. The call is missed. She does not receive a call, and he does not leave a voicemail.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother. Ooh, there is no other. Waking on their blubber.
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show as we work our way back. Thanks for being with us. So, some stories today. First of all, this is what we get for any time allowing California to be involved in anything that we're excited about. No tailgating at SoFi Stadium for Georgia versus TCU. The national championship game, no tailgating.
Well, some schools that might deeply affect, or it might not affect. I think it will really affect Georgia and TCU because I think both of those are big tailgate schools.
Sure. Right.
Especially Georgia.
Yeah. So they're not going to allow there to be any tailgate.
What is their reason?
Well, I was
just a policy they have.
I know that California is still living as if
in tyranny.
The world will end if you don't have a mask on, and you are sure to die, and you'll kill other people. I don't know whether that is what I'm looking to see. It says tailgating will not be allowed prior to the game, according to the parking section. However, it says that the directive is coming from the college football playoff. Okay. They're saying that they don't want them. Is that because of parking? It doesn't really tell you.
I mean, it's kind of
why they're not allowing it. And then it goes into talking about the game. So I don't know why it would not explain.
Maybe the stadium's not really set up for that. You think?
You meant the latest tech? I mean,
well, it's a high-tech stadium, but do they have high-tech parking?
Maybe they consider
Space
tailgating to be a thing of the past, not something for the future.
Right.
The other is Bobby Petrino, Bobarooski. Bob is coming back.
Motorcycle Bob.
Bobby Petrino will be the Is he the offensive coordinator or not going to be for the Aggies? Because
Yes.
I mean,
Yes, he is.
You had Jimbo say he's going to do that, then he kind of, I'm still involved.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, which I bet
Well,
that'll
the
go
offense,
well.
how much
the head
control-
coach is still responsible for all of it, and he says he's going to be involved in the offense, but he wants Bobby Petrino to be the OC. Now, he came from UNLV, and he's only been there a few months, so UNLV is now in total disarray for that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
because
Within a
he-
month, he accepted the OC job there.
Yeah, because he was at
And
Missouri.
left.
He was at Missouri State,
Which
Did-
gave Arkansas fits. We talked about
right?
that.
And he gave. And what did he do? How many seasons there? One.
I think he was there a
couple year seasons. Yeah. And then he took the job at UNLV, but then has left them. Bubba said, and you said, holding the bag because now the Aggies want him to be OC.
Now, I bet the Aggies writing him a bigger check, so away I go because
Well-
they've been known to write one.
Yeah, they'll write one. And that's why people are getting upset. We're writing a lot of checks. We're not seeing a lot of wins.
Yeah, big.
You know,
lot of
checks
losses.
don't necessarily equal wins, but I mean, it certainly would.
Well, it
help,
shouldn't be
but-
7 losses.
God,
That's the thing.
So Bobby Petrino, you guys think would I mean, is this a big deal now at this point? Has he got all this behind him?
Well,
It's
historically,
still controversial.
Historically, he's been a very successful coach.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong.
But he's also had a lot of baggage with him.
Didn't he go back to Louisville but didn't pan out? You know, he's Louisville. Didn't he go back before he went to? I can't remember. His little.
I can't either. I have to look.
I don't remember.
Yeah, he's hard to follow. Also, back to professional football, still getting updates on DeMar Hamlin. The update is about what has been still showing signs of improvement, but still in critical condition. And then that's led to all kinds of bizarre conversations that we all predicted were coming.
Oh, the left, we knew were
that
gonna
we
jump on
all
this.
predicted. You know, the left wants football to be outlawed so bad. I don't really know why, because you think about how many jobs that's going to affect for people that they claim to love.
Rick, they don't care about jobs.
Rick, Joy Behar are one of our favorite TV
Tell me this isn't true.
personalities.
Tell me this isn't
She's
true.
blaming it on heterosexual men and right-wing people because they promote football for youth. Somehow she's worked that
Okay,
together.
let me get this right. Joey Behar is trying to draw a line from DeMar Hamlin's heart attack to heterosexual. I'm sure does she mean white men or any color man? Heterosexual men who promote youth football.
Yes.
She's trying
That's the
to.
line?
She
She's
said all
trying
the
to,
kids
Rick,
now
and
you need to play golf or something like that.
That's
which is
that's
fine
what we
if that's
call
what you wanna
joy logic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there's another.
Of course, I've seen people have heart attacks on golf courses and basketball courts.
Well, Rick, there's another article from a different, I can't remember her name. I don't know if you have it in front of you, where she talks about how they're like gladiators and all this and violence and this. Guys, I hate to say this, but this particular incident was not that violent. It was just a lot of things fell into place as far as violence on the field. I mean, because it was just a freakish thing.
Right.
that
You're
happened. I mean, we've seen a lot more violent things than that.
Oh yeah.
Here's the whole thing from Sonny hosting
That's
and,
it.
and then Joy Behar weighing in if you guys want it.
Well, I like to run my fingernails on chalkboards too, but go ahead.
Well, now I'm about to.
I'm
hear
like
it.
that lady with that wrinkling bag.
Misophonia. Here we go.
Now,
Right? I mean, my kid played football. He was recruited for college, and he got a terrible hamstring injury getting hit. And I saw him collapse to the ground. Thank you. And he went through physical therapy for 6 months. And he realized at that point, that could happen to my brain. Right.
Yeah.
And so he quit. And
Oh,
it
he
was
did?
He did. He quit.
We're clapping for quitting.
We
now clap for quitting.
He loved doing it. But I don't think it's going to turn people away from the sport because, I mean, I went to Notre Dame. It's like faith, family, football. It's a big deal, and it's a $105 billion industry.
Yeah.
So,
Only 45% of Americans think that tackle football is appropriate. Heterosexual men voted the most support for kids doing football, and conservatives were more likely to support youth tackle football. Just saying.
So I don't think it'll turn people away from consuming the
Just
sport
saying.
because it is.
What are you just saying?
Just saying.
What was those percentages again? 45. So
That
I'm
poll
just
is
saying.
bogus. That's a bogus poll.
What does that
too,
even
by the
mean?
way.
Why are these
They're
people?
correct.
Why are these people? I mean, I'm glad they're there, but how does anybody listen to anything these people have to say? What an outrageous!
I'm just saying.
You know, and I heard this morning, and they're talking about.
I'm just saying,
if this injury is what they think it is, that this guy said, well, it's happened before, but it's mostly in sports that have like a puck or a ball, like baseball, hockey. The projectile is what causes this problem.
Yeah.
So they act like this is something that's, guys, that was a
That was
freakish
a
thing that
routine
happened.
play, though.
It wasn't even a violent tackle at all.
I don't know how much this actually has to do with football at all.
It may not.
And
I'm
that's
not
the
talking
point.
about,
We
I'm talking
don't
even
know.
if it's that, because
We don't know.
we have other sports, like you said, that the same thing. We have things in life where that
Exactly.
can happen. How is that really tied to a danger of football?
Yeah, that it's somehow
It's a
puts you at
danger of
higher-
a lot
to
of
be
things.
honest, if you probably look at the stats, you're at less chance of that than playing those sports we just mentioned, having this happen.
Also, the hamstring injury from a hit isn't very common. Speedy and I looked at each other.
Yeah,
when
I'm not
she
sure
said
what
that.
that, man.
Yeah, I don't know if she.
He didn't get a hamstring
Man, I'm
injury
sure
because
he
he got
wouldn't.
hit. What she should have said, she realized the story wasn't all that good, so she added that.
Right. Yeah.
What she should have said is, look, this game can tear your body up, and I guess it could tear my brain up too.
Yeah.
I mean,
and if he
well,
really
Rick,
did
and
come
look,
to that
again,
conclusion, well, that's his right.
The bottom line in all this, none of these people are put into a gladiator situation where they're rounded up and forced to go in and play. They do it, and they are compensated royally.
Yeah. And for some, it's worth it, and for some, it's not, and they quit.
and that's
Professional
the point.
football probably makes more millionaires out of inner city black kids than anything else in this country. I mean, it's a way out for so many people, not only for them but their families. I mean, I don't get it.
Now college football does the same thing. You can make enough money there.
Right.
But be leery of people like this that try to make everything political.
Exactly.
This is not political.
So she read that the heterosexual and conservatives,
I'm just
how they
saying.
feel about tackle football, and somehow made that negative.
I'm just saying.
What she
Just
said
saying.
is heterosexual conservative men killed everybody.
Rick and Bubba.
We presume, and I'll explain why we presume, that he drives home from the CDC and his car is parked in the garage at his residence. That's the last time anybody sees or hears from him, is basically at that point. His family tries over a period of time to call him. They don't receive any answer. They then call a relative of the mother's who has a key to the home who goes by to check on the house. He comes over, he finds the house has been secured, but there are two upstairs bedroom or windows that are open, one to a bathroom and one to a laundry room. But they were on the upper level, and it appeared as if everything else was in order, and the windows may have been left open because he had a dog that was inside of the residence.
So they
This sounds like the plot from Mission Impossible or a James Bond movie, doesn't it? I mean, it's just really got a weird feel to it.
By the way, what you just heard was not the setup for the villain in the latest Spider-Man movie.
That's exactly what it sounded like.
But I want to say this too. Do you think the reason why there's conflicting reports on this promotion overlooked? Now I'm going full-blown conspiracy right here. Do you think they put out that he did get overlooked, so it would seem like an explanation that he was upset and went off and maybe
Talking
wanted
about the people that got rid of him.
the people who got rid of him, and now it's come back. So what are y'all talking about? We didn't overlook him for anything. Yeah, we did.
Well, that
You know,
guy
but-
there said he did. I mean,
But
maybe
could they have given that to the police? Is what I'm saying.
maybe we're talking about two different things. He got a promotion in July, and he was looked over to with his new position to be a branch manager in February.
Could be. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And then your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG coming in.
Come on, give it.
Coming up, Lord willing, right after the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Celebrity news.
Well, with big rocks.
Millions of Christians who also took offense to what she said, and Joy Behar, to give her credit, has apologized. So here's the setup from The View. Whoopi, first of all, talks about Mike Pence telling Hannity that he did get a personal apology, and then it follows with her public apology. Here we go.
Last
Last night, the vice president was on Sean Hannity talking about the recent conversation he had with Joy Behar. Take a look.
You and I know that criticism comes with public life, but I felt it was important that I defend the faith of tens of millions of Americans against that kind of slander. And I did so. And, you know, I give Joy Behar a lot of credit. She picked up the phone, she called me, she was very sincere, and she apologized. And one of the things my faith teaches me is grace. Forgive as you've been forgiven.
So does mine, but I'm not as good at it as you.
Well, look, but I said to Joy, of course I forgive you. That's part of my faith experience. But I did encourage her, and I'm still encouraging her, to use the forum of that program or some other public forum to apologize to tens of millions of Americans who were equally offended.
So I think Vice President Pence is right. I was raised to respect everyone's religious faith, and I fell short of that. I sincerely apologize for what I said.
So there you go. So she's apologized to him privately, which he talked about. So when the Disney CEO said, "Well, Joy's already apologized to the president personally," she did.
You had a stockholders meeting.
Yeah, at a stockholders meeting, because some of them were questioning them, saying this should be dealt with, and now she has apologized publicly. So to me, that's the kind of end of it. I mean, and we can get into, well, they made her do it. Well, it doesn't really matter. How about this? She apologized to the vice president, and she apologized to everybody, and that's good enough for me.
Yeah, accept it and move on.
Yep.
I really think she was making more of a joke at the time. And I hate that we have got in society now where you can't make a joke. I can laugh at that like I can laugh at a lot of other things. But it's just, everybody is. But she's caught up in the world she's helped to create.
That's the point I would make. "35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Relief Factor. Love it. And there's been so many great products that we've gotten introduced to over the years doing this show, and Relief Factor is definitely one of them. It's all natural, 4 botanicals that's working with your body's natural inflammatory response. And when I say 4 botanicals and I say natural, that means this is something you can take every day. A lot of pain management is problematic out there, and when you're in pain, you're like, I'll try anything. And the over-the-counter stuff, not designed to be a lifestyle. They certainly can help, and they're good products, a lot of them, but they are telling you on the instructions not to overuse them. Then you have the addictive properties of the opioids, and what a mess they've caused. So if you're looking for something that hopefully would be a natural answer, let me encourage you to go to relieffactor.com. I take it every day. Michael does too, who listens to us out of Florida. He said, "I'm writing to let you know that Relief Factor has helped to almost completely eliminate my elbow pain when I couldn't find any other solution." Great product. It's helped with some other aches and pains that I've had as well. So since I started taking Relief Factor, I started, like a lot of you probably will, and that's fine, with the Quick Start Pack. That was about 5 weeks ago, he said. Now I feel like I've got more energy and generally feel better, and thank you for introducing me to the product. Well, we're glad we did. So go to relieffactor.com to get yours, or you can go to rickandbubba.com and just simply look there under the sponsors. 3 weeks is the Quick Start Pack, and inside 3 weeks you'll know whether this is the answer for you, like it is for most of the people that order it. All right, so some other things. Speaking of football, this happened, I guess, over the weekend. Was it this last weekend or when did the Bears and Packers play? It's
2 weeks ago.
It's been a couple of weeks ago.
Because the Packers rolled over the Vikings.
I knew you would remember the Packers last game.
Yeah.
But anyway, so the video calls the Packer fan a fat Packer fan.
Rick, yes.
All right,
so now he's drunk.
Okay.
What appears to be. And he's
good.
mouthing, and he's been talking to the entire section
Okay.
about how bad he is and waving at people to come on. Well, finally, I guess the fan that had enough
Bears.
stands up and they have an interaction which sends the big guy off balance, and he goes rolling down the steps.
Okay.
I mean, does he go rolling?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
and his
Wow.
pants come on down a little bit too.
Yeah, he's
Well,
big.
look, big people, our pants are hard to keep them up.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
And
so,
I don't
that-
think the audio is clean, so I'm gonna.
Yeah.
We can just narrate.
Yeah.
Okay, so
so
he
you see what's
now
going
he's
on.
putting big man in a chokehold, and then he's got him. Oh my! He's not gonna try to pick him up, is he? Oh my goodness!
There we go.
Oh wow! Oh wow! That was so much more than I thought it was going to be.
You have the other.
Here.
And there he goes walking back up the stairs.
Well, you can't hurt him. It's like throwing, somebody
Easy.
wrapped in
It's like
bubble wrap.
Jello
Now-
against the wall.
Yeah,
It's like you got a knocker ball on.
Yeah, right.
Now, before this, he had really been letting everybody have it. Okay, and everybody
Before he
was
got cold.
everybody was disgusted with him. Now here's the South view.
All right, so this
and
is
you're really going to get a view. here.
he's at the Bears stadium and he's wearing his Packer stuff and he's mouthing, right?
Oh boy, is he?
All right,
Can
so
we listen to this audio?
I don't think so because the people are so shocked by what they see.
Yes, in
Yeah,
so
just
many ways.
so he's about to roll to us.
Yeah, and when he
Okay.
gets up, Rick, you're going to see.
Oh my goodness!
I
the
mean,
Nile River.
Oh, wow.
Look at that. Biggin.
The way that he rolls.
It is. It's like he's got bubble wrap on.
It's like somebody's throwing a bag of a trash bag full of water.
Wow.
Good night,
guys.
Man, he really took a spill, didn't he?
Speedy, if
Night alive.
Speedy,
y'all.
would you take his free Tupperware?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Man,
Has anybody got a link to the GoFundMe page yet?
Well, Bubba, I mean I guess if you're going to be in the Bears stadium, you might want to keep it down home.
Yeah.
Well,
I
Rick,
mean-
look, I think anytime you're on the road, you gotta cow it down a little bit, right?
Right.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Speaking of the break,
I might even wear neutral colors. You know?
and the NFL, did y'all see the was it the Patriots? The fan that was at the game, was it the Raiders? Who was it that they played? And this lady is just giving it to one of the Patriots fan, and he's just standing there. He's being polite, and he's just trying to just get through the moment.
I did see that.
And then the next week, Kraft asked him to be his special guest the next game.
Oh, did he really?
Sat with him.
Yeah, I did see that.
I didn't see that part.
That was good. That was a good
that
story.
li-
You know I'd all in on that, Rick.
Yeah.
That was a good story.
Oh yeah, you love that kind of stuff.
We got a little bit of breaking NFL news this morning. Sean Payton, former coach of the New Orleans Saints, is now going to be the Chargers head coach next year. How about that?
Ring it out.
Of course, this is the Patriots fan we were talking about. This lady was over the top and in this guy's face, and he just stood there and took it.
Yeah.
And then was with the
she's-
owner in the next game.
Well, how about
He
that?
also gave him some passes to a massage
Yeah.
parlor.
Greg, you couldn't
Thank
help
you,
it.
buddy.
Good.
Thanks,
You
buddy.
couldn't help it. Good.
You run a good story, Greg.
He knew it was coming.
His favorite one.
Greg,
Speaking of the NFL,
Greg ain't got to go with special guest Deshaun Watson.
He don't need any help, Rick.
and are,
Celebrity guest. Oh, it's two things.
Right. Just when you thought you hadn't run it up, Deshaun Watson. A new car.
okay.
But
Oh my goodness.
did y'all see this back to Chubbalicious that was bouncing down the steps?
You talking about Big Nasty?
Good night.
And of course now, I know that this friendship that I can see off in the distance, I can't believe it's happening. I think
Right.
I'm forming a friendship with Bill Maher. But he's starting to this world has gotten so crazy that even certain leftists are now going, this is, but did you see this anti-fat phobia thing?
No.
So there was some sort of writer that did an op-ed for NBC. I don't know what NBC Think is, and I never want to know probably. But anyway, he was warning readers. Now I want you to think about this, okay? And look, we got people here, I'll just speak for me, this has struggled with my weight, okay? So I think this is not one of those things people go, you don't understand, Mr. In Shape. You don't have that problem, okay? 1% body fat's not talking to you, okay? This has been a struggle for most of my life on and off, and to certain degrees, but this is just absolutely ridiculous. This is a person who says they hate the first weeks of January because when they go back to work after every holiday season, there's no escape from the weight loss industrial complex that people start talking to you about losing weight.
Oh, yeah.
It's like a New Year's resolution. And we are living in a society that literally is going as far as to say, now I want y'all to think about this, Okay? Yes, there are people. Yes, it is true. There are people that struggle with their weight, and it has nothing to do with them being gluttonous or them not having any self-control. They've got thyroid issues, or they got a medical situation, or they're on some sort of medication that blows them up, because they're trying not to die from something else. I understand all that.
Sit on an air hose.
But I would say that 9 out of 10 of us that struggle with our weight, we're not really confused on why.
No.
Okay.
Hey, newsflash.
Right. And every time somebody says, "Hey, looks like you've knocked off a few. What are you doing?" I say, "I'm eating healthy and exercising." Who would have ever thought that it would have had this kind of result? But it goes back to this. They're literally saying that you need to be aware at the workplace. If there's heavy people at the workplace, please don't talk about losing weight around them, even if it's just yourself.
Yeah.
Because of course,
it's discriminatory.
Now, I get it if you look at them and go, "Hey, you need to drop some weight, Tubbs." But if you're talking about yourself, how's that offensive?
Well, here's what I don't get. This is where the left, when your worldview is emotional, here's where you run into problems, okay? You can't be they try to be in two camps that are mutually exclusive. And they do this all the time. Okay, so now they can't be in the camp of COVID's going to kill you because you're fat, you need to get healthy, and then over here saying, please don't talk to fat people about their health. Or don't talk about health around them at all because it makes them feel bad. Now, which one is it? I mean, you can't live in what Bill Maher. I haven't heard his comment, but I see the headline of it. He's saying this is just more of this Orwellian stuff. Yeah. I mean, now you've got to be told that you can't even of your own talk about things you want to do for the new year. You're not allowed to say even for yourself. Certainly, it might be rude to say it to someone else. Hey, you need to get healthier. Sure. But you're not even allowed to talk about it yourself in the workplace.
That's right, Rick.
Because it bothers us.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
We don't like hearing about it.
It's hate speech, Rick, what it is.
So now 1984 is telling you you're not allowed to speak about anything that might upset fat people.
I wish,
including losing weight.
Rick, I think they should outlaw the BMI because it's discriminatory.
I agree.
Well, it is a little ridiculous.
It is.
It's
when NBA players are listed as obese.
Yeah.
So they
might need to adjust the scale.
They want employers to start considering that fat people have to be included in your diversity plan.
That's right.
Good night.
Bubba, we sat around long enough. We've sat around long enough. We're in. I never thought it would happen.
We've sit on enough people to finally get something done.
God. So you look at your staff. You look at your staff and you go, look, there's a lot of people in good shape. I better hire some fat eggs. I mean, is that what we're doing now?
No, they're
we got to have at least two fat eggs.
Well, they're saying that the overweight should be included in diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives.
Yeah. So, Greg, to answer your question, yeah.
You are correct, sir.
Rick and Bubba, an equal opportunity employee.
Yeah, and don't mention that you might lose weight around any of them.
But then on the other hand, what would they get out there and try to rail on us for saying we're the ones that run up all the cost of it?
Yeah, that's discriminatory. We won't have that talk.
You can't be in both camps.
You can't have that.
You can't be in both camps.
That's hate speech.
You know what it is? You know what it is, Greg? We're trying to create an environment where nobody can ever say anything to me that might even indicate that I'm doing anything that might not be good
or anything that I
negative
that I want to do.
Right. I no matter what, nobody can say what I'm doing is wrong. Yeah. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
I think a lot of it. I think now there probably were some people of faith that were genuinely offended by it, but I think more people were offended that are kind of like-minded like us, because we know that part of being in the faith that we are, the Lord and Savior that we have been redeemed by and now follow as his disciples, told us that if you decide to be one of mine, this is part of it.
Right. This is going to go with it.
But don't get too full of yourself, because they're really mad. I'm the one they hate.
Right.
And you've claimed to be me, and I live in you, and it's me and you they hate.
Right.
You're really not worth being.
They hated me before you were ever on the scene.
Right.
So it ain't going to change just because you showed up.
Right. And but anyway, so I think where some people were trying to give her a little bit back was, now you and people who are like-minded like you said that we're supposed to live in a society where you don't say things like this about people just because they're not like you. And she got caught in that trap, and I think that some people are really calling her out for hypocrisy more than truly being offended by the statement.
You're
Don't you
correct.
think?
Yeah, and that would be where I would be at.
Yeah, me too. So because I do think she's a comedian, and she tried to make a little joke there about hearing voices. Isn't that what we say about people who have mental problems? And it even though
because she doesn't care for Mike Pence, doesn't care for his politics, and that was a little funny. I got it, but it was a little bit of contrast when Oprah just days after that said she was contemplating running for president, but she would have to hear from God on that, and that was praised as just being a great moment. And people, when you soundbite it, and that's the world we live in now that they've helped to create, saw that as a foul.
Yeah, because when she made those comments and went on like she went on, it looked like, which I think is the truth, they really don't want there to be a place where everyone's point of view is on equal ground. They want you to agree with them, and anything you don't agree with them on, they vilify.
Right. They're all for everybody being open-minded, as long as you agree with them.
Right, and I hate to break it to them, but that's doing exactly what you claim the people you disagree with do.
Right.
So anyway, but so it could be, which I'm fine with. It could be we all have different points of view, and we think our point of view is right. It could be that, which I don't have a problem living in that world. Now we can disagree and try to actually support what we believe and say it actually is true, but I don't have any problem with somebody saying this is my conviction and this is what I see as true.
Right.
But I'm not a relative truth guy, because if we get into relative truth, then every truth is truth, and I don't think that's. See, it's funny.
By definition, that doesn't exist.
It's funny. See, the truth that I believe isn't relative at all.
Yeah.
I believe the truth that is the truth. But anyway, so she apologized, and I give her credit for that, to calling him privately and apologizing on her show. So I kind of think we are to, if we are the people we claim to be, then say she apologized, and we accept that, and everybody move on.
Absolutely.
So that was the other thing I was going to mention when you mentioned Oprah, and I don't know that much about it.
Oprah Winfrey.
Oprah, but I didn't know anything about this. As a matter of fact, she's in this new Disney movie, the
something about
Wrinkle in Time.
Wrinkle in Time. Yeah.
I did not know that till yesterday, that this actually comes from a book. Now I may think the book is one of these Shaq things, but what I'm saying is, but the person who wrote the book was a person of faith, and the original story was a Christian. Here's what they tied it to. They said, when a lot of people who don't believe what we believe enjoyed the Chronicles of Narnia.
Right. It was a good movie.
And they enjoyed it just from a Lord of the Rings, just because they thought it was a cool movie. Of course, there was a lot of symbolism in the Chronicles of Narnia, since it was written by C.S. Lewis, that are trying to point people symbolically to Christ. Aslan is obviously the line of Judah.
Right.
But you can look at that if you don't believe what we believe and still just enjoy the movie. They said this time this movie comes from a similar standpoint, meaning this was a person who was going through the process of their Christian faith, who wrote this, and it had a Christian foundation to it. And they said what Disney has done was take the movie and remove all of that out of it. And they said, but when you remove all that out of it, the movie doesn't really make sense, and it's getting terrible reviews, because they said it's kind of turned into a mess now, because the foundation of it was actually the person's
what is the plot of it?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, and the reason
I just read a review on it when somebody said Disney's making a huge mistake, because they're not making money off this movie, because they're trying to move away from anything that has a Christian element to it at all, and they said that's alienating a lot of their audience.
Well, it's got a lot of big stars in it, right? I mean, I've seen several of them out pushing it, but
they spent $100 million on it, and they said it's not doing well.
So is the book?
Nine minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. And I hit you guys with the updates earlier, but FYI, the Man Church Conference coming up in February, less than 50 tickets as of start of the show today. So it's going to sell out, and and we're excited about that. But if you're wanting to join us, I don't want you to be shut out. This thought of I'll wait and just get something at the door, that's not going to be an option for you. I do not think. Since the numbers have gotten down to this low, which is good, but we want you to go ahead and grab those. Also, I'll be in Athens, Alabama, coming up Sunday night, speaking to the Man Church, speaking at their next Man Church at Friendship Church. Make plans to join us. All that's at themanchurch.com. Bubba, let's hit a couple of stories that we still have, and there's some that will roll on. Looking back over the weekend, I see that Adler actually, there's two things apparently he did, and I can't even believe I'm reading it right, drove to Memphis for a couch, drove to Auburn to see Black Panther, the movie,
Yes.
or a Black Panther.
The movie.
You know, it was playing here in town.
Yes, I know, and they have couches here in town.
They do.
They have both of those things.
Is this one of those things where you, because of the way everything works here, you actually get the sabbatical with Rick and Bubba?
Yes.
Have we given you too much time off at the end of the year? Is this possible for you to even consider these kind of things?
If you want your vacation to seem longer than it really is, drive to Memphis and back in one day. That alone felt like 2 weeks.
Now, I will say this.
Does 22 help?
I don't know. You being a little bit younger, you took the words right out of my mouth. Before 22, and I'm speaking of the highway, you don't know what it was like to try to get to Memphis and back from Birmingham.
Right.
It was a crazy ride.
Sure.
22 has helped out a lot, but it's still a good clip.
Now you just got to watch for the speed traps.
That's correct.
You do. Right. Yes, absolutely. So, long story
So
short.
they took the couch from me when you came through that town. No.
All right, for collateral.
So, long story short, my wife and I have been stalking a couch, and we've been hoping it would show up at an Atlanta large furniture chain store, or you see what I'm saying. You know what I'm talking about.
Is it one everybody goes to?
It's the one everybody goes
Okay.
to. Yeah. There's one in Memphis, and there's one in Atlanta. Those are the two closest ones up.
There's no way I'd ever walk in.
I've only been in one of them.
So, well, it's a cheap leather couch. It is literally the cheapest leather couch you can find, and we're like, all right, our kids are about to destroy this couch for the next 10 years. Let's go with the cheap leather couch.
That's wise.
So Erin, she has this color she likes and this shape that she likes. It's a large L-shaped couch, and it's been out of stock. So we're worried they're going to discontinue it. She likes the color. It works with the stuff we already have in the house. All that. Anyways, it shows up, but it's in Memphis.
Oh my gosh!
And we're looking at each other, and we're like, you know what? First day of vacation, literally, it was the first day of vacation.
Let's go get
it out of the way.
And
let's go get it.
That's the one problem our little sabbatical has for me too. I can't use the excuse we ain't got time for that.
Right. And so we drop Ruby off at her daycare, and we drive to Memphis in our good car, which is smaller than my 4Runner. It's a Subaru.
How you going to get
What
that
are you
thing
thinking?
in there?
Y'all, I get to this store, and I'm thinking that I'm going to have to take some of the panels out of a box and stack the panels. I open up the box, and it's not just panels. It's a fully built cube, the corner bracket of this L-shaped couch. So I have to take that out, sneak that into the shotgun side. Y'all, please look at my car.
You got it.
You're that person.
That's you.
I'm not going to. I've gotten better. I had a joke for that.
That screams it's coming off on the
That
interstate.
screams your responsibility.
Y'all,
That doesn't look like it's tied really good.
I have a refrigerator on top of the car, and I have a refrigerator in the back of the car.
That's
essentially.
ridiculous.
Our seats were crunched forward.
You know
They
they
look
deliver.
at you-
entire
You know
drive
people
back.
deliver.
When you
The
pulled up-
entire drive back.
When you pulled up, how did they look on their face when you pulled up to pick that up?
A lady actually said, "I've seen crazier."
Really?
I bet she has.
That was her words.
How crunch forward were the seats? Like, could you
course, they
touch
wouldn't
the
come from
pedal?
me.
I
now?
was yes, it was really.
Could
Thanks,
any of
buddy.
us have driven it back?
No,
Okay.
no. If my wife and I were not small-ish people, it would not have worked.
Oh
Right.
my
That's how.
goodness.
Look, please look how forward my seats were for the entire drive
Bubba,
back.
please, we couldn't even get in the car.
I know,
Y'all-
yeah. I couldn't get my leg in there.
Yes, from Memphis. Y'all, and so this strap right here, I should have done something about that. We get on the interstate and it just starts going and it's right above us because we have a sunroof, right?
You keep turning the music up.
And I'm like, hey, this is great. It's going to be so worth it. The entire time we have to say that to ourselves every minute.
do you realize
It's gonna be, we're going to live on this couch. We're going to live on this couch.
Let me tell you what's so bad about Adler. Anytime I'm moving something that is questionable, I'm not sure it's going to hold. Moving something 30 minutes is a nightmare. Because
Yes.
it makes that 30-minute drive. You're like, oh, is it okay? You had to do that all the way from Memphis to Birmingham?
Yes, y'all. So at one
You know how
point,
you have that uncertainty. Is it okay?
Rick, I didn't make it from Oxford to Jacksonville.
I know,
did.
I thought about that.
By the
thought
way,
about
that's
that a
20
lot.
minutes.
By the way,
That's
these
20
aren't
minutes.
straps. It looks like they just tied them.
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't like the look. You should have brought some. You didn't bring any ratchet straps.
Those are ratchet straps right there. I had two ratchet straps going. I added another ratchet strap because y'all, I'm on the interstate and the sound goes from to chikunku, and I'm like, that's a big change. And I open up the little thing to look through the moonroof, and y'all, the box is shifting back on me on the interstate.
No.
I see it moving. I'm like, we got to exit right now. We got to exit.
Oh, you became that guy.
Yes. And
Think about it's in the wind.
Yes, yeah, and it's moving back. I can see the gap getting bigger in front of my eyes.
Something got to give.
Well,
So
that's
I
a
get
lot
off-
of wind hitting the front of that.
Oh, it killed my
lot
gas
of
mileage.
wind.
Absolutely destroyed my gas
yeah.
mileage.
Scraped up the top of your car.
I get off the
I bet
interstate,
that looks great up there.
and I strapped more straps on there, and we hit the road again. Y'all, we pull into my driveway, and I'm saying to my wife, don't let me pull all the way in the entire road trip back, because that's what I'm just going to happen. I'm going to get all the way home and pull into my garage and destroy the couch. But we got the couch back, and it was fine. And Ruby loves it. She jumps on it, which is a problem, but you know.
But that's what you got it for.
I got a
just
cheap leather
can't.
couch.
I mean, that's such a long way with that kind of haul.
You passed 1 million couches on the way.
I can't believe you didn't borrow your dad's truck.
Yeah, well, his truck's pretty old. It's got like 225 on it, and you know,
You're afraid.
and I'm like afraid of being stranded out in the middle of nowhere. So that's why I didn't take my car either. I also took this Subaru to Black Panther this weekend in Auburn.
Why did you drive to Auburn?
Oh, were you
Those
taking your buddies?
Yes.
Those of you around the country, Auburn's about, a 2-hour and a half trip.
Yeah.
2 hour
South.
change.
Yep.
Adler, did they recognize you? It's been a while.
I know. Seriously, I did not recognize the town of Auburn, y'all. It's so different.
I'm talking about your buddies.
He's talking about the
Wow.
buddies.
Well, that to his point, you know, yeah. Well, they were like, hey, buddy, it's been a year or two.
Well, I mean,
So, in fact,
Best buddies.
might have been the last Black Panther.
Best buddies.
But Chris Wood did meet me at my house.
No, he did not.
And we rode from
No.
Auburn, went and saw Black Panther, and rode all the way
With
back.
Chris Wood?
With Chris Wood, yeah.
all the way
that
back?
was
All
gold.
the way back. It was
You're a Christmas
fantastic.
You run a recorder?
It was fantastic. Do you know who had the best day ever? That'd be Chris Wood.
No
I
doubt.
bet
Chris
he
Wood had
did.
the best day ever, friends.
Hey.
Gosh, if the couch wasn't so big, it could have gone to Memphis.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, there ain't no way he could have got back.
But Black Panther was a sad movie, by the way. They dealt with
The actor's
Chadwick
death?
Boseman's death a lot.
Yeah.
Too much.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.